Check, color, check.
Good morning, everyone. We'll be starting soon. I request everyone to call in their colleagues for the inaugural session. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and esteemed colleagues. A very warm welcome to you all. My name is Dr. Devyani Malik, and on behalf of Voice of Healthcare, I'm honored to be your host for this prestigious event and commence the National IVF Summit and Awards 2024. Knowledge and Endorsement Partner, Indian Fertility Society. Today, we are gathered to celebrate the incredible advancements in the field of in vitro fertilization, recognizing the outstanding contributions of professionals and institutions, along with exploring the future of IVF treatments. This summit is a testament to the dedication, innovation, and compassion that drives this community forward. As we gather here today, it is essential to reflect on the journey and evolution of IVF in India. Journey of in vitro fertilization in India is a remarkable story of innovation, perseverance, and progress which began in the 1980s. Since then, over the years, India's IVF landscape has transformed dramatically. From a single pioneering effort We now have a robust network of advanced fertility clinics and centers spread across the country. These institutions are renowned for their state of the art technologies, highly skilled specialists, and a strong commitment to patient centered care that offer cutting edge technologies and world class treatment protocols. These advancements have been pivotal in addressing the growing infertility rates and providing hope to countless couples aspiring to start families. As we continue to navigate the challenges and opportunities within the field of IVF, it is crucial to remain committed to innovation, equity, and patient centered by leveraging advancements in technology and maintaining a steadfast focus on ethical practices. We can ensure that the benefits of IVF are accessible to all, paving the way for a brighter and more inclusive future in reproductive health. I thank you all for joining us as we honor the past, celebrate the present, and look forward to the future of IVF in India. The event partners who have helped us put together this event for today are supporting partner Quality and Accreditation Institute of India, powered by IAS Medicare Art Bank, silver partner policybazaar.com, industry partner Intaz Women Health, Plus Plus Life Sciences, session partner Safe Street Insurance Simplified, associate partners Krista IVF Fertility Center, De Winter, Embassy School of Allied Health Sciences, Metropolis, the pathology expert, SUT Pattam Super Specialty Hospital, Lex Curium. Exhibit partners, Altus Airflow, Cooper Surgical, Thermometer Scientific. Our agenda for today is rich and varied, packed with insightful panel discussions, fireside chats, and engaging presentations that promise to shed light on various facets of in vitro fertilization in India. Our carefully curated panels are designed to provide a comprehensive understanding of the landscape and future prospects of the same. The next thing on our agenda would be the much awaited award ceremony. Again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone for their proactive participation. The nomination process commenced 2 months ago, and I'm delighted to announce that we have received an extraordinary response from the industry. After careful deliberation of all the received nominations, our expert jury panel has shortlisted the recipients of the awards. The award ceremony shall take place in the second half of the day. I kindly request all attendees here today to remain until the award ceremony. I encourage each one of you to actively participate, share your valuable insights, and establish connections that will play a key role in shaping the future of IVF in India. And with that, let the National IVF Summit and Awards begin with the lamp lighting ceremony. I'd like to request the following to please step forward and light the lamp for our formal commencement of today's conference. Dr. Naveen Nishchal, Miss Pinky Chahar, Dr. Shweta Mittal Gupta, Dr. B.K. Rana, Mr. Neeraj Lal, Dr. K.D. Nair, Dr. Jaideep Malhotra, Dr. Surbeen Sindhu, Dr. Narendra Malhotra, and Mr. Vikas Anand. May we please have you on stage, sirs and ma'am? शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो भवतु मे भक्तः सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते मोदीपब्रह्मरूपस्थं ज्योतिषं प्रभुरव्ययः मोदीपब्रह्मरूपस्थं ज्योतिषं प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च गच्छामि मे सदा रविरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् रविरस्तं समारभ्य यावत्
सूर्योदय होवे यस्य दृष्टिगृहीतम् तस्य नास्तिकनिर्भरम् शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदम् शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदम् बुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते
Thank you so much, everyone. I would request you to please take your seats. Moving forward, to set the tone of the day and without further ado, let us commence with the inaugural section of the day, the evolution of assisted reproduction, particularly in vitro fertilization, has been a transformative journey both in India and globally. India has emerged as a hub for fertility treatments driven by both public and private sector initiatives. Modern day advancements in India mirror global trends with cutting edge technology, a regulatory framework, and increasing accessibility, contributing to the growth of IVF sector. As we look to the future, the ongoing innovations in IVF promise enhanced outcomes, more personalized treatments, and broader access, shaping the future of fertility treatments worldwide and in India. With this, let's begin with our inaugural panel, Evolution of Assisted Reproduction, tracing the IVF landscapes from past to present in India and worldwide. Please allow me to welcome the speakers for today's inaugural panel on stage. I would like to welcome on stage Dr. Naveen Nishal, Founder Chairman, Voice of Healthcare, Dr. Shweta Mittal Gupta, General Secretary, Indian Fertility Society, Co-Director and Senior Consultant, Center of IVF and Human Reproduction, Sir Gangaram Hospital and Research Center. Dr. B.K. Rana, Chief Executive Officer, Quality and Accreditation Institute of India. A very hearty welcome to all of you. I would urge the audience to welcome our stellar inaugural panel with a huge round of applause. I would now like to request Dr. Naveen Nishal to please grace the stage and deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Dr. Devyani. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone, and very good morning. I think we as a human race are moving towards extinction. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Shweta Mittal, Dr. B.K. Rana, Dr. K.D. Nair, all IVF specialist doctors, industry colleagues, our audience listening to us live through various social media handles. A very, very warm welcome on behalf of Voice of Healthcare to National IVF Summit and Awards 2024. As I mentioned, that we as a human race are moving towards extinction. The time is not far when every baby born will be an IVF baby. We have even started thinking of designer babies today. I know this is an ethical issue and ethical dilemma, but somewhere in China, they are already making and experimenting such things. Increase in infertility is attributable to our sedentary lifestyle, stress, pollution, unhealthy habits, delayed parenthood, and much more, which our specialists know better. But today, we gather to explore the latest advancements, share our experiences, and discuss the future of in vitro fertilization. Our goal is to enhance patient outcomes, foster innovation, and build a supportive community for all those involved in this IVF journey. I'm a physician, and being a physician, I'm passionate about prevention and wellness. To me, fertility wellness is an important area and concern of public health too. So we need to make people aware about infertility very early on. Another challenges we face in this area is accessibility and affordability. India is a really big country. I'm not talking about India where 70% of our population lives. Every town has one IVF center. All IVF centers are concentrated in the metro cities or state capital. But if you go deeper into this country, even today people are coming to metro cities like Delhi. Accessibility is a big challenge in our country. And when I talk about affordability, when I compare the prices with Western world, we are really cheap. I think we are as IVF center, as IVF specialists, we are getting peanuts. But when I see our public, our population, affordability is a big challenge, especially when this is not covered under insurance. Recently, I heard from my driver that IVF is being covered by Ayushman Bharat, but we don't know yet which all hospitals are providing those facilities. And I don't know how much Ayushman Bharat is paying for one IVF cycle or the treatment. So really need to bridge the gap of accessibility and affordability in the care. While talking about IVF, uh, being the founder chairman of Voice of Healthcare, I will take this opportunity to talk a little bit about Voice of Healthcare. The Voice of Healthcare started as an industry connect platform, and after that, we developed various verticals. While at Industry Connect platform, we do industry deliberations, we do conferences, we do roundtable meetings, we engage with policymakers. So we do a lot of deliberations, especially on healthcare conditions in India. So we talk with all stakeholders of healthcare, be it providers, pharma, digital health, medical device, insurance, medical education, and beyond. In second vertical, uh, at Voice of Healthcare, we uh, a media platform for B2B development and news dissemination. And at Voice of Healthcare, we also run an incubator, VOH incubator, where we are mentoring healthcare startups. So in our first cohort, we have 4 startups, and we are coming up with second cohort where we'll be onboarding 8 to 10 startups. And our thesis is that we will onboard those startups which are creating impact in healthcare. Apart from this, uh, we are also working for underserved communities, and we have a couple of CSR initiatives where we are reaching out to uh, underserved communities. And our first project is First Bleed First Flow, Bleed with Dignity. In this project, we are working with the adolescent girls, and we are providing them natural hygiene education, pads. Uh, we are also testing their hemoglobin in providing them iron tablets, and we are also working on HPV infection. We are providing them with HPV vaccine. And apart from this, we have a lot of international collaborations. We work with countries like UK, USA, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore. So at Voice of Healthcare, we keep sending our doctors to these countries, and they also keep sending their representative, whether it is doctors or trade representatives. So we host meetings and deliberations with them as well. To conclude, I want to share that we have some powerful sessions with some fantastic speakers today. I'm sure you will enjoy those discussions. This is a physical event, and let's try to network as much as we can. I would also like to know each one of you, and would like to understand what are you working on, how you are innovating and changing the IVF space. So see you around. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nishchul, for your kind words. Now, I would like to request Dr. Shweta Mittal Gupta to deliver the theme address to our audience. Please.
Good morning, everyone, all the distinguished guests. Thank you, Dr. Naveen, for giving us such an insight and also letting us know what VOH is doing. And thank you, Dr. Rana. So I have my senior sitting here, and then I have a lot of people I can identify. Maybe they are not in the IVF sector. So my job is to kind of brief you that how difficult or how laborious it has been. We all in the IVF sector, probably I joined where things were better off, but if I go back into the era, so 78 was the landmark for IVF in the world when the first baby was born. And just to remind you that India was not far behind. Just few days later, on 3rd October 1978, Anupriya, the first IVF baby born in India by the hard work of Dr. Subhash Mukhopadhyay. Of course, that received a lot of skepticism and it was not recognized, he was ostracized, and this work just went unnoticed. And then the first officially acknowledged IVF baby came by the team of Dr. Indira Hinduja and Kusum Zaveri in 1986 with the born of baby Harsha. And then what happened was suddenly in Indian sector, a lot of awareness came about IVF and a lot of IVF centers started coming up. Uh, so I started my fellowship, I know in 2000. By that time, many centers were there, but not so many. Not so many. I think we could count on the fingers. And I kind of knew when I wanted to look for fellowship. And then I started my fellowship under Dr. B.N. Chakravarti, sir, who was associated with Dr. Subhash Mukhopadhyay. He's kind of considered father of IVF. Then in 2000, I remember when I joined the fellowship program, I started hearing that ICMR wants to formulate the guidelines when it comes to setting up, because there have to be certain rules when you want to follow IVF. And now, you imagine in 2021, our ART, bill was drafted, and this is the number of years it has taken, more than 20 years, for us to actually, have our ART guidelines. In the meantime, what happened was that there was, of course, we saw a lot of surrogacy in India, and then there is a lot of regulation when it comes to surrogacy in India. But if I look into the technical evolution of IVF, so the first what I would hear from Dr. B.N. Chakravarti was that they were actually blowing the breath, to keep carbon dioxide because there were no ready-made incubators. It started from trans-abdominal, egg collection. There was no way to prevent natural ovulation, so they were running in the night times. They were looking at a lot of urinary LH surge. Then came a lot of development in the type of drugs. There were nanotropins which were being used. So from urinary products came the recombinant products, then came the drugs to prevent natural ovulation. So the first thing what India was striving at when they opened the IVF center was to start an IVF cycle. And I remember that when I joined Gangaram Hospital in 2004, the pregnancy rates were to the tune of 20 to 25%. 90% of the cycles were fresh embryo transfer cycles, and there was a very, slow freezing protocol which was being followed. It used to take laboriously hours together, and embryo survival was low. And then the technological revolution came. There was finesse in the IVF process, there was finesse in ICSI. So even in India, embryologists learning ICSI process was difficult. difficult, and then the fitness came. Then the major breakthrough came. I remember I analyzed the data of Gangaram Hospital. So a very major breakthrough came in 2015 to 16 transition, where the pregnancy rates doubled, especially after freezing, and that freezing process was vitrification. So if we analyze our 10-year data, so there was a particular amount of pregnancy rate not crossing 40%, 30%, and then after 2016, so this finesse started coming. So it was in the vitrification process, through survival. Now in 2024, we are at a stage where we have a lot of advances. We have advances in cryopreservation. So you talk about cryopreservation of embryos, sperms, ovarian tissue cryopreservation, we are there. You talk of, metabolomics, you talk of embryoscope, advanced incubators, advanced microscopes to look at the progress of embryo growth. Now we have entered the era of, advanced sperm selection techniques. We have sperm activation techniques. So there are many, many progresses which have happened. The last, of course, we are in the era of artificial intelligence. In the next 10 years, so in even Indian Fertility Society now has a dedicated program of artificial intelligence. I can see Dr. Praneet sitting here. So, we are working on making that. So next 10 years, I think the embryos, robots would be selecting, but I personally feel that no, AI will not replace humans. AI will only aid humans in making the finesse of the process. So I don't think we need to be scared of AI, but we need to learn AI. So even in my generation or the next generation, I think I'm sure in the next academic curriculums of medical colleges, there will be something on AI the doctors will have to learn. So this is how we are progressing. Now, India, we have a population of 1.4 billion. So that is 144 crores. If I expect 10% of couples to be having infertility, now about 1,500 to 1,800 IVF centers are registered, and we are performing about 2.5 lakh IVF cycles. So, what is the future in India? I think it's very bright. There will be a lot of IVF centers. In fact, as Dr. Naveen had said, a lot of IVF centers started from major metropolitan cities, but now they are in semi-urban cities. There are some government initiatives, so I can count them on fingers, who are offering IVF not totally free but semi. So I'm sure public sector would be more aware. More insurance policies would be coming. Right now, our insurance policies are very little, only offered by some corporates. Very little. I would say 1% of our IVF. So we are looking at, and I think we should collectively try that IVF should come under insurance policy, and that is how we can make it more acceptable, affordable. The awareness is there. There are multiple, now if I talk about medical education or educating, yes, we have multiple fellowship programs, very robust programs for clinical ARTs as well as for embryology, and Indian Fertility Society since long has been, conducting these fellowship programs. So now, most of the places, jobs, they look at people who have done fellowship. So this is a change because if you learn well, then you perform well. So this is what is happening. Uh, Looking at affordability, yes, as we know that still in India, IVF is one tenth than that what an IVF cycle will cost in US or UK or Australia. However, even though the per capita income of our patients have increased, still there is a little issue when it comes to acceptability because there is a huge disparity in India when it comes to being rich and when it comes to not being rich. So I'm sure we will work on that. We'll try making our IVF more affordable, more acceptable. And I'm sure that if we have anybody from the government, public sector sitting here, will be, initiating much more government projects. So in the end, I just want to say that the IVF picture looks very bright in India. I think globally we are recognized. We are a huge country with huge population. We see many, many more IVF centers with law and regulation. This IVF now, 2024, I can say, is more regulated and in a more methodical way. Thank you so much. And greetings from Indian Fertility Society.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your insights with our audience. would now request Dr. B. K. Rana to deliver the special address for our audience.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Naveen, VOH, for having me here today. I think I'm the odd man out between these two guys. Naveen talked about the initiative of VOH and why we are here today. And Dr. Gupta talks about the history of IVF, now commonly known as ART, assisted reproductive technology. It's very difficult to pronounce. And sometimes non-medical people, even medical, not into IVF, does not understand ART. So it's really a challenge. So thank you. I think the job BOH is doing, bringing people and experts together, all experts in different domain of IVF sector within the healthcare, and make them exchanging ideas and knowledge. I think that's what's important. It's not about only financials of business, but it's more about education, training, and learning from each other. And I think it's one of the platform where people like me who don't know anything about IVF technically may learn many things from the experts sitting here. I'm coming from QAI Quality and Accreditation Institute, which is the second largest internationally recognized accreditation body in India, started in 2017, very young. And when we started off, I came out of NABH as director and think what we should be doing. And our goal was very clear. We need to develop standards in those areas with the no standards exist. And but they have a larger impact on the community. And first was IVF in our mind. And at that time, Dr. Sweta, you mentioned very rightly, ICMS started formulating sort of guidelines and bringing out regulation in 2010, but never showed the day of life, and it was just pushing here and there. But thanks to stakeholders and the government in 2021 and 20 pushed the things up, and Art Act came into being, Art and Surrogacy Act came into being. And that was the time where number of IVF center in India was on peak. That was the peak time, 2021, just before, just at the time of Act came in. And then its numbers gone down. And I'm not saying that was bad. In fact, that was good. The simple reason I say, I see that, please pardon my saying that most of the people working in gynecology turned experts for IVF. Many IVF centers came in, and I say always this ring road passed through the All India School of Medical Sciences, Lajpat Nagar and Defense. I call it IVF street. IVF street of Delhi or India, you can say. Both sides of the road, you will find number of IVF centers. Now gone down, very prominent exist. So the time was peak, and we didn't know what's going on. Because people can start, because you are an expert, you have license to practice medicine, you can do anything. But when I came off, the act prescribing what you need, level 1, level 2, what requirements come on, and then it's going like, started off. So it only exists who actually meet the requirement of art. So when we started working on the standards for IVF, and thanks to Dr. Rishikesh Pai and team, who were the part of first technical committee of QAI, and thanks Dr. KD Nair, now he's leading our second technical committee for that. And Dr. Malhotra, thank you, you were part of the first technical committee, wrote that standard for accreditation of IVF centers. And all those things which were in draft of ICMR at that time were inbuilt in there. So what we're saying is a mode of self-regulation, because there was no regulation. So the standard for accreditation work as a self-regulation. You don't need to come and check me because I'm complying whatever act might come in future. And today, as I speak, all our accredited IVF centers over 50 plus now comply with the state act as they get accreditation. They don't find any difficulty in that. So I think what I'm trying to come is about how things can improve and can change the life of people. And this is an area like I'm really scared what Naveen mentioned. In that people kind of going toward the extension phase. And that's why it's actually is like in indirectly is that how infertility is growing. And for many factors, I'm not going to that. And the most important thing, what we're talking about, not only in India, globally, is universal health coverage. And I think that's what you, as a provider of IVF services, plays a very important role. When we talk about universal health coverage, USC is about accessibility of healthcare to the people of country with quality healthcare without financial hardship. So accessibility, affordability, and quality. So accessibility depends where you exist, and it's not restricted to only metro. Infertility going down to the villages. So how they get access to health, and then quality healthcare. What are the parameters we talk about? And unfortunately, pardon me for saying that, in a lot of the conferences and most of the conferences on specialist or in general, we don't find any talk about quality. We talk about clinical things, and that's fantastic. But clinical thing does not work to the level you want an outcome as without putting quality. And quality is not something just a Q, it's about what actually you do. You have your SOPs, you have your protocols, you follow all those things. But when people come and say, okay, can you show me where is your protocol? You don't have because that's in your mind. You are expert, you do, you know, nobody can challenge. Yes, you are having a degree, you know the process, and you can do it finally. But there is no evidence what you're doing. And in case it's not just you, somebody came in, that person, how it did differently, so it's become different. How you standardize your processes, and that's why the quality comes in. That it helps you support whatever you're doing. It brings down the evidences of what you're doing, and you can defend yourself and your activity if somebody challenges you because it's documented. It is written down. It is evidence based. You practice evidence, and we talk about EBM. It's not electronic voting machine, but evidence based medicine. That what evidence exists to practice something. So that's why the role of experts like you sitting and the organizations sitting like here actually plays a major role, not only to do the job better, but also educate others. You are the leaders. I can see this table and many other tables who are very prominent people in this space. And I think people look upon you like, what we are going to learn. And I think this should be, people should come out of those chambers, leave aside their thought process, and bring on the table some common goals for the community. And I think this is one thing which were really bothering me personally. Because what happens when you go to a hospital, something happens, you start shouting, whether it is admission time or the middle of the process or at the discharge process, whether it's financial or the satisfaction, people shout, fight, everything is like this. Nobody bother on that. But your area is like nobody even speak a word. Whether you're right or wrong, we don't know. But if people are happy or not, satisfied or not, but they don't speak anything because it's so much confined, confidential, private, social stigma, infertility. Nobody speaks. I think that's why the role of quality comes in. That you can very clearly defend yourself. If somebody come and people know they are empowered to talk and speak. And we say speak up for patients. And I think that's the global agenda of World Health Organization in all areas and dimensions of healthcare delivery systems, that how people can help and empower patients. The providers can empower patients to speak up for their own safety, speak up for their own clinical protocols. And I think that's why the role of Fertility Society, ISR, and many other organizations actually play, and DOH working together. And I think we can lead the way for not only within country but globally. I was telling our friend about medical tourism, how Turkey is leading now in cosmetic procedure, even IVF. Tourist, very nice touristic destination and affordable. And you mentioned about affordability. Yes, it's very much affordable here in India. When you talk about comparison with the Western world, 10 lakh, 1 lakh, 50 lakh, 20 lakh. But what about the affordability within the country? Because the affordability also comes from per capita and the output from the individual people. Whether we are able to provide affordable IVF treatment to the country people. I think that's how we should be looking at. And Thank you, Naveen, once again for having me here, and thank you all uh, for coming together to join. And this is started, I think, the second specialist event after this program. I was chasing Naveen that you're doing very good conferences, but what about some specific specialized area which are making more societal impact? So we started this stroke in Ahmedabad last year because stroke is another area, you know. Heart attack, everybody knows that if I get a heart attack, chest pain, I'm going to die, I'm going rushing to the hospital. But the stroke is not that much. People even not go to recognize the fact that I'm suffering from and don't go to hospital. So creating awareness, I think same thing comes for IVF. Creating awareness that yes, you can be get it treated. You can go to a right place, you can get treated, you can get what you are expecting. So I think thank you so much, Naveen and VOH, for bringing specialized events like this. And thank you all for making it happen. And I think you are the one who can make it or break it. So it's up to you, to us, how we are going to lead this journey in providing accessible quality healthcare, IVF treatment to the patient, not only for India, but globally. Thank you very much and wish you all the best for this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a thoughtful address. Now, I would like to request Dr. Naveen Mishra to please felicitate co-panelists, Dr. Shweta Mittal Gupta, Dr. B.K. Rana. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Dr. K.D. Nair to felicitate Dr. Naveen Nishchal. Can you please have a huge round of applause for them? I request the dignitaries to please come in the center for a group picture. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Let us now move on to the first session for today, which explores groundbreaking strategies that merge equity and innovation to address the challenges of socio-economic disparities, geographical barriers, and complex policy landscapes in reproductive health. Additionally, policy reforms and community outreach are crucial in ensuring that IVF services are accessible and affordable for all, paving the way for a more inclusive future in fertility treatment. With this, let me introduce you all to the topic of our first panel: transforming access to IVF care, pioneering equity and innovation. I'd like to welcome our panelists for this session to join us on stage. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause, Dr. K.D. Nair, Chief Consultant and Head of Department, Akanksha IVF Center; Dr. Arvind Ved, Chief Infertility and IVF Specialist, Indra IVF; Dr. Jaydeep Malhotra, Chair FIGO, Committee of Reproductive Endocrinology and Infertility, Managing Director, Rainbow IVF; Dr. Surveen Ghuman Sindhu, Senior Director and Head of Department, Infertility and IVF, Max Healthcare Delhi; Mr. Neeraj Lal, Chief Operating Officer, Apollo Hospitals, Gujarat Region. Please put your hands together to welcome all our panelists for this session. Mr. Neeraj Lal would be leading this discussion as panel moderator. Now I request Mr. Lal to please take over this session from here.
Very good morning to the first panel. So I'll tell you, since I have a PNL role in Polo, so I'll tell some first to you. India has around 2,500 clinics, documented one, and we do a maximum number of cycles treatment after United States. So that is a status and that is a business what we have. So we have a great panel of experts leading primary fertility centers. So we'll be talking about the transforming access to IVF care with equity and participation. So we were also, I think Dr. Naveen told insurance companies coming up. So I have seen in the last few years, I'm a part of Quality and Accreditation Institute. Around 37 fertility center I've seen, I've audited. So I've seen an entire gamut of fertility operation from the assessor point of view, and I've seen a different shades. Right from a chain of fertility centers to a standalone centers, and I've seen a dramatic change in the last 3 years. I know when the standard was made during the COVID times, when we used to fly to different tier two, tier three cities of the country, and in the flight you find only two, three people flying. So that is the time when fertility standard was started. And now, as Dr. Rana told, around more than 50 fertility centers are accredited. And I think because of fertility centers, quality and all, like why people say in United States, number of cycles are more and the number of fertility centers are more. Why? Because of a private equity funds. In the last few years, I have seen many private equity want to park their money in the fertility center. So there is a ecosystem, and there is a business, and there is experts. So I think these kind of platforms are very, very important, where we all stakeholder come at one page, try to talk about equity and participation. So my request to Dr. KD Nair, uh, you know, could you start by sharing your perspective on the current status of access of IVF care in India and globally, and what do you see as the main socioeconomic disparities impacting the access to IVF treatment?
Dr. Neeraj, you see, it has been mentioned earlier also, we are currently at 2 to 2.5 lakhs IVF cycle, the highest number of cycles in the United States. And we expect this number of cycles to 5 to 6 lakhs by the year 2030. That is the growth which is expected. Compound annual growth rate is almost 16.5%. That is why the equities are looking up to India to park the money here. They are not going to park the money here. They want to make profit out of by parking the money in the IVF sector. That is the scene of equity, how it is going to come into India because of phenomenal growth in IVF sector. The accessibility is the other issue. It has been mentioned that the per capita income of Indian public is low compared to the per capita income in the West. So USA can do a very high number of IVF cycle. In India, we are still doing 2.5 lakh because the affordability of people is less here because of less per capita income. We have to make certain changes in our IVF practice. If you look at the IVF cycle, the price varies from 85,000 to 80,000 rupees to 2.5 lakh. It all depends what is the medical condition of the patient, where is the clinic situated. You see, there are so many factors involved in the pricing of the IV sector. But now, since the regulation is already there, government has come up with regulation. Probably we should have some regulation on the pricing also, and to make it more affordable to the average Indian in the medical colleges, they are already doing IVF cycle at a cost of 65,000 rupees. That is one time affair. Probably we have to have IVF cycle under insurance, have to have IVF cycle under Ayushman scheme. These are the various ways the common man can access the IVF treatment. The percentage of infertile couple is known to us, 15% of the whole population. Out of 140 million, you have around 20 million people who have infertility. But they should be able to access, they should be able to go for IVF cycle, they should have affordability. Now, probably we have to have a government regulation to fix the cost of IVF cycle. The insurance company has to come out with an insurance policy which can give IVF treatment possible for average people. That is what future looks.
Thank you very much. I think you are right. I think penetration through insurance is very, very important. These are the days of robotic surgeries. I think only 35% of the robotic surgeries is approved by the insurance company. And generally, most of the robotic surgeries happening in these countries are happening through a cash route. So I think fertility also stand at route. Now, I want to ask Dr. Ved, the impact of environment in healthcare, which has an impact in fertility also, right? It is under scrutiny, you know. Without compromising on quality or accessibility, especially for clinic operating in resource constrained environment, what are your thoughts on that? How can we improve on those things? And you are representing one of the largest fertility center in India. I think you can give us your views on that front.
Yeah. Thank you so much for asking me this question. And as I'm representing the largest chain of India, so I would like to start with the answer with like something talk about the ESG, that is like environment, social, and governance. So, being an organization along with our equity partner, this is the main focus for a sustainable practice in this field, in any field actually. So, if you talk about the environment, maybe like more and more use of green and solar energy to take care of our environment. Second, less and less use of paper for documentation, more doing digitalization, less use of plastic and maybe consumer as far as I mean possible in laboratory or maybe OT, and efficient disposable of liquid wastage in theater. So these are related to environment part. If you talk about the social, of course, we all know the dark truth of infertility. It's a big social stigma, domestic violence, and I mean societal tendencies, loss of self-esteem. It's prevalent in society because of this. And when you are providing a successful IVF baby, I mean, actually you are helping to eliminate factor from society and helping the couple out of this all social stigma. And as you ask about how to maintain a sustainable and similar thing in a resource poor area, resource constrained area. So I would say the main part is like the main challenge is like a trained and skillful manpower in those areas. So as a organization, we are running a IFA, that is like Indira Fertility Academy, and so far we have trained maybe more than 300 to 400 plus embryologists and IVF specialists. So this is a basically create because any organization wherever you are opening up a center, the main thing is like technology. The second thing is like the same main power which is transferred there, any. So this is how, and the governance is like when you are going more digitalization, you are taking care of your implementation of the SOPs. It's more robust and taking care of those resource poor area from the central government system. So that's all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vaid, for your inputs. I have seen, I don't know, as a CEO, I've seen standalone fertility centers generally, from business point of view, it works well rather than shop-in-shop models. I've seen most of the time. There was a study which was done, the fertility center which is running inside the hospital comparison to standalone centers. So I don't know the reasons, but there's some specific reason. So now we go to Dr. Jaydeep Malhotra. So, what specific policy initiative do you believe are essential to improve the equity and accessibility of IVF care, and how you feel these policies be effectively implemented to bridge the gap between the policy and the execution, madam?
Thank you so much, Voice of Health. for giving me this opportunity. Fantastic program. It's really important for us to understand equity. Now, what does really equity mean? Because as I was talking, a lot of people think, okay, it's like equal. But equity is something where you are making people who are not able to, I'm just giving you a small example, not able to afford, you're making it affordable for that person and a little affordable for people who can actually afford, so that they are on the same level. And accessibility again is something which is very, very important as we were talking about. Now, accessibility does not mean that only somebody is there, the clinic is there in a village. That means it's accessible. But if people are not aware of it, then also it's not accessible. So it is like a two-pronged understanding which we have to actually be sure of, that yes, we have to provide the services of the healthcare at the doorstep, which is important, which is affordable, and also we have to make people aware that this is actually available and they can utilize it. So it needs to be done that way. Now, when we come to the policy initiatives on making it equitable, it's important that it is available for everyone at a much lower cost, or at something which is affordable. So we would really be very happy if insurance covers. And I'm not aware if Ayushman is actually including infertility, because that is something which we have been really asking for. That Ayushman, if Ayushman covers infertility, then it will take care of a lot of this issue. Second important thing which is there is, yes, bring the public and the private sector together to make the accessibility much better, because not everywhere in the public sector this is available, and the private sector is much more advanced. Yes, of course, if insurance covers them up in every possible way, the insurance coverage which is there again makes people wait for about 3 to 4 years before they can actually go for availing these services. Now, another aspect which I would say, that the location of the clinics and the mushrooming of the clinics, which makes implementation of the policies and controlling or accountability of the practices much more difficult. So we have a very, I would say, beautiful platform which is available right now, the national forum, and then the state boards and all. But making a policy is something, and then making policy implementation is another important aspect, and that gap is something which we need to really cover, and that cannot be covered unless and until the whole platform is in place, because I know Uttar Pradesh state board is not formed as yet. So we are still struggling. We don't know what to do and how to do. And then the most important thing is that when all the clinics are registered, then auditing and the quality control and the SOPs, if they are in place, are the ones which will also be important aspect of implementation. And I'm going to take it to a very different level of equity. Now, equity does not only mean on the resources. Equity means that every human being who is there on this planet has a right to reproduce. And that's another very important aspect which we should be really looking at. So that, what does that mean? Like whether it's a man or a woman, they have equal right towards reproduction, and that's another aspect which we should be looking at. Sometimes a lot of disparities are there between, like, let's say, why divorced women or single women are allowed to have babies, and why men are not allowed to have babies. They also have equal thoughts of and second important thing, like same sex couples is there, HIV positive, lots of issues, and equity issues are there in those. And altruistic is another area, because when we say now altruistic donations or surrogacy, now on one hand we are saying small family norms, and on the other hand we say, oh, bring somebody relative who and on one hand we are saying don't exploit a donor or a surrogate, but on the other hand we are exploiting these whatever small number of relatives we have around us. So that is something also which we should definitely be looking at, and the policies have to be friendly with the beneficiaries and the providers. And then only we will be able to change practices.
Yes, ma'am. I think you have raised very important points. I am seeing a stall for policy bazaar here. So I'm sure sometime soon, most of the insurance companies get covered. I want to bring one more view, ma'am, with your thought about insurance. Firstly, Ayushman Bharat is not covering IVF treatment. There was a proposal, and there in the there they since I'm a part of Insurance Regulatory Authority of India and the Insurance Committee, so they are thinking of covering fertility treatment, not fully, partially, as a part of IVF treatment. But I feel in order to fertility should become a part of insurance, I think most important thing which these people look for is quality and certification. So if you see the history of Quality Council of India in this country, now we have more than 3,000 hospitals accredited in various forums, small healthcare and large healthcare. And you have a differential rates also. I hope you have seen the hospital which have taken JCI, NAPH, and QI accreditation. They're slightly getting more rates, and because you are doing quality practice. If you do a quality practice, you need to put the quality system in place. I think, therefore, I always suggest and advocate, since I'm a part of ISCOA as well. I think insurance will only come when we have a quality certification and accreditation. Plus, the private equity will also park the money. Now, moving on, I request Dr. Sobi, you know, whenever you enter a fertility center, I've seen and audited many centers. There's a choice, everybody's happy. Somebody's ringing the bell, somebody's cutting the cake. So happy to see these kind of centers. I think it is rarely seen in the hospitals. So I think, the success of IVF in a spotlight enjoys more moment, but life is not so good. But what we can learn from his failures, how might a more transparent dialogue about challenges and setback which drive innovation and improve patient care. So what do you feel apart from joyous moment? What are the various things which is happening, like challenges and setback, which is driving the innovation and which improve the patient-centered care, madam?
So I'll take patient-centered care and innovation first. So, IVF is one of the subjects which is very high on emotions with patients. It's similar to oncology, rheumatology, where emotions of the patient are very high. Hence, patient-centered care is very, very important. And we all know so I have gone into patient-centric care because we were making IFS guidelines on psychosocial care in IVF. And we have come out with those guidelines. I was a co-chair, Dr. Poonam Nair was the chair. And it taught me a huge amount about patient-centric care. We as clinicians, I think the barriers are we don't have time to sit with patients and to counsel them. We are only looking at the successes and we analyze the management feels that putting in too much into failures probably may be a high cost thing. There may be certain hospitals with hierarchy, and those are not very friendly hospitals for patients. If you look at the Picker's principle of patient-centric care, very, very clear, very, very adaptable for IVF units. It's reliable care, it's effective care from a trustworthy doctor. It is also giving knowledge to your patients at each step on what you are doing. And here I stop to say that very often when I sit in my clinic and patients come and say, we got two IVF done from such and such clinic, and I ask them how many oocytes are, we do not know. How many embryos were put? We do not know. What day of the embryo was it? Day 3, day 5? We do not know. Do you have a paper? No, they never gave us anything. Now, this is the information we are giving our patients, whereas we should be making them partners in our decision making. The crux of an IVF center is that you need to impart knowledge to your patient and make them partners in decision making. Very, very important. And it should be a continuous process of support right till the end, whether the cycle is successful or it is a failure. And here again, I would say that
we should not be terming it as success because it has a huge impact on the patient. It could be that it's implanted or not implanted because the woman feels she has failed. So it is very, very important. The crux is to make partners in our decision making by giving them knowledge. And this is something which needs to come into the IVF centers of India. And if I talk about innovation, how can we do it? Well, I was just reading when I was making the guidelines, and this Harrison et al. In 2023, they came out with an app which continuously supports the patient, tells the patient everything about the IVF. When is your oocyte retrieval? What are you going to expect? What should you be asking? What should you be told? What is a success? What is a biochemical pregnancy? So at every stage, and one of us could come out with that app. It's an innovation for a patient-centric care. So it is very, very important to be continuously in touch with your patient. It is very important when the patient comes to you that you deliver a scene where you tell the patient she might require multiple cycles. That's known as the multi-cycle approach. It's not just one cycle, and most of us are just doing that one cycle and then counseling the patient about the next. It should be the first counseling which should say that yes, you require multiple cycles. And it should be a continuous support which should continue right till the end, till the patient faces a, well, I'm terming it as a failure, but yes, no pregnancy. And post that, we need to further give her alternatives, sit with her. So this patient-centric care is one of the most important parts of IVF, I feel.
You're very right, Pam. I was a few years ago. I was part of Rainbow Children's Hospital in Bangalore. So the app thing which you're talking about, they have created an app where they're covering 1,000 days, which includes pre-delivery, during delivery, and post-delivery. So you are engaging with the patient. I'm not saying patient, engaging with the mother throughout the life cycle. And various campaign was done through FM. Day 4, day 10, day 50. So entire city of Bangalore talking about those things, what is happening in these days. I think Dr. Naveen Ishal, there's a food for thought for startups. They can have certain apps which can track the patient, which can make them more aware. And I think you can ask your people who are making startups. So I think funding can be done. Yeah.
Can
Uh,
I just pitch in there a
yeah,
little bit? Because I'm sure everyone here is quite aware of the app which I started, iMums, which was basically started as a pregnancy care, and then we moved on to parenting, and now we have added the pre-conception care. And that's again, very, very popular. It won the Pradhan Mantri's Atmanirbhar App Challenge. We were on the Shark Tanks. We were on the G20 facing apps very recently. So I just wanted to make people aware that yes, the preconception part now, it's a holistic app. So it's on Beat Sanskar. It's called Beat Sanskar. It's based on yoga and fetal origin of adult diseases. So please follow it up, and we can tell people to follow them up. So the optimization of health intergenerational is taken care of.
I think that's very good. That's great. I think these platforms are very important where all the stakeholders come and get to know from each other. Thank you very much. Now, round two, sir, Dr. KD Nair, season two of the panel. Uh, Looking ahead, what do you think will be the biggest challenge and opportunities in transforming access to IVF care? Because now, if you see the next decade, how do you envision the future of IVF care, both in the term of technology as well as equity?
You see, in
Your
terms
thoughts.
of technology, we have to make simpler diagnostic procedures, a simpler population stimulation protocol, and a use of artificial intelligence is going to come in the future. And artificial intelligence is going to guide us to have the best selection of embryo, the best timing of placing the embryo. So these are the things which are going to come up in the future. Artificial intelligence plus changing our diagnostic procedures, making more simple, changing the stimulation protocol where we don't have to use too much of gonadotropin, We can use natural cycle or mild stimulation protocol. Similarly, the laboratory procedure has to be simplified. Once we can do simplification of this procedure, I'm very sure the cost of IVF cycle is going to come to a reasonable level. And that with a reasonable level, and should be able to give us like what we expect as per the data which is available to us, CDC data, what should be the success rate. We have to have some. We cannot do simplification at the cost of success rate, but we can always do simplification of the various procedures. That is going to come up. It is going to be personalized in future. If people walk in, we will decide what investigation is needed, which protocol is needed, which laboratory thing is needed. We are going to follow it in future. That is what it is not one thing for everybody. It is going to change.
Please.
When we talk about equity and the costs, it's not only the cost in the clinic, but the cost to the patient also is very important. Because so many times when the IVF treatment is not available, the patient has to go somewhere. The additional cost of going somewhere, staying there, getting the treatment done is also quite a lot. So we should be looking. And long time back, I had written a book for our Asia Oceania region for IVF providing services in the low resource setup. Now, what we should be actually doing. So, basically, if we are able to follow a hub and a spoke pattern, where primary, secondary, and tertiary care, we divide and then distribute it over the country wide areas and protect from mushrooming of clinics which are actually substandard, not providing the services, but are fragmenting the cost of the people who are actually able to provide services. Now, those are the things which we should be looking at the policy levels, which will make implementation much better. Because if I have to provide, if I have numbers, my cost will definitely go down, and also the numbers will go up. So, if we take care of all these aspects, I'm sure we will be able to, provide much better equity and accessibility.
You're right. You're right, ma'am. Actually, what I feel, I think we at Apollo, we have experimented this concept known as EICU. Say, for example, in Apollo Ahmedabad, we have 100 odd critical care beds, but we manage 5,000 ICU beds. How? Through the EICU concept. So, entire state. So, we have been taking care of entire North Gujarat, South Gujarat, and all. So, if you travel to tier two and tier three cities, ma'am, you don't find a critical care specialist. Though they are doctors, but they are BHMS, BMS. Patients are there. So we have a dashboards, we have a centralized system where our critical care doctor, specialist doctor, see. And I have seen over a period of year, the number of code blues have gone down. No, right time, the phones are connected through machine learning, and they can take an informed call. I think something can be thought of in fertility care because I think India is a big country. It is a United States of India. So I think if we want to take fertility level to the remotest part of India, I think technology has to be taken care of because most of the fertility center, except few one, wherever I've traveled length and breadth of India, they're still, not that technologically sound. I think, I've heard a lot, many things from you and sir. I think we have to make a difference there. And now we move to Dr. Arvind Ved. See, you have been at the forefront of making the advanced fertility care more accessible. So, but beyond just geography, you are not in India. I think you have started in Kathmandu also now. So, what are invisible barriers you have encountered? Like culture taboos, information gaps, or anything more which you like to share? And how have you and your team innovated to break down these walls and going ahead?
So, as we all know, infertility itself is a social taboo and cultural taboo, and I mean it is prevalent across border as well. I mean maybe the prevalence is low and maybe high in urban and semi-urban or rural area, but it is still prevalent. And mere literacy is not going to escape you from all this social taboo. So it is more like a awareness rather than a literacy, or maybe more like a education related to this field. So as like being this Indra organization, we I mean we are doing many fertility awareness camps across country. So just to educate and aware about the scientific pathway of the treatment rather than so still like if you see the even the today's scenario, I mean the infertility is initially led by it's not like a allopathy or like not even a doctor actually. So this is actually pathetic situation just because the lack of awareness. I would say the awareness right from a like a camp or maybe like a Insta and maybe on social platform, YouTube, Google. These are the things for future actually to become aware and aware about aware about these all taboos. And now people are coming forward and speaking openly in the society. So maybe it will take another decade to get through all these barriers.
Yeah, I think you are right. Now, the important thing which I've seen in this fertility center while I travel, you don't get specialized nurses, you don't get specialized team of doctors. In like most of this center, one of the top five non-compliances which we have jotted down in our non-compliance sheet says, the nurses are not trained, they're not BSc and GNMs, GNM, or sometimes they're experienced. Some of the doctors, so I think we have to go long far. And the similar thing we have seen in the hospitals. So I think there should be some, like some of the hospital have moved to e-platforms. So e-platforms is, whenever you have to take a history of a patient. So instead of a computer walking to a patient or a nurse walking to a patient, I've seen in some of the center, patient is walking towards computers. And that a lady who has come for a treatment, earlier you go to bedside and take the history and everything. Now, because you got one computer, you don't got a laptop which is on mobile, she's traveling to you. So I think the technology have started. People are trying to embrace technology, but I think more to be done. So now I'll go to Dr. Jaideep now. So as we talk about equity in IVF, ma'am, we must also consider intergenerational equity. So how do we balance the immediate needs of today's patient with, of course, with long-term implication of our practices on future generation, both in the terms of health outcomes and our environmental sustainability, ma'am? I think
If
you
I
are very
get you
right for
right,
this. Yes, ma'am.
if I get you right, I think you gave me both very, very difficult questions. This one is a very, very important aspect and a very close to my heart because I've been working on this and basically being, heading so many organizations and traveled all over the world. When I look at my own country being the obesity capital of the world, the diabetes capital of the world, maximum number of preterm births happen, and then the number of infertile couples which are there, and then when they're coming late, and then after that, the urgency of them to avail the treatment. Now, all these add up, and the dilemma starts why and how you should be providing services to them. Should you be spending some time to optimize their health status so that the future generations are safe? If that is what you're really meaning in this question, because that's a very, very important aspect. We know if somebody is obese, if somebody is diabetic, the chances of the future two generations suffering from major non-communicable diseases are going to be very high. And we are the non-communicable disease capital also of the world, where health, uh, the cardiac episodes and other things are happening 10 years earlier than the Western countries. And that is something which we should be looking at. So, how do we really take care of these intergenerational equities, as I understand? Because we need a total awareness of lifestyle modification for optimizing not only the couple's health, but the health of our future generations. That is one aspect which definitely needs to be done. Of course, technology is there, which can actually help us with, because we have actually sequenced the whole human genome. We have gene therapy, we have career screening, which can be done where we can reduce the burden of a lot of other diseases which are intergenerational or transgenerational, which can be taken care of. How much to use, and what are the costs and the implications, and those are the things we must definitely consider about. But another aspect which when you say environment, sustainability. One aspect was which Arvind actually dealt with, because the number of clinics adding on to the pollution of the environment is one. But the other aspect which I understand from this question is that, oh, we are adding so many numbers as IVF babies, or unnaturally born babies, which probably will add on to the resources which our planet may not be able to provide. Now, how do you really save the resources so that the next generations can utilize better? And those are other things which we have to look into. So it is a very in-depth question. I can't really answer it. I mean, I have enough understanding of it and I've been working on it for a very, very long time. But it is really very difficult and it needs a lot of commitment from individual, society, and national and global levels, with a lot of policies and practices to be implemented, for which a lot of education and awareness is required, not only at our level but at the level of school, starting right from school. I would say that, and if we teach them the right things at the right time, then maybe decades later we will be able to obtain this sustainability. Yesterday only I was seeing this program on the coral reefs in the Pacific Ocean, which have actually, it was an eye opener. Now, in 2013 and 2017, the picture was from green to gray. Now, when we talk about survival, Dr. Nishchal was talking about human survival. Now, if all these resources are not going to survive, how is human race going to survive? Now, this is something which we have to really understand and work towards.
Thank you, ma'am. I think beautifully and comprehensive answer. Therefore, this question was for you. Thank you for your feedback. Now, Dr. Swarbi, um, how do we strike a balance between investing in cutting-edge fertility treatment and addressing the root cause of infertility, but particularly in the public health system? Your views and comments.
So, this, in my view, is actually a preventive health question, because till now, preventive health and infertility hasn't come up. And why it hasn't come up is that till very recently, infertility was not even considered a disease. The lack of insurance cover still says that, it's specifying that. So, yes, grassroots levels, we need to look into things which can prevent infertility, because the cutting edge is too expensive for the common man. And how do we prevent infertility is actually by just creating an awareness. Now, to see, age is probably the biggest factor today for which infertile people are coming to us. Most of the women are coming at 35, 38. They're coming for treatment and they're coming for this cutting edge treatment, which could have been avoided had they either had their children earlier, or what are the innovations now? They can freeze their eggs. Can even ovarian tissue cryopreservation is coming. So it is creating an awareness. Now, if I tell you about my practice about 5 years back, I probably got one girl coming in a month for 8 years. Today, I have 2 3 girls a month coming in for preventing infertility. So, age is one huge factor. Then, besides that, there's oncofertility. Again, it's an innovation which has come in the recent years. For cancer chemotherapy, preserve your fertility. That's one more aspect. A good diet. This is what you can do at grassroots levels. Good diet, not being obese, no smoking, no drugs, preventing sexually transmitted diseases, having safe sex. For men, again, obesity, smoking, occupational things like working with chemicals is another thing which causes infertility. So we can go on to cutting edge technologies, but before going on to cutting edge technologies, if we actually want to work at grassroots level, we need to spend on preventing infertility, and that should become one of the biggest things which are going to come in the near future. That yes, let's have preventive programs for infertility. We are having preventive programs for cancer cervix. HPV, but we don't have a preventive program for infertility. That needs to come in right now.
Ma'am, really, you're very right. I'll talk about health checkups or creating awareness. We do around 1 lakh health checkup per year, and now the technology have come into the health checkup wherever generally a health checkup. Suppose one of the corporate panel with one of the hospital for a health checkup. So generally, health checkup is not blood test. I don't know. People feel health checkup is blood test. Call a fellow botanist at home, get some blood sample gel, and more or less, since we write the normal range on the health checkups, this thing they feel they can see those reports and they're fit. So now we have created a platform which is AI platform. You comes, the report goes to a CMO of the hospital or the HR head with the AI charts and diagrams. Say, for example, 2,000 people screen. How many are diabetic? How many are having a cholesterol high? So how can you change your diet? How can you improve the culture in the organization where you work for? So I have seen, like for example, in the city of Ahmedabad, Torrent Pharmaceutical gave 3,000 people health checkup, and this is based on the AI platform. Instead of giving file, we have given an AI platform where he, as a CMO, can see the health status of entire his employee, and it has put up in the board meeting where it has been put up. Okay, how the canteen should run, what kind of food people should eat, how can the physical activity in the workplace can change the way they work, and what are the tests which need to be done on a certain age. And now they got a culture. Every year they want to go for a health checkup, and every April, it is billed to the company, and they're not being paid if you're not a health checkup. So I think preventive health checkup, as you both are talking, I think it's very, very important. And I think we have to use the technology. I don't know why and we have to, like, after 1 year is completed, automatically some smart messages go why health checkup is important. Even insurance company also give, if you're not taking, the health insurance and you're not claiming. So, some insured, a part of some insured can go to health checkup. This is very, very important. So, thank you for your feedbacks and all.
I just wanted to add, like, do you do AMH for all the females who are there in this company or any health checkup? Because that's very, very important.
Yes.
Because we normally are following guidelines from the Western world. And I have seen in my practice all over the country and also the neighboring countries, we delivered the first 3,000 IVF babies of Nepal and supported clinics in Bangladesh and all. The premature ovarian insufficiency in our population is too high. So we can't really let girls wait for 35 or something. And we must really do some studies where we pick up our data and say that yes, our girls, because I don't know whether it's my perception only, but yes, we are getting a lot of young girls who have very low ovarian reserve. So there's definitely something which we are not doing right. So I think I would really
You're right.
request you to do that.
No, no,
So,
you are very right, ma'am. Actually, that's a very important point you put. Most of the health checkup don't have these kind of
so I'll tell
tests.
you, I put forward to my hospital, Max, that when people come for a health checkup and then the reproductive age group or the young girls, give them a free fertility consult or give them an AMH to do. And the reply was that, no, this is too sensitive. We can't do this to people coming for health checkup. But here is what I say, that it should not be a taboo. It should be part of your normal health checkup. And we need to change our perspectives and our way of thinking, because we need to advance into actually preventing what is going to happen at 40 years for the young couple who are coming to us.
I think you are right, very right. Since this is a voice of healthcare platform, I am sure Dr. Naveen Nishal, Pinky, and the team will jot down these points and we can send to our health minister, who's new one, Dr. JP Nandananda. We can make a difference. But I think from the private healthcare side, I think some of the CEOs and hospital policymakers have there may institute these kind of checkups in the day-to-day life. Now, just 1 minute left. Just I want one line answer from each of you. Like Dr. Nabi and Dr. PK Rana was talking about medical tourism. Thailand is the capital. Italy, So how we can make India a fertility capital for the world? Just one line. What we can do to make the fertility to go to that level where people, apart from our own citizens, how can people have a faith on our system and they can come and take their fertility treatment here? Because you all are experts working in the one of the greatest hospitals. So your feedback on that. and your views, right from Dr.
You
Devyani.
see, what I was going to talk about is that as a policymaker, we have to have increase the awareness of the general public so that they know what is to be done, how the fertility has to tackle. The awareness has to come. I was in one WHO workshop and there was mentioned, discussed there, like how the government of India came up with the family planning program advertisement. Similarly, they have to come up with some sort of a program for infertility. They have to be made aware, younger people, they should be made aware about infertility. Most of the people are not aware. That is the problem. They are not aware what is happening. Nobody has heard about AMH. Until we have some program where this younger generation can be made aware, we can reach out to more number of people. Regarding reaching out to the outside people, that is a different aspect. See, that is a different aspect.
Okay, no problem. I think time is over.
Yeah.
Just one line from Dr. Arvind, Dr. Malhotra, and Dr. Survin. One statement, one line.
Is it digital basically?
Yes, 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 man.
Focus on the quality and have pride in your healthcare providers, because that is something which we have not done. We were on the top of the fertility services and we have come down a lot as far as reproductive tourism is concerned. And that really pains me a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
So focus again like on quality and results, make them at global level. We have a lot of clinics which are at global. Focus on psychosocial care because that's what will get your patients back to you. That's very, very important. And yes, the preventive aspect which I've spoken of, that's what's going to make you a global capital because you pick up patients at grassroots level and give them the appropriate care at time.
It- This was a fantastic panel. I have learned a lot. We talk about insurance penetration with the fertility care, importance of awareness and preventive health checkups, and views. I think they are all experts in their field, representing a great organization. Thank you so much for patient hearing. I think we can able to make a difference to the fertility world of India. Thank you very much.
I thank Mr. Neeraj Lal for leading this session for us. I hope this session was just as insightful and informative for all of you as it was for us. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to felicitate all the dignitaries present with us for this session. I would like Mr. Neeraj Lal to felicitate the co-panelists. Dr. K.D. Nair, thank you, sir. Dr. Arvind Ved, thank you so much, sir. Dr. Jaydeep Malhotra, thank you, ma'am. Dr. Surveen Guman Sindhu, thank you so much, ma'am. I would now like to invite Ms. Pinky Chahar to facilitate Mr. Neeraj Lal. Thank you so much, sir. I request the dignitaries to please come to the center of the stage for a group picture. Thank you so much, everyone, for being with us for this session. Moving on to the next session, which navigates the complex ethical landscape of assisted reproductive technologies. This exploration dwells into the reproductive autonomy, dilemmas surrounding genetic selection, the importance of informed consent practices, and emerging bioethical considerations. And with this, let me introduce you all to the topic of our next panel: IVF access and affordability, exploring the ethical, autonomy, and insurance aspects of assisted reproduction. And the session partner for this panel discussion is Safety Insurance. I'd like to welcome our panelists for this session to please join us on stage. Dr. B.K. Rana, Chief Executive Officer, Quality and Accreditation Institute of India. Mr. Vikas Anand, Chief Executive Officer, A2B Insurance Brokers Private Limited, Safetree. Dr. Narendra Malhotra, Managing Director, Rainbow Hospitals, Agra. Dr. Abha Manjumdar, Director and Head, Center of IVF and Human Reproduction, Sir Gangaram Hospital and Research Center, New Delhi. Dr. Neeta Singh, Professor, Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, New Delhi. Mr. Divyanshu Priyam, Advocate and Partner, Lex Curium. Please put your hands together to welcome all our panelists for this session. Dr. B.K. Rana would be leading this discussion as panel moderator. Now I request Dr. Rana to please take over this session from here.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Is this good afternoon or good morning yet? Still morning. So it looks like we have already spent good time, but I think that's because of the earlier panel. Fantastic, Neeraj. You did it. And all the panelists, fantastic. All, and I was very happy to hear two words. One word from two people. Can you guess what was that? One word from two experts in the panel. They said the same word, quality. Right? Madam said, and Dr. Surveen. So that made my. Thank you so much, all of you, for attending. All the panelists, very eminent panelists. I think that this is one of the rarest of rare opportunity to get these people together on the same place. Very rare opportunity. So thank you. I'm really honored to moderate this panel. And I talking about is IVF access and affordability, exploring the ethical autonomy insurance aspects of assisted reproduction. Quite complex, and pardon me of not doing the justice, not being into this, but I will try my best. So please pardon with me on taking it. So let's start with things. So IVF access and affordability. That goes with the agenda of global agenda in India of universal health coverage, and then talks about insurance which provide access or affordability issues, and then talk about. Thank you so much. That's great. That's how things should be. So I think I have a great panel of them, and then let's start with some of the deliberations on here. So I would actually start with Dr. Abha. Right. And I think to start the things rolling, and I would think that you can make some justifications about how the recent times, a lot of research is being done in fertility and all, and then now WHO classified fertility as a disease. So that's one thing which actually paved the way for insurance or some other aspects. So how you see that uh, disparity in IVF, in terms of whether it is related to ethics, whether it's related to clinical protocols, or it's related to equitable care, Madam Malhotra was talking about. And how do you think that genetic and environmental factors, people are talking about pollution, impact, fertility, and many other things. What's your take on these very complex? I'm sorry, mixing too many keywords, but I know that you will make a justice to that. Thank you. Over to you.
What I understand from your question is one is that you want to know the ethical and moral implications of having
Yes.
started
Yes.
IVF.
Yes.
Number two, you want to know what is the effect of lifestyle, environment, and other
On the
diseases
fertility.
of our country
Absolutely.
on success of IVF or maybe infertility.
Yes.
And the third thing you wanted to know was the first
Little bit
question.
of equity. how you can make it accessible
Okay,
in that
access
sense.
to
Yeah.
everybody. With the birth of Louis Brown in 1978, the whole world woke up to a moral panic. And that was the time that they did not know what is it to have reproduction outside the human body. Like there was no sexual intercourse involved in this. They thought this is so immoral, and the Vatican did not accept it. Then slowly people went into the mind frame that they started accepting IVF. And I think no other technology developed as fast as the process of IVF. 78 and now it's 24. Louis Brown is already 47, 48 year old, has children, but the whole world is like everywhere there is IVF. There is no country which doesn't practice IVF. India, again, is a country where IVF started maybe in 1978 with Subhash Mukhopadhyay or maybe later with Dr. Indira Hinduja. But we all are practicing, and I myself have been in this field since 1990 with a pregnancy rate of 15, 20, 22%. We have galloped to 60%. So, this is just technology which has made us wiser. What has grown is our own experience, the drugs which are available for treating IVF, the equipment which is available, the understanding of the scientific procedures, and the development of scientific procedures like vitrification, ICSI, embryo biopsy, name anything and it is there, which has made the pregnancy rates come to such high levels. And once upon a time, two, three, four embryos were transferred. We've come down to one embryo transfer because a singleton pregnancy gives the highest chance of live birth. So, about moral issues, ethical issues is with everything. Why should my sperm go to an unknown person? Why should an egg go? The worst is embryo. Who decides that who's going to be parent of this embryo? Are we the deciding people? So these are such big ethical issues which come up with IVF. Everything. Why should I be stimulated with such strong hormones that I produce 20 eggs and then get into the danger of ovarian stimulation syndrome? So you see, there have been ethical issues surrounding every step of IVF. And there have been moral issues which started right from the beginning. Yet, this technology is galloping, not progressing, galloping. So we know how important it is. And from the last panel, I picked up a question where we said, are we creating so many children in the world that it is going to use our resources? If this is the agenda for people who are treating IVF, then we should not treat children also. Let them go. So why should these infertile couples be denied conception if there is a technology to where they can be helped and they can have their own child? So these are few issues which come. And as far as spreading into the interiors, I'm sure that with every coming generation, with every coming decade, the second tier cities having enough data, it will surely go to the third tier cities. But yes, standards have to be met. Quality has to be kept well. We cannot afford to have a IVF center this era giving a 10% truthful pregnancy. This is all I have to tell you about
Thank you,
your
Doc. Thank you
question.
so much, madam. Thank you. I think you touch upon very critical aspects, and some of the takeaways I take is like ethical aspect is how to decide. And I think my take is that if you make the couples or the patients aware, informed, so that they can make informed choice and decision. So I think one thing can take care in this direction is to really take the short route towards pregnancy with ethical grounds and everything. Because in absence of that knowledge, how you are going to use my sperm X and how somebody is going to receive and all this, definitely it's not just today. It's history says that how things have been. So I think the most important thing, patient education, perhaps, and creating awareness around it, and then obviously rest would be falling short and not treating someone with the fear that you would have too many people in the world. I think that's not justified in any way because people are dying as well. So if people are aging as well. So it's of course natural cycle. So I think there need to be a balance how you make judgment and about choice. So thank you so much for your insights. Moving on to Dr. Malhotra. Uh, is about you have been on the forefront of IVF for years together, nationally and internationally, and your role at FIGO, which is the International Federation of Gynecology and Obstetrics, commonly known as FIGO. A lot of talk about in these FIGO conferences about role of IVF in LMICs, low and middle income countries, or low resource setting countries, particularly when we talk about accessibility. So how you think those concepts can be adopted locally here in your practices, especially when we talk about cost. That's the most sort thing. Quality people may not be knowing, and they say Dr. Malhotra is the best in India, so I should go to Dr. Malhotra. That's fine. But when reach to Dr. Malhotra and say, can I afford it? So I think what take you have in your opinion from global world to national context to make it more affordable? Your thoughts, please, sir. Thank you.
So thank you for organizing this fantastic event and for putting up questions which are so relevant today. Now, being on the FIGO guidelines committee long back, when FIGO started discussing about from PPH and preeclampsia to now infertility and IVF because it was proliferating and mushrooming all over the world. So we thought that we should have some guidelines on how to make it affordable and accessible to the whole world. The same couple in Africa, poor African country, or a rural district of India to be compared with the same treatment, they deserve the same. So, since being in IVF since the early 1990s and seeing the from making distilled water to everything available now as ready-made things, the technological advances. So, those who have adapted to the technological advances, those who have reduced their overheads, those who have tried to get match the cost effectiveness, that is what we need to do our arts, and that is what we plan. So, and to give a personalized treatment to every couple. So, you not treat them, they come to you, you would write 650 or 450 rupees per day and come on day 10 and then do 30, 40 eggs. That's not the way it is going to be cost effective. That's not the way it is going to be patient friendly. And then different languages of patients. Your center has to be very helpful to patient to communicate in the same language, to make them comfortable, to make them aware of the treatment, how many injections you'll get, what will be after that, what will be before. Take them as a part of the treatment. Then only we'll be able to make it affordable, reachable, and cost effective. That's what we've been trying. And then, of course, asking everyone not to open. See, a small city in somewhere south near Coimbatore has 35 IVF centers, a population of only 20 lakhs or something. Now that is. I mean, what are they going to do? The ethics will go wrong. The uh, unfair advertisement practices are going to be there. So why can't we pool resources, make a huge, nice, good center with all consultants coming there, like where we were trained in Korea? They had the Chaha Hospital. There were 20 consultants coming there. We used to work. Everyone gets a day of a pickup. Everyone gets a day of. So something like that to make it more affordable, more reachable, and of course the hub and spoke model, which we've been advocating from ISAR as my period of presidentship. Have a center in the city, have the simulation center all around you within a radius of 50 to 60 kilometers, and they just come on the day of. So that those are some of the ideas where we can make it affordable and reachable to all.
Thank you, Dr. Malhotra. I think well said in terms of cost effectiveness. You can't bring down the costs on the part of clinical care. You couldn't compromise on some
One more
clinical
point is
aspects.
that then we have to tell the government to reduce the custom duties. So if we are still buying needles, ovum pickup needles from abroad, why can't India make ovum pickup needles, embryo transfer cannulas? We are technologically. Why can't we have a good startup doing making all these disposables? We have to buy test tubes from outside, which is ridiculous. Makes the cost so high.
I think that's again a well said point. Is I think when we talk about made in India, and there are a lot of medical device parts are being set up across the country, and I think that's one of the things which need to be taken up. And I think that's a good we can. I am part of some of those. Maybe we can, and I think everyone around can take this up. And that's the reason how you can, and the way you can reduce the cost. As I mentioned, can't cut down on the clinical protocols that okay, instead of half ml, I can do quarter ml. You can't do that, but you rightly mentioned use of technology, use of more efficient processes, more effective. And that's why, please pardon me saying the word quality. The quality is accessibility, affordability, efficiency, effectiveness, equality, and safety. These are six components of quality as per WHO. So that can never go out. And that's how you can leverage on those parameters and how to reduce the cost without compromising on clinical outcomes and clinical quality.
You can't allow centers opened up in a garage with a single
Absolutely.
room,
Without minimum
without
infrastructure in place
bathrooms being used for semen collection. You can't
and
allow that.
and absolutely, and thanks again to our tech, many things must have gone down and would be going down without naming cities or place. My own personal experience with some of the known person is a horrible experience where small town running an IVF center, no one IVF expert there, coming from a city like Delhi or Mumbai once in a week, and people are lined up
So
transport. So
IVF
you can
clinics had
imagine.
become like a status symbol. A
Yes,
nursing home OBGYN doing very well.
yes,
I must have IVF.
IVF.
50 lakhs, invest in one small incubator, one this thing,
Yes,
one room. I'm an IVF
yes.
specialist.
So
It's like buying a Mercedes which is
that's
standing.
why I'm saying 2021 the peak.
So that's what Dr. Abhay and we've been
He brought
discussing
she brought that
since a
up.
long time.
I would
Yes,
bring a small thing up that this Yaki law has at least brought a lot of
absolutely,
sustenance into quality care of clinics because they were flying embryologists, flying clinicians. They did not know next day when they left what happened to the patient,
absolutely,
where they had fertilized or they had put in an embryo. It was the headache of the clinician, a small clinician who knew nothing about diet, to answer the patients. What counseling would a person do who doesn't know the ABC of diet?
absolutely,
All they did was open clinics, provide equipment, and they would invite all trained
absolutely. They
clinicians,
come
and they would.
and then start for that's all. Finish.
But the law has at least brought that
Absolutely,
to it.
it requires you to have minimum infrastructure in terms of accommodation environment, in terms of clinical embryologists or embryo or gynecologists, minimum numbers, availability, and I think this really has been a wonderful thing in there. So now moving on to Dr. Neeta. We have talked about some of the ethical aspects, dilemma, and we talked about some of the cost effectiveness. Let's talk about some clean and thing. My couple of people sitting around is Dr. Singh for you is about. Let me read actually. I may not remember correctly. It's about PCOS and endometriosis. A lot of discussions around in long-term health implications of ovarian stimulation, using these hormones and gonadotrophins and so on and so forth. How do you think? What's your approach is about dealing with such things linked to ethical dilemmas, whether I should be doing it, how much I should be doing it, and how do you make a balance? Because anything which goes in excess in the body, whether it's for curative or preventive, may be harmful, and so the hormones as well. So, what do you take on how to make a balance that you really look at the patients and try out it? Over to you, madam. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to everyone. First of all, thank you, Voice of Health, for inviting me and setting me on this panel to share my thoughts. Before starting to your answering your question, which you have put up, I was listening to a lot of answers from my very esteemed panelists and before that panel. I must tell the August gathering that the day is not far behind when we will not have children. The Lancet paper, which has come very recently, has shown that by 2050, India's fertility rate is going to go below 1.6. We are already at 2. And for replacement, we need 2.2. And in urban areas, we have gone below 1.6. So there is no question that we are producing more children to take away all the resources. So that is really a misconception. Whatever we see India as a most populous nation, within 20 years, our strength is going to go down if we do not act now. So Government of India has taken many initiatives. To share a few of them, Government of Sikkim has announced 3 cycles of free IVF to every infertile couple to the tune of 3 lakh rupees will be sanctioned. And the lady who is going to be a mother will be sanctioned 1 year of paid leave in addition to 2 years of childcare. So we have why people are not producing children. It is relatively, linked to the affluence in the nation. The As the female literacy is increasing, women empowerment is increasing, people are deferring to have children to a later age. And as we said, that the age is the biggest deterrent for fertility. So I just want to make this point very, very clear that we will need more specialists, more resources to be able to help our patients, because this patient load is going to really increase tremendously in coming years. Now, coming to a specific question you have raised to me regarding PCOS and endometriosis. So, PCOS and endometriosis together compounds to about 30% of the cause related to infertility. These are two biggest clinical challenges for a clinician for patients coming for infertility treatment. I would say there is a problem, both of them are lifestyle disorders. PCOS is increasing. Why? Because we have more obesity, we have sedentary lifestyle, and people choosing to have different, they're more diabetic and options. And endometriosis is rising because we are different parents. So the more number of menstrual cycles and smoking, the addiction, it is adding to the incidence prevalence of endometriosis. So in past decade, there is a very upsurge of PCOS and endometriosis. When we see our patients, I think every second patient who comes to our clinic is PCOS or endometriosis. Now, when we are treating PCOS, I would say that we have to select our patients. Like, there is no concern regarding the complications and management after newer protocols have come up. We have to look at right from the primordial prevention to primary and secondary and tertiary prevention of complications in treating PCOS. So if we start from lifestyle modification to treating really their infertility, I don't think so there is any cause of concern. With the advent of antagonist protocol and freeze-all policies and segmented IVF, the risk of ovarian hyperstimulation has really, really come down. We have barely one odd patients where you have an outlier, then in spite of following an antagonist protocol and agonist trigger, you have a patient coming up for ovarian hyperstimulation syndrome. Now, of course, with the ART law coming that you cannot transfer multiple embryos, the multiple pregnancy and further risk of ovarian hyperstimulation has come down. So I don't think so there are any risk pertaining to IVF. However, the PCOS is not a disorder. You can't treat it. You have to modify the lifestyle, and there are significant long-term consequences of having an PCOS. So you have to address the weight management. You have to, because all the women who are PCOS are having insulin resistance, so they might turn up into type 2 diabetics, adding to the population load of diabetics in India. Also, they have increased risk of coronary artery disease. So you have to tell them to control their dyslipidemia, diet, nutrition, and exercise. So it's a continuous process.
Thank you
Now,
so much.
coming to the part two of endometriosis. Now, endometriosis is another spectrum. In PCOS, you have a problem of too many. In endometriosis, you have problem of too few. So if you see an endometriosis patient, you will be looking at, where are the antral follicles? How am I going to give her few eggs to be able to give her a selectable, good quality embryo to be able to give her offspring?
Teams of
Yes.
two line.
Yes.
I'm not aware if there are any studies done on optimization of hormonal therapy, I would say, in this, and which can, so lots have done. So I think,
Yes.
see, in my experience, it's not that I am not aware what's going on. If we run a program for accreditation, we go a lot of in review of literature or existence and come across some studies actually done on these aspects very specifically. And I think those studies done by those centers make them different from others. You know how, like you mentioned, whether it's too low or too high, how to optimize, which is considered as like it's not a problem. You can take care of with lifestyle changes and all these things, and then let me come in for infertility. So these are the things which actually makes centers different from each other. How really to go and clinically, convince patient and yourself first, rather than patient yourself that yes, I'm doing the right job. Yes,
The
please.
problem with these two diseases, or the conditions that we can call them syndromes, is the delay in diagnosis and the awareness. Endometriosis from first symptom to a real diagnosis takes 7 years. And similarly with PCOS, the girls having PCOS, I think this couch potato eating too much. Neglecting can lead to a long-term severe consequences of infertility and the other NCDs.
Delaying means creating more problems. So I think if patient comes to you and awareness, you are able to diagnose it that this is the problem, take it first rather than jump into IVF quickly. It's not going to serve. I think this one of the questions I asked madam is about ethics. What actually you should do, what actually you should not do. Right? So I think that makes a very fine line. Thank you, madam, for your insights. Coming to Vikas, come from insurance. And I think this is what we are talking about: accessibility and affordability. Both go hand in hand, right? So you can make it affordable. I think you can make it accessible as well. So your role is coming into, and we have been talking infertility is not covered under insurance. Forget about those one-to-one relations which you can make, or the organization can make the insurance companies and find the way, but not in a package. I was talking that I think NHS England is one who started covering infertility in their citizens. So what's your take in terms of coverage of insurance, particularly when now art act is in place? So you have things in place to control. You won't find fly-by-night operators at maybe earlier, maybe, but now you have to have registration done under art act, whether level 1 or level 2. That gives some sort of confidence to the pairs. And for years together, I can say from 2006, uh, my journey into healthcare quality, specifically, it takes regulators and insurance or payers can rely on accreditation. You know, rely on accreditation, which means if the facility is accredited, you can take things that they must be following minimum standards and absolutely all applicable regulatory requirements. You can't get accreditation without meeting even a single applicable regulatory requirements to them. So that gives some sort of confidence and trust in the facility who provides care for you as a payer to rely and get convinced to offer the insurance coverage. So this is the background I'm saying. Now, what's your take from the perspective of your own as a payer? What do you think can make it happen in time? Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Rana. Before I get into those specific things, I'm extremely pleased about the number of times insurance have been mentioned. Uh, it's amazing. I'm on cloud nine. Uh, the world is changing and it's changing very fast. The only way for us to survive and grow is innovation. And this is what at Safety we do. We develop innovative insurance propositions to bridge the penetration gap. If I talk about the country, uh, it's expected that 1 in 6 or 15% couples would have a fertility challenge. And if I translate into a numbers, it translates to around 30 million. 3 crores Indians would have a fertility challenge. And if I were to compare the number of cycles that happen, again, there isn't any data, but what I have read so far, it's around 300,000 cycles in a year. So we are talking about 1 to 2% of this population, which is having a fertility challenge, approaching a fertility expert. And there is no price for guessing, it's affordability. How can we work on this factor of affordability? Can insurance be a catalyst? Let's come to the first point. Can insurance be a catalyst for the growth for this industry? If I can talk about two data points. First, the super specialization, the change of hospitals, which we are seeing as mushrooming across the country. Someone mentioned about the PE funds coming in. It talks about one of the reasons is insurance. Significant portion of patients are paying for insurance. So definitely for non-IVF sector, insurance has been a catalyst. And can it be a catalyst for infertility industry? Uh, Infertility as per insurance is not a medical condition. So most of the policies in India and outside internationally, they don't cover infertility as a disease, and hence it's not covered. The
Well,
only
pardon me.
yeah.
It is now being considered a disease by WHO. Yeah, but in a lot of countries
covered. And donor, Rusa, you are the ones who are covering donors, which you said, no, we will not do. And it is the 11th disability uh, quoted by the law of disability in India out of the 51
Vikas, you have
disabilities.
challenge.
Yeah, no. I am coming to that.
And
I
I'm
have an
keeping
answer
quiet.
for that.
I'm keeping quiet. I'm opening. Everybody start shouting on you. You
No,
know,
I have a.
WHO covers people with fertility disease. That's fine. But what about the home economy? And I think the right way is approaching our regulator IRDAI.
Yeah.
If that makes that yes, it's a disease, insurance company can start thinking about it. It can be. I think you are the people who can approach IRDAI with that. This is what it is, and then they can develop their policy. Yes, over to you again.
Yeah. So coming back to the point I was making, can insurance provide be the next catalyst for growth for IVF industry? The answer is yes. While most of the countries, ma'am, don't have fertility related insurance, but however, I in USA there are 22 states which mandate the insurance company to provide for fertility treatment, and I have the data for if I see the cycles per clinic in states in USA where insurance has been mandated is 80% more than the states where it's not mandated. Then another point, along with the higher volume, the number of fertility centers in states where it's mandated is 1.33 per 100,000 females, as compared to one in non-mandated states. So definitely, insurance can be a a catalyst for the growth of infertility industry. However, now I have a solution. So the solution is we work on coming with areas where there is no insurance product. So in India, we are one of the first players in the market as an insurtech player to have a fertility solutions. So our insurance policies cover IUI and IVF, and it's the standalone exclusive India's first health insurance policy which take care of fertility. We believe there is a huge market, but man, it's not a exclusive. Wow, while it's a wow thing, there is lots of awareness to be done. Insurance comes with terms and conditions. It's not that tomorrow I give insurance, people can come and use this thing. The idea is we need to work together, and this is what the purpose of my participation was. It's very, very important that if we were to move this needle from 1% to a number, maybe 10%, which is possible, we have to work together as an insurance provider and the industry. We have to work together and to ensure we are able to provide solutions to the people who currently don't need it. And that takes me to the another point, which most of the speakers have talked earlier, is the awareness. Dr. Rana, we did a survey. We did a survey of are people aware of what is causing infertility in them. And it was done across India in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. And I can tell you 74% of people, 74% of people had no idea the attributes which are contributing to infertility in them. Interestingly, the people in metro are less aware than people in tier 1 and tier 2. So they were broadly aware. The percentage is slightly better, not very high, but the people in non-metros were generally aware what is causing. That was a very interesting finding we found.
Thanks, because I request this first one. We call it initially PED, pre-existing disease. You know, I think it depends on the insurer how you really make a choice of offering insurance for breast infertility. Because there are numbers. Now you yourself convinced that there are numbers exist. And it's not an older age disease, it's a young age disease. Correct? So there may be n number of takers for policies if you define. And I think IRD has very clearly said in last 2-3 years, they have changed their mode of operations for policies. They left everything on the board of the insurance companies. You decide what policy you want to. They only say, okay, cover this, cover that, cover this. I think that thing will continue, but I think you may have a case, business case as an insurer, really go deep, understand the need, which you understand, I'm sure, you're here for the purpose, and make sure that people who are looking for, and I'm sure that that's what the number game is, how many claims, how many not, But again, I put it the quality, ethics. You can simply treat a patient with IUI. You don't need to go for IVF. If that's the case, why people are pushing it to IVF? I think if that judgment and ethics started existing, your job become easy, ultimately for everyone. So I'll come back to you on that. I move to another distinct person, Divyanshu. No clinical, no quality, nothing. Wow. So I'm not going to read what I have written here. We talk about ethics, we talk about insurance, we talk about clinical protocol, we talk about affordability, everything. You as a person coming from a law background, how do you see in time to come balance between ethics to clinical protocol to affordability in terms of when there is now art act, there is surrogacy act, both together. Okay, most important. What's your take on to make a balance, in your opinion? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. Sir,
Closer to you. Yeah.
okay. The heart of the art act is in the right place. There are few left and right, but the heart of the act is in the correct place. But what comes is how do we practice it? How do we take it forward? We cannot put forward utopian thought on everyone. In general course of life, ethics, morality comes to the first place. But when the person has already gone through so much, multiple IVFs or IVF in the first place, generally if they are not conceiving. So this thing takes the backstage. This should take the backstage. And then once now when it comes to this IVF, when egg donor is coming, when egg donor is coming, then there is a provision of that she should not be paid anything. Correctly, the parliament has elected that only once a lady can give the egg to avoid incest, because usually a lady was giving eggs at multiple places, at multiple places. So the heart of the act is in right place. Yes, when it comes to affordability and ethics, the clinics have to practice in a very how do I call it? In a very
Balance.
balanced manner to make sure that all the laws, everything, the act also has this national registry, which has to ensure that everything is being given to them, every data is being given to them, and that is necessary. But when it will be implemented properly, this thing, this ethical dilemma, though it is not there, but this ethical dilemma will obviously take the backstage.
Okay, great. I think something which is very difficult to understand, a very fine line between ethical and unethical. Patient want a child. That's the full stop. Start and finish. Now, how you make it start and finish, it's on the provider. So I think awareness,
The
awareness,
provider has to
awareness.
have a conscience. The conscience is there. It is already there. But sir was saying a mushrooming of IVF centers. The competition gets bigger. So at this point of time, to cover the cost, you bring in
Unethical
unethical
practices.
practices. You are using someone else's eggs oocytes with someone else's sperm.
I'm not sure whether the right practice or not, but whether that's
I
being
would
practiced. Many I have seen a IVF center putting forward a nice colored, nicely printed color. You choose what you want, right? This is the qualification of the donor. You want this. This is the face value. This is the color you choose. Miss, you want engineer,
This
doctor,
is
IAS. Miss, I have
Dr.
seen,
Rana. Dr.
and this I'm
Rana.
coming to you on that. I'm coming to ethical things. When you practice reproductive medicine, how you balance this issue, you know, what is right and wrong in the minds of you as a provider and versus recipient, the patient. This is the question for you, madam.
The Jane
Dr.
sperm,
Rana.
Jane
Yes, ma'am.
food and Jane sperm.
Dr. Rana, this concept started from California. The Sperm Bank of California advertised extensively. And the higher you wanted the education and features and everything, the higher was the price. I have patients 10 years ago who said, can I get sperm from California to use as my sperm donor? So this concept is not new, but as far as you're seeing ethics, the law has made straight lines. Do you think we can follow them? Where are the lunches free? Where do you get a free oocyte donor? Where do you get a surrogate who's not under pressure? Maybe you're not paying her anything, right? This is what they want, altruistic. But is she not being pressurized by her mother in law or by her family that you bear a child for my daughter who doesn't have a uterus? So it is exploitation in some way or the other. And I do not think Devanshu is the lawyer and he knows that where is the cost going? It is doubled, tripled only because of these laws. We want to follow them also, but then
Yes,
we have to work around
yes,
lines. How do we get donors? They
yes.
don't
So I think
experience.
if there is a law, if there is a law, we need to follow it. There is no exception to it, and within the boundary of law, whatever you practice is ethical, right?
I want to
That's
add.
the precise thing.
I want to add something here.
Okay, quickly,
Why are
madam.
these laws only for the doctors? Because when somebody is hungry, that person will either beg, borrow, or steal. So these should be applicable to the people who are actually at the receiving end and they do a lot of unethical practices. They may not even come to a doctor. I mean, there are enough number of babas and people who are providing all these
Then we are
services.
not
So I don't
comparing
think we
ourselves
should
with them.
victimize only the ART
No, no, no.
specialists.
It's
No,
not
I
about
have
no
another thing you said
victimization. No,
about
respect to every expert, everyone who's practicing any
Rana
type of medicine
buying
protocol.
advertisement. We as doctors never advertise that I do a very good hysterectomy or I do a very good normal delivery or cesarean. Why should we
That medical
advertise
ethics
as
prohibit
IVF
you.
specialists? We don't
NMC
need.
NMC code of conduct prohibits you not to do
Yes,
that,
yes.
and
So it
RTAC
is.
prohibits to do this. I think if we are doing things within the boundaries of law, we are
So
fine
as
with that.
being
And now
patient,
I'm going to Dr. Malhotra, Professor Dr. Malhotra now. Professor Saab, people coming from beyond boundaries of India to India for these treatments, right? Medical tourism, fertility treatment, whatever it is. We have a lot of people already suffering here rather than taking care of them. Why we are worrying about those? But anyway, we can't prohibit that. What do you think in terms of when people come from outside? Can you change your course of treatment? Can you change something else for them? Compromise on somewhere? What's your take on balancing? See, one thing ethics will never go away. That's what will never go away. So we have act which you have to follow. How you see these act when you are practicing India, you have to follow whether Indian patient or outside patient. How will you make a balance when the choices and preferences of foreign patients are different?
So what India was headed to, or probably had reached, is the peak of fertility tourism, because we were good, we have great clinics, and we were providing good results with whatever way that is questionable later on. And then it was open for everyone. Then suddenly came the problems of that Japanese Maji baby, anomaly babies, who parents did not take the babies back, and surrogacy mushrooming. How much is surrogacy? It's just 1%. So there must be about 3 or 4 thousand surrogate babies in India, maybe five, maybe 10,000 maximum. And then came the whole thing came on exploitation. The foreigners coming by reading false advertisements, overhyped advertisements, and they land up in clinics and they're exploited. I mean, money wise. So that has to stop if we want to gain in the fertility market in the world, which we should, which the law is right now clubbing a lot of things. We should, of course, ethics quality is there, that is goes out of question. the self-regulation and a regulatory body for guiding these people who are coming. Now we have 2,500 clinics which are not matched at a specific standard or don't follow a SOP. That is where the problem is. They might go to a smaller clinic, or they might get donor eggs, they might get surrogate, which are not allowed or illegally, and they might take back the baby also by hook or crook. But that is deterring the fertility. We're getting patients for knee replacement. We're getting patients for brain surgery. Why can't we have a same market in fertility? Why we have the government had to take a regressive step in this direction rather than a positive step and opening up the fertility market just by regulating it. So we've gone back, and I think we should need to come back, talk to the government, talk to all the clinics, make a standard, and make this because we are affordable and we are good in the world. We're the best in the
No,
world,
I
probably.
think absolutely right. And I'm once again mentioning that now a medical tourist and insurance company from outside, even the investors are looking for quality field. I have seen enough investors, PE funding asking, are you accredited? Do you follow quality protocols? Do you certified? Same thing by the insurance company. Same thing by the foreign patient. Insurance company outside, they're asking before they send, even the governments are sending patients from outside to this country. I think that will come as one of the barrier for not to enter into the market if they don't follow the minimum standard. So, yes, ma'am. Quickly, please.
2 years ago, the act was enacted in December 2021, and it was forced upon us on 2022 January. Since then, for instance, in Delhi, most of the clinics are not registered under ART. We are practicing without licensing.
UP also, nothing, no clinic.
Nothing, no clinic has been registered. Similarly, the lawyer, he was talking about a registry, a national registry for donors. Where
Not
is
there.
it?
It's not there.
Where is it? What are we supposed to do with this? So therefore, I wish you had a government official also sitting here.
So,
You know,
so do you mean
basically all the ethics, like Abba said and Jaideep said, are for us. What about the government?
so you mean to
You
say
know?
the art is already in place, enacted,
Yes.
and the states board has been constituted
They have
as per
not
the
been
AN,
constituted.
and the
They have
boards
not been constituted. That is the problem.
in Delhi
We
there
don't
are.
have. No.
In Delhi there is.
No, no,
West
no.
Bengal it is.
West
UP
Bengal is
it
far
is.
ahead.
UP
No,
it
UP
is.
not
No,
in
you're
UP.
not in UP.
No, not in UP.
No center is recognized.
Not
They're
in
all
UP.
so scared of practicing right now. What will they? Delhi is
Registration
just
is there
now.
in Delhi.
Delhi
In
this
Delhi,
year only.
interestingly,
I myself searched.
Delhi, interestingly, surrogacy clinics are more than the ART registered clinics. Surrogacy clinics have got licenses, but the ART clinics are far higher.
Have they not put a deadline for registration under
Nothing
ARDA?
at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Not 1 month apply. Whether the acts, the rule says that you must get registered within this period of time after
Absolutely,
the act is
everybody
enacted.
did. Everybody did. So therefore, these are the
Okay, so I think there's a
problems.
challenge
That
for
is
us
a
as an
practical
accreditation body.
problem. That
We
is
ask all our
if-
centers to get this, and they're getting
if,
it.
if insurance companies come and visit my center, I'm not accredited. I'm not going to get an insurance company. So that is our problem. And the
Yes, I
patients
think
are
I
suffering.
completely agree. I think that we can take that up somewhere. But to my knowledge, that act is in place. If you're running an act center, you must get registered. If the state do not have enacted the boards and the committees to that, I have seen some states who have not got the board in place, but they have given power to the ministry department, health department, and they are registering it. For example, Delhi. I tried as my best find where it is. It just says some information, no further information. But art center are getting registered in Delhi. I know about that. But yes, I think that's it. Now we have very short time. I think 000. Very quick use of AI in selecting embryos or whatever it is. What's your take, madam?
So, very nice question. As Doctor, I think what's Kitty Nair had touched upon that the next revolution in IVF is AI. So AI will change the landscape in terms of affordability. I would say that it will reduce the manpower cost. There is a challenge of getting trained embryologists to the tier two, tier three cities. If we have AI in place, we'll be able to have better qualitative assessment of right from protocols. There are tools to select the protocols for ovarian stimulation, to to guide us that how many oocyte you should have to have a one euploid blastocyst. Then you can select better embryo qualities through different kind of algorithms based on KIT score or IDA score, or we have different um, uh, portals
Yeah, I
where we
think
can
AI can
guide. So
assist you in
AI is
screening, and
definitely going to help.
it can help.
However,
Yes.
I just want to caution that AI cannot be a replacement for a human interface.
I
So we
think
have to take AI with the adding into our armamentarium for treatment. However, that human touch and human interface of counseling, talking to the patient
yeah, you
cannot
have to
be
use your clinical
replaced.
wealth of knowledge.
Clinical
So
judgment.
I
Yes.
just got into an AI chatbot for infertility, and you can just go ahead and say, and it talks to you. And if you're crying and saying my this thing, the person or that whoever that lady is, this Mrs. Whoever, she cries back, and the emotions are so strong that you feel you're talking to a real doctor or a real counselor. And that is where it's scary. They're taking over our job.
Yes,
So I mean that is coming, and it is coming very fast.
you should use technology
It
with
was
caution
yesterday, and
to help you.
it is double today.
Okay, great, great, thanks.
Yes.
Yes, I said it's a topic for end. We can continue for a whole day and night. But coming to Vikas, safety, quickly. We already ran out of time. Quickly, what you take? How you think as an insurer, as a liner, enabler actually,
Sorry,
as an enabler. How do you see insurance as an enabler for the better
definitely.
treatment?
As I gave examples, data from USA, I believe affordability is a big challenge. When I speak to the CEOs or the leadership teams of national and international IVF scene, one thing that comes every time: how can we overcome affordability? Affordability as a challenge is across the country, and definitely through insurance, through risk management and awareness. Insurance on a standalone won't work. It has to be through proper awareness. We do have a proper underwriting norms. We do have proper checks and balances, and it has to be a part of an ecosystem. As we go for a lipid profile, we should be going for AMH testing and other things. So it has to be a complete awareness time. And I'll just take a minute. What we are currently, Safety as an insurtech, we are as a startup, what we are doing is we have already come up with a fertility score. Uh, Most of young people won't go to a center for this AMH or sperm testing. We have come up with a machine learning tool. At a click of button, it can provide you a fertility score. It will be high, medium, low. It won't be the exact, but this is the best proxy data you can give to a person just to make the awareness. I think the awareness quotient is very, very important. And I think many of the panelists earlier have also mentioned, unless we make people aware, it will be difficult. So
Thank
insurance
you.
awareness,
See,
we have to go.
my panel time is over, but I'm taking the liberty because some of the audience asked questions. It would be a opportunity to them. So I'm counting that time with us. So quickly going to Dikanshu. Has anything changed after Surrogacy Act in place now?
So everything has changed. A legal framework is there. I have got a job, extra job. So that
That's
is there.
fantastic. That's great.
That is there.
Fantastic.
And
Yes.
the patients are safe in safe hands. The surrogate is in safe hands. She is being produced before the court, before board to get proper certificates. So everything is in. I, as I
You
said,
start advertising about yourself. I'm here to help you. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
as I said, the
Yes,
heart of the act is in right place.
right place.
It, as ma'am was saying, it needs implementation,
Practitioner
proper
need to put
implementation.
that in place in the right place.
And
Practitioners and the
you
regulators.
were, you said you did not get where this thing is. How is it running? The Family Welfare Department of every state is running this under PCPNDT. PCPNDT people are taking care of this. In every other state, this is the procedure as of today.
Great. Thank you so much. Now, before we close, I would request each panelist to say one liner, one statement as a takeaway from all the audiences. One liner. Yes, madam.
I would say quality and accessibility. The government has to increase, and we have to see that how we are able to make it affordable and also quality. We have to
Thank you.
stress on
Thank you.
quality.
Divanshu.
As ma'am said, there are no free lunches. So there should be a provision for giving something to the surrogate mother and the oocyte donor.
Great. Thank
Something.
you. Thank you.
Please implement the ART Act, the heart of the ART Act, and not the word I and dots and T's. Don't let the infertile couple go in front of a court, which is a criminal court. अरे अभी तुम्हारा क्या है? मैं बच्चा होने के लिए आया हूँ. अरे वो मर्डर का केस था, वो ये था. So that judge is just judging,
Confused.
giving bail to a murder patient, and the next patient is a couple of I want surrogacy. Ridiculous. I mean, I went with a patient. This is ridiculous humiliation in front of the court.
Absolutely.
So that should not be there.
Thank you.
Yes. So, I mean, so the
Your Honor?
advocate,
Your Honor, right?
yeah,
Okay.
the advocate would have misled, or else whenever there is this, I get a close quote. Always,
Right,
always a
absolutely.
close quote, because
I
it is
think
about
that's you
the
should respect
because
privacy of
it is
the
about
people.
the privacy of
Yes.
someone's life, someone's private details are
That's
being
what is
discussed.
Yes,
Yes,
it must
that
be.
is there.
It must. Yes, Vikas.
We would like
Yes.
our patients to get stressed about the names of the baby, not their wallet.
Fantastic. Dr. Ava.
Just want a very good counseling session before my patient enters IVF. Should know that might take many attempts, might be just one or two attempts, should not be taken by shock when they fail.
Absolutely. Thank you, each one of you. I think it has been a really fantastic panel, and I learned a lot. I don't know whether you learned from me, but I learned a lot from you. All of them must have learned something. But I am just leaving one thought, which keeps wondering me, and I keep thinking what to do. It's a fertility clinic or infertility clinic? I don't know. I found both, and when I draft something, I say what to write, and then use my wisdom. So I'm leaving with you to think whether it's fertility or infertility. Thank you.
I thank Dr. Rana for leading this session for us. Sir, we have a question from one of the member of the audience.
Hi, good afternoon. So I'm Rashmi. I'm from an AI building. So I'm in the morning as well. In the panel, there was a question around AI advancements taking care in the next decade coming. But I also see an apprehension line that it will not be replacing the embryologist or clinical staff. So I just want to understand from the panel that is there an apprehension towards AI advancement happening in the fertility space?
I don't think there is an apprehension. Professor Matra just said that.
I don't
He
think
just
so.
said that, but what he meant was that we need to use technology with caution. We are not going to replace, no technology.
Never,
It is going
never
to
going
help
to
and
replace.
aid to the people. Okay,
Yes.
it's always being a, and this TESL always technology provider and the receiver and
we
will
can-
continue forever.
And we can assure that we are not here to replace.
No, we understand it.
You
We
won't be
understand
able to. You won't be able to.
Yes.
You
You'll still
understand
need
it.
us for that.
We are
It's
100%
like
sure,
always
sir.
there.
We
It's
are
always like
100%.
that.
The human brain cannot be replaced.
Absolutely.
And ma'am, the question to Dr. Majumdar, ma'am, you said that from 1990, when the success rate was just 22%, and now it's reached 60 to 65%. Again, question coming from AI. Do you think it will take your success rate ahead to maybe 70% or 80%?
What is AI? It is a collection of all the data we have fed into our computers, and then AI takes out the gist of the data. So a lot of human brains would still be better than the AI results, whereas the average is little hyped with the AI data.
You ask a very, very challenging thing. And I what me, is there any center reporting less than 80% success rate?
Just want to add
I yet
one
to
thing.
find. I yet to find.
Just want to add one thing on AI and technology. AI and technology will never replace a doctor, but a doctor using AI and technology will replace doctor not using AI and
Yes.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what.
Absolutely. So that's ethics also, how you claim your success rate. Does the IVF
Absolutely, yes.
putting in or a pregnancy rate or live birth? What is your criteria? Please declare that as well along with when you say 90% success rate, say pregnancy, live birth. I think that's
I
again,
did one case and I got twins, 200%.
Yes. So I think that's also another area which people have to start thinking of. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for all your cooperation during this panel session. Thank you each one of you for making very fantastic and lively discussion rather than making people bored and sleeping. No one's sleeping, I guess. So thank you each one of you for making it. Thanks BOH, Naveen, for putting the wonderful panel together. Extremely delighted to be panel moderator. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Rana. Thank you so much to all the panelists for such an engaging and informative session. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to felicitate all the dignitaries present with us for this session. I would like Dr. B.K. Rana to felicitate the co-panelists, Dr. Narendra Malhotra, Dr. Abha Majumdar, Dr. Neeta Singh, Mr. Vikas Anand, sir, please, and Mr. Divyanshu Priyam. Thank you so much. I would like to invite Ms. Khushbu Sharma to felicitate Dr. B.K. Rana. I request the dignitaries to please come in the center for a group picture. Can everybody please come to the center? Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for being with us for this session. Now, Now we have a fireside chat session which examines the contrasting landscapes of IVF provision in public health sectors and private setups. This exploration dissects the challenges, opportunities, and implications for the patient care, healthcare infrastructure, and policy frameworks. By fostering collaboration and shared insights, the aim is to enhance the quality, accessibility, and efficiency of IVF services, ultimately improving the outcomes for patients and shaping a more robust fertility care system. Let me introduce you all to the topic for this panel: Converging Pathways, Unifying Public and Private IVF Institutions for Shared Insights and Best Practices. Now I'd like to welcome our panelists to join us on stage. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause. Dr. Bindu Bajaj, Professor and Head of Department Gynecology and Obstetrics, Head of IVF, BMMC and Safdarjung Hospital, Delhi. Dr. Sonia Malik, Chief Clinical Mentor, Nova IVF Fertility, Chairman, Nova South End Fertility and IVF. Dr. Ritu Jain, Past President, Gurgaon Obstetrics and Gynecology Society, Joint Treasurer, Indian Fertility Society. Now I request Dr. Ritu Jain to please take over this session from here as the moderator.
So I welcome two premiers of fertility industry, Dr. Sonia Malik. We all know she is the pioneer in fertility treatment, and Dr. Bindu Bajaj. So it is indeed a appreciable effort to have the topic as convergence. So first, my first question to Dr. Sonia. Ma'am, you have seen the journey of IVF right from last 30 years. So, did you see any legal, moral, societal implications the way industry has grown? What is your comment on that? First of all, let me thank Watt and also IFS for having this wonderful seminar and for having us here for this very challenging panel discussion of fireside chat. I would say thank you for this opportunity. The question that you've asked is yes. Well, I have been in this industry for the last so many years, more than 30 years now. But the point is, uh, it has been named as an industry now. When we started doing IVF, when we started with reproductive medicine, it was just a part of science. We were treating patients, and that was all. It is gradually, when we started seeing the mushrooming of so many centers and started seeing the whole thing expanding so much that it was, and with so many industry players coming into it, that IVF was termed as an industry. You don't have cancer as an industry. You don't have heart disease as an industry. It's only IVF that is treated as an industry, and that is a very sad part of it. And that is where ethics come in. We talked about ethics. So basically, that has been my very big pain and a very painful point for me, that where we are practicing is now not science and medicine. We have been turned into an industry. Okay, so that is the journey, and of course, we have seen the IVF segment grow into with such leaps and bounds, and I am fortunate to be a part of this whole thing journey of treating infertile patients right from the point when we didn't even have ultrasound machines to treat them to the point where we are talking about AI now. So it has been a huge spectrum of change, and I think I'm lucky to have witnessed all that and evolved with it, I would say.
Thank you, Dr. Sonia. Dr. Bindu, you are in government setup. The data we have that incidence of infertility is 1 in 6. Probably in last 3 decades, it is now 1 into 4. The last census was long back. So you being in public institution, how you meet the challenges? Like you have loads and volumes of work. The people are there waiting for in queue for 2 years, 3 years, and what challenges you have to meet the quality, the word quality care to provide that. So you must be having huge challenges there. So what is like your take on that?
Thank you so much for having me here. I would like to thank Voice of Healthcare for having me here, and thank you, Dr. Ved, for this opportunity. Uh, we, as an institution, Satyajang Hospital, we are catering to, it's a primarily an obstetric institute. We are catering to almost 26,000 deliveries per year. So there's a lot of obstetric load. But yes, over the time, right from 2008, the need for infertility treatment and not only routinely giving IUI, which was our that is all that we were able to do till almost 2008 to 2010, and the need for IVF was felt by doctors. You feel you're reaching a dead end. After doing IUI, you feel so helpless. And our poor patients going to private, naturally not being able to afford, and not to blame anyone, but that is the fact. So the efforts to start an IVF center here in Subvision Hospital started way back in 2015. Okay, and my predecessors, they planned it. My predecessors, they had, but as the things are, for quite some time, infertility was never a priority for government, and rightfully so. Because of the population, the problems of population, this was never taken seriously. If you look at the literature, and if you look at the data that you have, it was only in 2023 and 2024 that you suddenly think that the government kind of woke up to the fact that infertility is going to trouble our country, and that was not that was because of national family welfare family health survey that showed national health survey that showed in 2000 that four number 4 and number 5, which showed that the TFR, which was 2.1 to start with, has been falling, and it has been falling not only in one particular state, but in almost all states. And it is only in Bihar that it is 3, whereas it is 1.3, 1.7. Sikkim has the lowest TFR. It means we'll not be able to replace our population with this kind. So infertility is going to haunt us unless we take some steps. So it's telling you the background I wanted to tell you was this: since we were seeing infertility patients, this was very clear that patient load is increasing by and by. Now, how to handle it naturally? We would need an infertility. All medical colleges ideally should have an infertility center, and they should have this IVF facility because of the reasons known that so many hidden costs are taken care by the government. What private is giving you in total, say in 1.5 to 2 lakhs, what they are providing, it is because they are catering to everything. Whereas in government, whatever the patient ends up spending, if at all, that is only what they are going to save in injections at the most. The rest of all is taken care of. But doesn't mean that it is not costing. It is costing.
You
So
feel the need is that most of the medical colleges should have
yes,
this
yes, and you, if you look at
facility, right?
2023, the press note came that Goa is giving free of cost. Do you think it is able to give, the government can give free of cost to all the infertility patients? It's impossible unless I see the solutions. I see for medical colleges also having a medical, and they give priority to medical colleges that they should have whatever new scheme comes, it comes to the medical college first. That is the priority of the government, and this can be taken care by corporate social responsibility. I see the answer there. Goa announced that they are going to give infertility treatment free of cost to their patients, and somewhere it was written that will be taken care by the CSR. So you know what is CSR? That corporate social responsibility is there. Every corporate sector which is earning good enough in the sense that the last 3 years, the profit margin, the net profit, 2% of it has to be given to the social sector. They have to provide for it. There is a law for that. So in case that can be taken up, that CSR is taken up, and all medical colleges are given some CSR help, then why not? Government is also pooling. Once one particular IVF center doesn't cost more than it cost us around 2 crores for us. And with that, we had kind of, it was a turnkey project. So it cost around 2.5 crores for a center to be made and to provide for the medication for next 100 patients. So why not, if this recurrent expense that is needed can be taken covered by the CSR, if CSR can provide nothing. So we look forward to such initiatives.
Yeah, thank you so much. As we know that the incidence of infertility is rising, there's a change in the reasons why infertility is. Mainly the lifestyle diseases, delay in starting the productive career, PCOS, and endometriosis. So, Dr. Soni, I would like to know from you, because you being in a premier institute, and most of the patients come to you as the complicated cases for point of focus care and personalized medicine. So, how much you feel that should be an emphasis to prevent the happening of, you know, journey to this complex like PCO coming to a severe resistance, endometriosis, multiple surgery. Whereas, as you see the role of preventive medicine, how much a private sector can offer, and I would come to you, Dr. Bindu, how much a public sector can offer, because as it is a corporate social responsibility, it should be a joint responsibility. What the private sector can do and what public sector can do, so that the problem can be eliminated right from the roots.
See, I'm not biased, and I'm not saying because I come from the private sector, but all the initiatives that have been taken so far in reproductive medicine or in creating awareness are coming from the private sector. Most of us are trying to educate our patients. Not only that, you yourself, Ritu, would have been going to schools and colleges to educate girls about it. But actually, what happens is our reach is not that extensive. As private players, we cannot reach every person in the country. And for any kind of a program to be successful, it is always the will of the government which is required. So essentially, yes, we started doing IVF first of all came into the private sector. We all know that. It has now percolated to the public sector, but we were the ones who started it, and it was actually, I would say, a very brave attempt on the part of the public sector to start initiating such things. Similarly, as far as prevention and awareness is concerned, we are all doing our bit. Foxy as our organization is doing our bit. We as individuals are also doing. But that is not, there is a kind of a transition. We are seeing it. For instance, now social egg freezing has become a big thing because people are now aware of the fact that, okay, at older age, your eggs are going to be depleted, and so you must do something about it. But this is not exactly prevention. You're just circumventing the whole problem. But in order to have a preventive piece in place, it has to start, say, from Anganwadi. It has to start from the schools, so that and the mothers, they have to be, maybe as Jaideep has started the Mums app, where it is talking about everything happening even pre-pregnancy. We know that everything starts at that level, and therefore it needs a lot of help from the government. If there is a policy in place that we have to look out for the health of the women because the fertility rate is declining, then it will automatically start. But as such, only private practitioners taking the lead, I don't think that is going to be enough. We are all aware of it, but we can't do much.
So then, Dr. Bindu, what do you think that how government can have a huge impact, prevent the problem right from the beginning? What should be the step, the massive step, the inventing step?
Dr. Vishnu, first of all, I'm a clinician. I work in a government hospital, so I'm not a policy maker, isn't it? So I can only talk about my own views, okay? And of course, for this particular problem, uh, how to take care, how to prevent infertility, or I do agree with Madam, with Dr. Malik, that yes, we need to prevent it right from the school level. So they are, and school health programs are running, so we can make a part of it. How to prevent infection, how to prevent STI, to give, and I'm sure there are ongoing projects. And they are catering to it. Also, we have national programs for prevention for infection, and NACO deals with HIV prevention and or other STI prevention. So these are part already there. We need to put more emphasis on it for the purpose of preventing infertility. And as Madam said, it is not only IVF that the private players have been working much many years. It's the first IVF took place in our country in 1978, and I think in 80 it was done by Manipal, Suba Gandhi Hospital in Manipal, which is a private sector hospital, followed by Dr. Hinduja also, which was again a private. And no denying the fact that in that sector, what private players are doing is it's doing human service. And even in IVF also, 100% I agree with her. And of course, and the government sector needs to work harder on this particular.
Exactly. See, we were talking about medical colleges and CSR. It's one point giving the injections and giving the technology, but what about training?
Yeah.
That is very much lacking, and that is the sad part, because basically the generations that are going to come out of medical colleges should be trained in IVF also, in
Yes.
reproductive sciences also. Hence, there is a huge need for establishing these centers in the public sector so that our future is secure. We can talk about all these things, and that doesn't need any CSR.
Yeah.
We have to help ourselves. We have to train our juniors so that we have a good team of people who can take up this science. That's very important.
Carry on the baton you have already
Absolutely.
started. So thank you, Dr. Bindu and Sonia Madam, because it is so important to empower the nucleus, and the nucleus of the family is a women. It is not necessary to educate only the infertile couple. It is most important to educate each and every mother, every girl about the right food practices, right living habits, because this is going to impact the generations and generations to come. As we know that these diseases are linked with the non-communicable diseases, which our country is above. Now, my next question to Madam Sonia. You have seen developing IVF right from its nascent stage, adolescent, and now it is in its full bloom, and what the future would be. How, and you have seen envisioned the technologies also coming in and changing the practices overall. So, how do you envision the future of IVF in India, the technology, how it can be best combined to give the best outcomes? So,
Honestly, I was a little scared about the future of this science in India a couple of years ago, but we are all we've all heaved a sigh of relief ever since this ART Act has come into practice. I would definitely say it's a large step. It's a huge step towards a positive thing, because somewhere most of us are going to be bound by the legal part of it, as well as the ethics of it. Most of us are very, very law-abiding citizens as doctors. We do not want to flout the law. We do not want to go against the law under any circumstance. And it's not just because of because of the punishment. It's because we are conscientious and we know our own conscience. So therefore, that is a very big positive side to this whole science now. And therefore, I see that once we are more structured, and once we have actually everything in place, like I was mentioning, the implementation is not yet complete. But once it is giving us a huge opportunity to work together and to bring out really, really good structured practices, protocols, where everybody in the country would be practicing similarly. At present, we are very badly fragmented. And there's the advent of new technology. We were talking about AI and we were saying that it is not going to replace the embryologist. Yes, it isn't. But then it is going to help us in the training of the embryologist. We have junior embryologists who do not know which is a good embryo and which is a bad embryo. That is where these science or this technology might help us. And therefore, when you have a patient who has come to you with recurrent implantation failures and pregnancy losses, such things help you to counsel them also. So these are the technologies of the future which are going to help us. And then we were talking about technology. Sooner or later, we will also be talking about teleporting. And maybe we'll have doctors flying from one place to another without an aircraft and doing all kinds of scientific things. We all know that robotic surgeries become so popular in the country. And I think somewhere, these infertility enhancing surgeries are also part of us. That
Yes.
part has to be taken into consideration. And we have become world leaders in laparoscopic surgeries and endoscopic surgeries. So that's a huge leap. And if you take the whole basket in totality, we have achieved a lot. And I think in the coming years, this whole thing with the whole thing, compliance is in place, everything in place, we are definitely going to see a huge, huge rise in our practice.
Well said, madam. The combination of technology and human brain is going to achieve higher and higher standards, more unified and better outcome. So, Dr. Bindu, you are working in relatively constrained resource settings and trying to deliver a quality healthcare. So, do you envision the corporation of private sector with you to, you know, help you out in decreasing your numbers and helping you in work? Do you think that somewhere public-private partnership or semi-private partnership would, help the burden which the government institutions have?
It's not only that I think of it, it is happening right now also. If you look at the central government health schemes, isn't it? Aren't we having empanelment of so many hospitals who are catering to your other healthcare services also? Similarly, at present, patients are allowed to go to central government health servant who are suffering from infertility. They are being given services by the empaneled hospital. So it is there, and no doubt about it. And I am sure that government will take few steps which will be able to kind of empanelment of some hospitals will take place in future. Considering that what kind of the numbers that are going to come in future, naturally they'll have to take some steps. So I do see the future there. But poorest of poor come to us. Most of them are not government servants. Okay, so that kind of those patients would need some kind of help from the government or from the CSR, which I was talking about. Because my 80% of the patients that come to me are earning less than 40,000 per month. Only, I mean, 20% of them only come to us. So how do you expect them to? And insurance, of course, we had a talk earlier to that insurance sector is not helping as such till date. In the future, we'll have to see how it comes up. So these are the challenges that are there for infertility treatment, and we have our own set of problems considering that this infertility service that we are giving, IVF services we are giving, this is over and above the work that we do in the hospital. So naturally, there is space constraint, there is thing regarding human resources, and of course, the positives are like Madam said that we have a future. We have post graduation in infertility and IVF that we are going to very soon take up. And naturally, future generation of doctors we are grooming. So naturally, is our duty, moral bound duty, to train them in IVF. That's why I said that every medical college must have an IVF center, so that where they are exposed right from the beginning of their learning.
Thank you. And one final word from Dr. Sonia regarding convergence of public-private in prevention as well as in treatment. How do you envisage this
I
as
think we have already started to realize is that the government is now aware of this falling fertility rate, and they seem to be a little more positive. They have some kind of a change of heart, I would say, and started recognizing infertility. So we should be having more policies coming from the government, wherein the public-private partnership. Because see, the private sector is far ahead in technology as well as in training, as far as the public sector is concerned. So if we can join hands, I'm not talking about Delhi because we have trained people everywhere. But in smaller places, smaller medical colleges where they do not have any trained people, I'm sure they can take the help of the private sector if the government forms that kind of a policy. And then Ayushman Bharat, if it is also open to fertility and infertility, then her patients who are so poor will be really helped. So therefore it's not just insurance. Certain policies will also have to be open to the infertile couple. There, then and only then can we be helped as far as the financial capacity of the patient is concerned. But otherwise, of course, we are doing what we are at the moment. I don't think we can do anything more than this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sonia and Dr. Bindu, for these words of convergence and wisdom that how public-private partnership can take the fertility care in coming times and provide the same standards of care which every woman is deserving. Thank you so much for highlighting.
Thank you so much for
Thank
having
you.
us
Thank
here.
you so much. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Ma'am, we have one question from the audience.
Uh, First of all, very congratulations for such a amazing panel discussion. But this is not a question, this is just an input. Uh, Throughout all the panel discussion, we are just discussing about how the treatment should be improved, how best we can do for the patients, how the training should be improved, what lifestyle changes the patient should be doing it. But are we not considering on the points that the very important thing, that the prevention? But ma'am, what about the industries? Yeah, what about the endocrine disruptors which are present? You can tell the patient, okay, you have a certain healthy lifestyle, but can you stop using shampoos? Can they stop using cosmetics? Can they stop using perfumes? So it is not a contribution only from the doctors or the patient. It is also the industries who are producing these things, which at present causing a huge impact on female reproductive or a male reproductive things, should be taken that what materials, what things they are using is causing such huge damage and causing a rise in the incidence of infertility. It is not really about what doctors and what patient can do best. We cannot
That's
survive without all this.
That's why, it is important to have the will of the government with you. It's
Absolutely.
only the government who can bring about a change like this, not you and me. Even the industry is not going to listen to itself. It will only listen to the government. Then maybe the industry is already trying to do this, but only a segment of it. But not everybody would try to do that, no? So if you have, like in Japan, they have iodized salt, they've finished. So the iodine deficiency is gone. Something like that, it has to be at general level, not at one level, no? But that is very relevant. Look at the environment in Delhi. Look at the pollution here. Are we doing anything about it?
See the type of constructions you are doing. Everything is impacting. So it is not only the doctors, the whole industrial part should also, the government should also give focus on what it is. A 31-year, 28 years female coming just for a reproductive health checkup and landed up into a very low egg reserve. What was her fault? Why we are not labeling this as a disease where there was a debate? She didn't do anything to land up into this. So why she should not be given the privilege of insurance?
Is the media here listening to all this conversation?
Fertility
Please,
awareness. So this
please
relates
report
to
it in the right perspective, and
fertility
it should go to
awareness.
the government.
Right.
Even
So
for
this
that
results-
matter, even the metro construction,
So
is affecting the health
this is
also.
in relation to the healthcare also. No? That's why. So the basic healthcare. So what, uh, be it your food. I mean, if you look at the
Food, air,
standards and
air.
what kind of pollutants and what kind of pesticides they are being used. So all this is in general healthcare also. So there should be policy makers here also, and also you are right in saying whatever you have said that yes, infertility is just part of the general healthcare. So we need to be more aware of the problems that we are facing today for healthcare also.
The problem, the point is what we are trying to raise over here is whatever is in our control, we should at least do that. You know, start making a start is important, and taking it further is what the government needs to do from us. That is important.
Yeah, industrialization and urbanization comes heavily on fertility, and regulatory authorities like FAASI. So there should be very, very strict and stringent control on what is given to the children to eat in schools, in canteens. So that's why I said empowering the nucleus, that is the women, is most important, whether fertility is an issue or not an issue.
I would also like to stress on one more point that the training in infertility during post graduation should become more extensive.
It is
So,
already there.
yes,
There's
but
a lot of emphasis on
That's what
infertility.
that's
uh,
what Dr. Sonia and they
yes.
emphasized upon Dr.
So that
Bindu.
is really so more and more during post graduation. If we get that motivation, then they will push more for public private sector, partnership, and that is how things will be better.
They
More
are
training
already
in
exposing.
ultrasound, especially ultrasound is our it's a golden tool for us when we are practicing infertility IVF. So that will really help make things better.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
I thank you, Dr. Sonia and Dr. Bindu, and thank you, Voice of Healthcare, for this opportunity.
I thank Dr. Jain, Dr. Malik, and Dr. Bajaj for this wonderful and insightful session for us. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to felicitate all the dignitaries present with us for this session. I would like Dr. Ritu Jain to felicitate the co-panelists, Dr. Sonia Malik. Can you please have a huge round of applause for her? And Dr. Bindu Bajaj. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to invite Miss Pinky Chauhar to felicitate Dr. Ritu Jain. Thank you, ma'am. I request the dignitaries to please stay with us for a group photo. Please come to the center. Can we please have the table and chair arranged backwards behind? Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be taking a lunch break. Please feel free to take this opportunity to enjoy your meal, network, and discuss the topics that have been presented so far. We will reconvene in 30 minutes, so please make sure to return here promptly. Thank you for your attention and enjoy your meal. Thank you.
today's summit, organized by Voice of Healthcare, is a very important event because it brings together various various participants who come and they contribute a lot of feedback, a lot of insights. I think BOH is next in healthcare, and that's leading from the front.
पूरी आपकी टीम को मैं बहुत बधाई भी देता हूँ.
I think it's a great platform. It is wonderful to see how these stalwarts in the industry and from various aspects of the oncologists that have come to this session.
I am happy to know that Voice of Healthcare has come up with their sixth edition of their annual healthcare conference with this year's theme as Digital Healthcare 2022.
Thank you, VOH, arranging this kind of exhibition, this kind of seminar conferences. Trust me, I mean, you have aptly said the Voice of Healthcare.
Yeah, I think this is a very good platform. I can see like so many companies have come here. So it means, it's such a valuable platform, and Voice of Healthcare is really doing a good job in terms of increasing awareness and getting all these stakeholders together. I really enjoyed the panels which were there today.
First of all, I'm really thankful for Voice of Healthcare. But I am part of Voice of Healthcare for many years. When they started, I think I am from that time, I am always here.
I wish Voice of Healthcare and this event all success in 2022 and in the future.
I think what VOH has done has been fabulous. Just the kind of attendees, the kind of conversations, the people we've met. It's been a wonderful day, very good use of our time, and thank you, VOH.
What's been absolutely wonderful about VOH, and I've had the opportunity of participating in previous events, is they take those. It's not just a very, the standardized thing of you come, you present, you go. You look at the key areas which actually you need to shed light on and understand what's the lacunae in that particular area and help find solutions. So you have people from across the board, be it the government, private institutions, researchers, scientists. It's a very inclusive, collaborative approach.
चेक कर पोडियम चेक कर मिला के पोडियम मिला के चेक कर ले चेक कर दूसरा वाला ठीक है दो कॉर्डलेस ले यहाँ पे
Today's Tonight My Voice is a very important event because it brings together various various participants who come and they contribute a lot of feedback, a lot of insights. I think DOH is next in healthcare and that's leading from the front.
पूरी आपकी टीम को मैं बहुत बधाई भी देता हूँ.
I think it's a great platform. It is wonderful to see how stalwarts in the industry and from various aspects and oncologists that have come to this session.
I am happy to note that Voice of Healthcare has come up with their edition of their annual healthcare conference with this year's theme as Digital Healthcare 2022.
Thank you, VOH. Arranging this kind of exhibition, this kind of seminar conferences. Trust me, I mean, you have appreciated the use of healthcare.
Yeah, I think this is a very good platform. I can see like so many companies have come here. So it means, it's such a valuable platform. And Voice of Healthcare is really doing a good job in terms of increasing awareness and getting all these stakeholders together. I really enjoyed the panels which were there today.
First of all, I'm really thankful for Voice of Healthcare. But I'm part of Voice of Healthcare for many years. When they started, I am from that time. I'm always here.
I wish Voice of Healthcare and this event all success in 2022 and in the future.
I think what DOH has done has been fabulous. Just the kind of attendees, the kind of conversations, the people we've met. It's been a wonderful day, very good use of our time, and thank you, DOH.
What's been absolutely wonderful about BOH, and I've had the opportunity of participating in previous events, is they take those. It's not just a very the standardized thing of you come, you present, you go. You look at the key areas which actually you need to shed light on and understand what's the lacunae in that particular area and then find solutions. So you have people from across the board, be it the government, private institutions, researchers, scientists. It's a very inclusive, collaborative approach.
I request everyone to please be seated. Can we please have everyone back to their seats? We'll be starting with the next session soon. We will be starting with the next session in 2 minutes. Please, everyone get seated. I kindly request everyone to please get seated. Welcome back, distinguished guests. Hope everyone had a hearty meal and a great networking session. We will be resuming our agenda for the day. Moving on to the next part of this conference, we have an industry presentation coming up from Metropolis Healthcare. Can we please have on stage Dr. Geeta Gupta, VP and Chief of Technical Operations, North Metropolis Healthcare Limited, Can we please have you on stage for presentation, ma'am? Can we please have the presentation on the screen as well? The presentation on the screen, please. I request. Okay, yeah, thank you.
So, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to present Metropolis diagnostic modalities available in infertility at Metropolis. So, briefly, in 5 to 7 minutes, I will just introduce what are the diagnostic modalities available with us, with special reference to PGTA. So, as you can see that we have a comprehensive IVF solution through the IVF journey. So, right from the routine tests, from BOH profiles, in so infertility panels, sperm DNA fragmentation tests, karyotyping, and coming to routine hormonal tests, NGS, PGTA, which I'm going to speak upon. And apart from that, maternal markers, special reference to screen maternal markers, reflex testing. What I would like to means what is reflex testing is what we do is dual markers and quadruple markers when offered to the patients. If anything is coming as high risk or intermediate risk, we go for free of cost screening, further testing, NIPT, or uh, fish karyotyping. The case is discussed with each clinician, and based on our priority, whether we want to go to NIPT or fish, the test is taken up. And of course, we have NIPT, karyotyping, microarray, and antenatal profiles. Coming to PGTA, which you are very much familiar to it, we are ensuring healthy embryo transplantation. So, as the embryologists and IVF clinics are well aware, so it's a controlled ovarian hyperstimulation is done, egg retrieve, fertilization, and embryo development. And prior to embryo transfer, the test is being offered. So why it is important, you know? So pre-implantation testing for aneuploidy is done on trophoectodermal biopsy, and the identifies genetic aberrations of the embryo. So depending on the abnormal normal number of chromosomes, this now become a primary reason of investigation whether there is implant or which are reasons for implantation failure or miscarriages or congenital anomalies. So PGTA covers aneuploidy, that is Downs, Edwards, and Turner syndrome. So the industry offers different tests, fish, microarray, and NGS, but Metropolis is offering NGS. For the simple reason is that it has the highest throughput, greater accuracy, and enhanced resolution in detection of chromosomal abnormalities. So, so PGTA can increase the chances of successful pregnancy, and it identifies the best embryo for implantation. So ectodermal biopsy is what is followed nowadays. So earlier, the biopsy was done on day 3, but now the IVF centers, embryologists do the biopsy on day 5 to get a better yield and for safer embryo, to save the embryo, not many cells are used up. So around 5 to 6 cells are taken for fertilization. And this is done by the embryology IVF clinics. And the most important thing is that embryos have to be, each embryo, for example, if somebody wants to get 3 or 5, depending on that, each embryo is put on each tube and this is carefully transported at minus 20 to 80 degrees. It is very, very important that it has to come on dry ice, otherwise the chances of detection may be very low. So the form is duly filled and the sample is getting transferred to the lab. So simple flow chart, what I could explain is that cell lysis is done, and then there is a pre-amplification process, exponential amplification, library preparation, and library purification, purification, and enriching and sequencing. Post that, the analysis of different embryo is done, and the report is issued. So, briefly, what the report will say. So, it will say the either the embryo is euploid, that means it is good, healthy. We are expecting a likelihood of healthy pregnancy. So, we recommend the transfer is recommended. Or it will say it is aneuploidy, not recommended. If it is mosaic pattern, so then the same is being communicated to the clinician, and the clinician finally decides what could be done. And of course, there could be some inclusive results also depending on pre-analytics. This is what the report looks like. So it is a two-pager report. So the first page is interpretation of each embryo. For example, if three embryos are given, this can be a case. This is a true case or a dummy. That one embryo showed aneuploidy pattern, one was normal, and the others showed mosaicism. So the same is there with the graph. For example, if there is any loss, there is a graph deviation towards the below downwards, or if trisomy moves upwards. So the second page shows the final interpretation. What should it be? And it also shows what technology is being used, what is PGTA brief about that, and limitations. And the most important thing is pre and post is genetic counseling. So we have a panel team expert, which who can give pre and post test counseling to the patient as well as it can be discussed with the clinicians. And of course, as you know, there are regulations or art regulations which have to be followed. And so you are well aware of that. So there's pre-implantation genetic diagnosis, which means genetic diagnosis when one or both genetic parents has a known genetic abnormalities and testing is performed on embryo to determine the genetic abnormality, or something called pre-implantation genetic testing, which means a technique to identify the genetic defects of the embryo created through in vitro fertilization before pregnancy. And so I finished with my time. And the samples travel with the duly filled form signed by the embryologist. So thank you very much for listening.
The stage. I would like to thank Dr. Chopra for the informative presentation. Now I'd like to call Ms. Pinky Chahar. She's not here at the moment. Now I'd like to call Ms. Pinky Chahar on stage to felicitate Dr. Geeta Chopra. Thank you so much, ma'am. Can we please have you in the center for the picture? Let us now move on to the next panel discussion for today, which explores the intersection of personalized patient care and cutting-edge technological advancements. This examination envisions the transformative impact on India's fertility landscape highlighting how innovative solutions like AI driven embryo selection, telehealth consultation, and advanced genetic screening are revolutionizing fertility treatments. By focusing on patient needs and leveraging technology, the future of reproductive healthcare in India promises greater accessibility, improved success rates, and more individualized treatment plans. Let me introduce you all to the topic for this panel discussion, which is Beyond Biological Clocks, Patient Centered Fertility Solutions and Technological Innovations Shaping India's Reproductive Landscape. Now, I'd like to welcome our panelists to join us on stage. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause. Dr. Pooja Dheer Bhayana, Clinical Director, Sonakshi IVF Centers, Mr. Dheeraj Jain, founder and chairman, Redcliffe Labs, and Krista IVF, co-founder, PSAVE. Dr. Shweta Gupta, director, Infertility and IVF, Max Healthcare. Dr. Kavya Rao Jalagam, clinical head and fertility specialist, Oasis Fertility. Dr. Neeru Takral, Director, Takral Hospital and Fertility Center, Gurugram. Principal, School of Embryology and Art, Gurugram. Please put your hands together to welcome all our panelists for this session. Now I request Dr. Neeru Takral to please take over this session from here. Handing over the mic to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So first of all, good afternoon, everyone. And I must congratulate our IFS President, Dr. Pankaj Salwa's whole team and Voice of Healthcare excellent academic program. We will start with our session. So, beyond biological clock, patient-centric fertility solutions, and technological innovation shaping India's reproductive landscape. Dr. Dheeraj Jain, with the growing emphasis on preventive healthcare and personalized medications, how can the fertility industries leverage advancement in diagnostic, genomic, and data analysis to improve proactive fertility management and personalized treatment strategy?
Thank you. Good afternoon. By the way, I'm not a doctor. I'm the non-doctor in this panel. So sorry about that, but I think I've got some experience of doing a few healthcare businesses. So I'm definitely happy to say a few lines on that. We've founded for a diagnostic business, and on the side, we thought there's an opportunity to do something in the IVF space, given how massive opportunity we were talking just recently on an EY report that uh, such a large population in India who is infertile and looking for a solution. And our thought was, what is from a technology perspective can we bring different to the market? And is there anything others are not doing? And we did a small pilot internally. We were building up uh, Gen AI, sort of a GPT, a pre-trained model, and see if we can, find out clinically can we do a better outcome than what existing guys are doing. And we failed that. We couldn't build up that product. But we thought let's at least build up the IVF clinics and let's get the best the clinical quality with the existing technology. And my co-panelist, Dr. Shweta, we were together. We were doing this together at the Delhi Center. Dr. Neeta is here. And our belief that was, this is a super specialized space. And anything on technology, it have to be clinically tried. It has to be extremely sure what we're trying to do. Even on the molecular diagnostic testing, which was quite well known in the IVF space. So I think going back on the AI, I think our attempt on building an AI-powered platform where consumer can talk to a chatbot, which I think somebody mentioned in the earlier panel, that's a very great starting point. That's a very nice thing. But we were thinking that there are so many publications globally on AI. Can you train a model who can actually look at all the data points from an academic perspective, from a clinical perspective, and even from a real-time perspective, which is available? And can you find out what is the right embryo to select? Can you actually clinically build up some success rate better than what's done humanly. And happy to share, we're working on a product with a team in London. A same team also have in Bangalore, and it's still very, very early stage. But we're very excited to bring AI. And I think, it comes any AI to come up, which is going to help clinicians, to help patients. And I think we haven't seen that yet before. We haven't seen that globally, but I think companies are trying, and I think we're one of them. Second, clearly comes the whole molecular testing. I think somebody gave a presentation on PGT, and I think we've been hearing PGT when we started, and when I started doing NIPT as a business 7 years back. Even then, we talk about PGT, PGA, but we haven't seen really large implementation of that yet. I mean, maybe there's a license constraint, technology constraint, maybe it's expensive. So I think even if you can get these molecular testing to find out embryo health, to avoid decision of taking a wrong embryo which have a genetic disorder, if you can bring any of this in the real life, in the mainstream, that would be quite achievement for all the IVF clinics. So, something new to people, something to really, and those are the kind of the thing we think about, at least from a real world perspective, we can sort of solve it.
Right. Doing a lot of things now.
As the demand for ARV continue to rise, how can the Indian fertility industry establish a robust framework that balance innovation, patient safety, and ethical consideration? And how can we define success in fertility care beyond clinical metrics to the broader sense of human flourishing?
Thank you, ma'am. Since the conception, since the birth of the first IVF baby, I think a lot of things that have changed in the era. And there are many things, but I would name few. As I said, it could be application of various things in the form of PGT, PGTA, PGTM, PGTSR. And you have selection techniques. You have E, you have PC, you have Max, and you have microfluidics, which are coming up nowadays. Then you can have better selection for the embryos also. Embryos in the form of PGT. PGT invasive and non-invasive is also coming up. But I would say each thing, each and every innovation has its own cost. And this cost has to be borne by the patient. So whenever we apply something, for me, I have to look at what patient is paying and what benefit the patient is getting. I've seen certain people who advise embryo system hatching to all the patients. The fancy things are there. But for me, I would ask my patient, that need for getting a better pregnancy success rate. Long time back, 10 years if I talk about IVF success rates are counted as positive or beta positive. But it is not only a beta positive. We have and we have at what we are giving to the patient as a take baby rate. And this has to be by use of various techniques. We can have better selection of embryos. ERA I mistakenly didn't mention. ERA is one thing you can actually you can actually see what is planned for your patient if the patient is having the years. ERA is one thing. So by selecting all these things, you can put better embryos in a better environment to get a better pregnancy success rates. And definitely all the centers, I would say they need to shift from multiple transfers. 4 embryo transfers were done initially. 2 embryos, I think I've been doing double and single transfers, but I think overall we have to shift from double embryo transfer to single embryo transfer so as to have a better take-home baby rate in the form of a singleton healthy live birth.
Pooja. Truly, you said like we count always the take-home baby rate. It's not the beta SSG positive. That's why we are doing PGTA if the age is more, if any history of multiple abortions and single embryo transfer. Definitely, we will
Have a good day, and avoid the
One more
multiple.
thing I would like to add that initially the ART industry was with the ART law, it's too much more regulated. So yes, all these things have to be regulated, have to be under the government. This is a good step in case I see the ART law.
Thank you. Dr. Infertility can have a profound emotional and psychological impact on individual and couples. So, what role healthcare professionals play in raising awareness, fostering open conversations, and providing holistic support to address the stigma and mental health aspect associated with the infertility?
Thanks, Neeru. I think it's a very important question because apart from all those machines, AI, technology, I think we're dealing with the human couple. And the counseling is foremost, I think, the most important, especially when we are dealing with a subject where there is no 100% success. In fact, half of the patients, they do fail. So the counseling has the most important role with all these machines around. It has been very left out subject in this country, and earlier only the IVF consultants have been given a little bit of counseling. Now with this new ART Act, you need to have a dedicated, focused, approach with a counselor in place. So counselor in every IVF clinic is a mandate, and it actually requires their different, you have to go really into depth, what you have to counsel, what information you have to take to the couple, what is the need, whether it's a routine first time IVF, the counseling will be different. Will be, to explain what the process is, what is the prognostic factor, what kind of success rate they have to expect from that particular scenario where the egg reserve is very poor. So then the place. So what type of counseling? Where it should be in a privacy where all the couples are present, and there's a good open document dialogue that they can come up with whatever the questions they have to ask. And also, of course, the emotional part is very important, but at the same time, counseling may have the legal, may have little bit of financial aspects, because this all will affect the patient. They may have to understand that it may not be every time. It may there may be different types of IVF, so don't try to compare with the couple, for 10 years. All has to be explained well, informed, all the consents are there, but sometimes in our sectors, because we're busy or whatever, somebody is taking the consent without informing. With the result that, when the result comes, they actually may go into depression. So there are a lot of flagging signs, I think, that consultant, IVF consultant should be aware when the staff should be trained. What kind of supportive, and you were talking about holistic. So it is very important that uh, the whole unit is tuned with it, is sensitized that where which particular patient has a little flag, little signs, and where they may require a special more dedicated counseling. There may be few cases where you have to refer to the mental health specialist. It's not just the consultant who's counseling or some of the dedicated nurses. So those are very important, and I think giving realistic figures of the success rate. So now the new technology is saying,
So, well, counseling is a part of any successful life. Lots of girls are available nowadays for the. How do you counsel them?
cases of egg freezing has doubled, I think, within a year. Earlier we never used to get freezing. Now, even from the abroad, the patients are coming, and these young girls, they are very much, they plan it out so well that in 3 weeks they'll have their egg frozen and they'll go. So the technology is there, but they have to be adequately counseled that please, this is just even now the getting married at an early age, having a child is the best option. But if you can't have, and this is an option which is available, but the counseling should be done very adequately. How many cycles, how much one cycle may not be enough. Younger, if you come with a may require only one cycle where you may get 10. But if you're already 35, you may require 15, you may require 20. So it has to be a very much individualized counseling. And then, what are the charges that all has to be explained. What will be the number of eggs required to have one child in the future. So counseling is important. Of course, if you have to keep patient positive all throughout the cycle, then the counseling in the beginning at every cycle is really important. We definitely call back to the clinic and discuss more in detail positive.
So we should definitely tell them that definitely when they like to go pregnancy, they can have their own pregnancy that time also. These are just backup plan for having that.
Now we come to Dr. Kavya. Technological advancement have the potential to revolutionize fertility treatment, but they also raise ethical and regulatory concerns. So, how can we strike the right balance between embracing innovation and upholding the highest ethical standard, ensuring the patient's safety and well-being remain the top practice?
Was a very good question. And thank you, everyone, and also New Age for giving this opportunity to this session from the morning. It has been very interesting, completely about technology. It's a technology driven field, it is now. And as an IVF specialist, we have to get along with it, like how we get along with a new family member, I feel. So, technology, where are we, is when we compare a previous decade with the current decade where we are in, artificial intelligence is everywhere. It is there in schools, it is there in offices, it is also there in hospitals. But again, coming to fertility, why I'm worried about this? Because artificial intelligence is completely giving our patient data, which is very personal, very important things. So this fertility industry needs a proper space where the data saved and it is unauthorized, people cannot access it. This to be very important thing, what I feel. And the next thing is, now as a clinician, first we need to understand where is AI driving us. Now AI is encouraging us to uh, assess the patient doses gonadotropins during the stimulations. So first, I would like to think about myself first. Where are we? I mean, where was I talking about the dose of the injections, and where is it taking me? So in which cases is AI actually helping? Is where when an elderly female above 40 is coming to me, like as Dr. Shweta ma'am said, for the fertility preservation, I think there my AI will help me. Because now, if I apply AI for an above 40 years old lady, the kind of doses or gonadotropins what she will require, the number of IVF cycles which she is going to require to create a live birth is where again AI will help me. That is one. And again, coming into the lab, now embryology lab on a chip model is where I have read through many articles. But coming to the sperm selection and the oocyte selection is where my interest is there. And I think all the IVF specialists are interested. We need to help our embryologists well versed with the AI technology in how it is important to select a good sperm to create a healthy baby. Normal sperm selection is easy again, but when it comes to teaser or micro-teasing testicular sperm selection is where AI can actually play a significant role. Coming to the oocyte, there is a change in oocyte from a different ethnicity. I get a patient in different region, and it's new for me to look or comment about her oocyte quality. But when I enter the age or ethnicity of that particular region, that gives me information her. And also, a patient who is having a repeated IVF failure where her oocytes are poor quality and not able to deposit good quality embryos, is actually taking us in this direction. I think every IVF specialist will have a helping hand. Also, the embryologist will have a comfortable zone to comment about or to add on some weightage to the site quality. And also, when we culture the embryos in the lab, culture systems are undisturbed now. It's a one-step single media culture, blastocyst, and we are also doing PGT and a technology like artificial intelligence where the patient is actually helped in various ways. Now, ma'am, again, coming to the ethical concerns, I think first important thing is the transparency we need to maintain when we are bringing innovation into the field. First, we should understand the complete technology. Where is it? Where the trials happening and where are they? And inform the consent about the newest innovation to be given. The risks involved have to be discussed with the couple, and then I think that's the way forward. One more important thing is the confidentiality. Again, here now AI chatbots or anything when a patient enters her details, the details are shared across various platforms. I think this is where we need to minimize the sharing the patient confidentiality to various channels. I think that personalized artificial intelligence approach, if it is there, the younger generation of patients, what we are seeing, the acceptance can come at least in next few years. And also the ethical concerns about the PGTA or a gamete mixing, or if something, I mean, this is the most commonest thing when a couple, they come to the IVF center, they have that, what about the gamete? Is it mine or someone else? So here, what I feel is witnessing system is there in place. Now, witnessing system, the QR coded the license, whatever we know in few institutions, I think that has to be there in place properly so that the manpower what we are requiring in the laboratory again come down. So this is the main crux of an IVF unit where the technology will help us and, really change our fertility industry.
System we should patient main concern for ARTs, cost, visits, and invasive. So we are getting lots of innovations. Like in Canada, they are starting to avoid to lessen the visit patient at home visiting the probe themselves. And they, in the remote places only, they can see where their follicle study at that place. And invasive is about the sampling. Nowadays, instead of blood samples, they are trying to get samples from the urinary estrogen also. So to avoid all this painful process of also definitely we cannot do much for that.
As ma'am said, for a non-invasive PGTM, the AI can give us metabolomics or complete culture system informations. And also patients should be given a chatbot where, the patients can have knowledge prior they visit to our centers, ma'am. We were discussing about counseling. I think counseling is where again AI can help us. The patient can be given a complete
So
information.
nowadays, I think the app, even with IFS, we are developing a good, leaflet, pamphlets, the information, electronic information, which is very important. But at the same time, I feel the fundamental, the research
And we
is
have
very,
started good counseling session with the AI. So, counselor training program, AI, everything. Next, Dr. Dheeraj. Uh, as advanced fertility solution reach beyond the urban center, how does our understanding of patient-centric evolves? What innovative strategy have emerged to ensure that technological advancement in the field are inclusive, benefiting patients across India's vast socioeconomic spectrum?
Very good question because while in the metros we have great infrastructure, we just talked that India, and I live between in Delhi. I can tell you, London is far way behind what Delhi, Mumbai, and Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Chennai has become. We are should be very proud of what we building up a world class infrastructure in healthcare. But it's not the same in the smaller towns because they all travel here for something or other, and they obviously get surprised when they see MRP for a treatment, and then they think about can they even afford this? From an economic perspective, I think is to make it affordable, but this is at the same time, this is typically advanced procedures. It requires, investment from companies. It also highly regulated. You can't overnight change what you're doing. Um, so anything which is regulated, super specialized, can't be cheaper. So the only way you can help some of these customers and families is to give them financial support through loans. And I think one of the things, at least we start doing it, and a lot of other companies are doing, is providing access to, less interest-free loans or loans which spreads over a couple of years or several years, so these families can pay. And give them access to loan at the point where they have to make a decision, because a lot of these families who are earning less than 5 lakh, 4 lakh, 3 lakh a year um, wanted to find a solution, but they can't. So I think giving that financing, and this is what we have done. We've done this for home finance, for housing, for transport, vehicle. We've done this to SME. So why not to families who really want to do this? And this is a game changer. This is life changing for them. So from an economic perspective, I think it's to provide all of those mechanisms. There could be more. Um, um, the insurance doesn't cover it. There is, I don't know how much support from the government, but at least this is what we can think from economic perspective. From a social, I think it's a lot about awareness. At Redcliffe, every Sunday we do 1,500 health camps, and we find women in 50s and 60s. They're finding their thyroid for the first time. They're finding uh, men are finding men-related diseases. They're finding diabetic even for the first time. So the huge awareness happening at the doorstep, not happening in a hospital, happening around them, at the park nearby, or in schools, or where all of these guys come together, or wherever they all come together as a community. So I think that large awareness actually helps them to navigate what is really the solution, and then catering to that town. And thanks to Indira, thanks to Nova, some of these larger chains who have really started thinking about going deeper to the towns. And at Krista, even though we got 6 or 7 clinics, we do lots of camps in these smaller cities. And they don't have access. We cater to families who are hearing the word IVF for the first time, and really localizing that language and giving them a local feel, and give counselors, our doctors actually travel to some of these places on Sunday and do these camps. And I think that's how we try to sort of bridge the awareness gap, and then help them, promote them to come to the clinic. And then they come to the clinic, exactly Dr. Shweta said. It's that emotional counseling, because I think everything in life, we counsel our children, our parents even counsel us. So counseling is the fundamental to changing someone's mind, but also help them access to the right thing. And I think the whole IVF thing, and I'm not a doctor, but I think anybody I hear about IVF, the first time failure, second time failure, the third time they said, I can't do it. It's just going to be too much on my head. And plus the body change, for the woman. So I think really the emotional part of it, and bringing that in the most localized way, giving them case studies in that local area, giving them access to financing. I think all of that can sort of bring some differences. And I think we are doing a lot for India. It's time to do for Bharat, actually. And Bharat is really, we have a lab in Bandipur. This is we don't even imagine to have infrastructure. We put up a lab in Bandipur. And we're surprised the amount of demand. People go do a home sample in places like Bandipur. So I think Bharat is waiting to disrupt. And that's an opportunity for all of us as IVF provider, for clinicians, even educator, even regulator, to think about these 2 crore families who doesn't even know what is IVF. I think we are only on the tip of the iceberg. Only that few families in this metro we are serving. I think go down, deep down, and you find there's a massive, massive opportunity. And it's gonna happen when we really localize. It can't happen from Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Bangalore.
Thank you. Fitness and lifestyle intervention gaining prominence, improving fertility outcome. So, how can these approach be effectively integrated into a comprehensive patient-centric fertility model? And that role can be healthcare professional play in promoting awareness and education.
Thank you, ma'am, for the question. Uh,
Over time, we have seen a drastic fall in fertility, both for the males and the females. And if you see the WHO semen analysis reports, you all know there is a drastic fall in semen parameters. And yes, lifestyle has a major role to play in all these things. When I say about lifestyle, I mean what we are eating, how much active we are, what our habits are. Do you remember any junk food coming to your home in your past, in your childhood? The children nowadays definitely they will demand Saturday hai, we have to eat outside. Chips hai, kurkure hai, we have to eat them. And there is, I think, no way you can control any child from these things. So yes, we need to make people aware that we are heading towards the food habits which are actually not good for our health and for fertility also. So making people aware about all these things. When a patient walks into the clinic, I think in case I remember my PG days, clinic में जब भी there was a busy OPD, तो ऐसा ही होता था कि when we used to have a patient, you will not have even eye contact with the patient. You'll ask क्या complaints है, क्या था, and you'll keep on writing all things. It's not about this era. It's not about writing a prescription only for your patient or couple. It's about counseling, what ma'am said. Counseling psychological is one part. Counseling and telling about all these things, lifestyle habits is another part. So yes, junk food, outside food, homemade food, these have to be differentiated in the minds of people. Exercise, yes. We most of the people will take कि अभी time नहीं है, we cannot exercise. Some of the people will keep on walking in our OPD. I saw a patient who was almost 120 kgs. I asked her, "Can you lose weight prior to your treatment?" She said, "No, ma'am, I cannot. I've tried it for many years and I'm unable to do that." So this is how people react when you ask them something. So this has to be inculcated in the minds of people that yes, we are heading towards something not good for us. So we have to move. We have to move our bodies. We have to exercise. Then habits. Smoking, alcohol. Smoking definitely has a negative impact on both males and females, male and female. And alcohol, there are social drinkers, there are chronic drinkers, but I would say alcohol in any form should be avoided as far as possible. And tobacco and all, make people aware about this. In our busy practice, I think we should take out time, either ourselves or we should have somebody in the clinic to tell the people, to tell the couples the importance of all these lifestyle habits so as to have a better improvement, so as to have better fertility. And I think there was, yes, even not only the couples who walk to us, I think this should be a social awareness program where we should actually teach every child about the importance of all these things. We, in case I talk about my family also, in case I try to convince my daughter also कि बाहर का खाना मत खाओ, so it is too difficult for them to be convinced. So I think it should be at parent level, it should be at school level, it should be at every level that we have to make the lifestyles better for each one of us and for the future generations.
Rightly, Dr. Pooja, you are very well emphasized about the counseling part and time to be spent for the lifestyle modification. We can tell them, even we can take the help of our handouts, social media, videos, anything, but we should spend a good time. So now, Dr. Shweta, as a renowned expert in the field, what are your insights on the current status of fertility research in India? And what area require greater focus and investment to drive innovation and develop cutting edge feature treatment that can improve the outcome for your patients?
So I think research is very much needed. We are sitting there, we are saying, the success rate may vary from 50%, 60%, 50% at the different clinics, different success rate. There's a lot of scope to increase. Why we can't make that technology? As a clinician, I'm asking that something like any other clinic, any other patient which goes for any other surgery, 99% chances he's come up to be, well. But our technology is still a lot of limitations. It's not just in India, it's in UK also. In fact, they give more honest figures than what we give here. But a lot of things, there are limitations of science because we are not able to stop the age-related decline in fertility. So we have to do a lot of research. There is a lot of research is required, whether it's an egg reserve, whether that's why it's very easy to say change the lifestyle, but it's such a complicated lifestyle relations, complexities of the current living in metropolitan or cities. It's very difficult. But what as a clinicians we are doing? Have we been able to increase the success rate? Yes, little bit, but there's a lot of scope. So how do we do? The research is very important. In private sector, the patient is funding for their own treatment. So the government is helping a little bit. They have opened their IVF centers, and also some of the insurance are coming forward. But the uh, for them, their own treatment is a problem. So where do we get the funding? If we even if we want to do the research, we whether we it's all the aspects, whether it's the stimulation, why we are not able to do a better stimulation, why 2 or 3 cycles, why not something can be done. So there's a lot of scope. Egg reserve is going down. We have not been able to reduce the deterioration in the egg reserve. So the endometrium, there is an infection where the tuberculosis is very common in India. Are we able to recover? So the regenerative medicine is, stem cells. So there's a lot of scope of research. But the thing is, who's going to do it? Who will fund it? And of course, the ethical I think that way abroad has better scope of research. We have unfortunately gone into only infection, prevention and basics. So
Totally agree with you. When we were working together, I'm very lucky that at least one research paper once a year. Collaborate more with someone who is leading some of this, through a society, or fertility society. Come, you more and more
something
closer
where
to
we
each
can,
other, sharing clinical practices. Because the West had an advantage because the universities fund this, government fund this, pharma companies fund it. There's a reason behind it. We have nobody funding this. I think, so clearly, I think as clinician, I think at least from an industry perspective, as a founder entrepreneur, where we're investing into space like in IVF, we have to see high world-class research paper coming out of India. I think this is an opportunity. We have Dr. Pooja sitting here, great clinical and all of you here. I think there's a great opportunity. I'm just sort of taking a little bit
there
of
is a
time.
lot of, why
Yeah,
should
so
why should we quote the European or the figures? Why not Indian figures? So Indian Fertility Society is actually now working on their own data. I think Dr. Kuldeep is also there. So we are trying to create our own data, work on Indian population, and get in with something where we can actually increase the success rate. I mean, how
and we are
much?
promoting here younger generation. Too much young Gupta. Now, next questions I India has the largest population needing fertility services, yet there is still stigma and lack of awareness. So, how can technology help in educating and destigmatize fertility treatments?
So I think coming to the cities like metropolitan cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, and everything, there is good scope for the patients or our clients to learn much on social media, as we are more on social media, educating them in the form of videos, educational videos, or even most of our clients nowadays are going through the newspapers, the IVF data, what exactly is doing, because they get to see a lot of codings available, multiple options available. But again, uh, when we look at a patient, I think they have to really choose a best fertility center. It's very difficult for them. I think in that aspect, a clinician or a fertility hospital should encourage them to understand the basics of IVF. Let's not be a competitors here, and we need to encourage our society right from the schools and the colleges exactly what fertility is. That means, ma'am, I am getting to see an adolescent endometriosis also too much these days. I think the endometriosis in adolescents or a PCOS in adolescents should be taken care of in a better way so that we don't get to see a severe form of those conditions in when they are 30s.
Yeah,
Yeah, and same thing when it comes to fertility preservation. I think the gray zones are endometriosis here, and when a male part is actually, I work in a tier two city. There is hardly any awareness in that region where I am working. But again, what helped me long back when I started my practice 8 years back, IVF is a big thing for women. It's very difficult for me to convince them to sit with me, to just listen what actually IVF is. So this social awareness programs, which include a government help also, a government sector, like we have ASHA workers who are really working for the antenatal mothers. When they go to the houses of for the antenatal checkups, I think we can take help of them to educate the infertility background also, to alert them and to direct them to a right platform. Now the government is there for them, but again, private sector is totally is on digital side. So when we differentiate this for tier one, tier two, I think equally it is important to educate the patients on an open platform whenever we get an opportunity. Infertility seminars, CMEs, anything should be included with other doctors
Yeah,
also.
these social programs, these are very essential nowadays.
And our colleagues like general surgeons and urologists also should come
Question
forward.
I'll ask, you can answer. SDF brings technological innovation and navigate the ethical considerations surrounding emerging technology in fertility treatment. How can we ensure that the fundamental principle of patient safety, autonomy, and well-being remain at the forefront of our efforts?
We have AIT law. So the law is already there, implementation. And as a clinician or staff, I think we should be conscious of the fact that we have to regulate ourselves first. So if we are doing the right thing together, but of course the law is there, which is very good nowadays. So
And looking back on your collective experience and journey in the fertility industry, what has been the most rewarding aspect of your work? And then what advice would you offer to the next generation of healthcare professional enterprises and leaders in shaping a more compassionate and patient-centric future?
for the next generation, I will say get married early, have children early. You have to freeze egg, do it early.
Yeah, definitely.
Rightly said.
Thank you all the we all have.
I thank Dr. Tukral for leading this session for us. Do we have any questions from the audience for our panelists? No questions? Okay. I hope this session was just as insightful for all of you as it was for us. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to felicitate all the dignitaries present with us for this session. I would like Dr. Neeru Tukral to please felicitate the co-panelists, Dr. Pooja Dheer Bayana, can you please have a huge round of applause for our panelists for this session? Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Shweta Gupta. Thank you so much, ma'am. Dr. Kavya Rao Jalagam. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Dheeraj Jain. I would now like to invite Dr. Naveen Nishchal to felicitate Dr. Neeru Takral. Thank you so much. Can we please have everyone in the center of the stage for a group photo? you. Thank you, everyone, for being a part of this session. Now, before proceeding forward, we have a short video presentation by our powered by partner IAS Medicare Art Bank. Can you please have it on the screen?
Everyone opts for a degree after 12th grade. But is just any degree enough? Do you settle for mere theoretical knowledge? Or do you need something more? How about making your degree smart by combining academic learning and practical exposure? Our government also emphasizes on the importance of acquiring industry relevant skills during higher education. In India, every year, around 1 crore students enroll for bachelor's degree. But according to World Economic Forum, only 10% of them are employable. It makes you question the effectiveness of your degree, right? Let's see what the experts have to say.
Of all the sectors, healthcare is and will always remain people driven. In the next 5 years alone, there's going to be a shortage of over 1 crore healthcare workers globally and about 10 lakh of it just in India. Currently, only 1 out of 3 positions for nurses are filled and only 1 out of 6 allied health professional jobs are fulfilled. In order to fill this gap, we will not only have to increase the capacity and quality of education, but also spread awareness about the stability, the increased pay scale, and the opportunities in healthcare. Healthcare is real, the opportunity is real, the ability to create an impact is very real, and this is something you can take a lot of pride in.
Well, let's discover where the opportunities lie.
We are not just limited to textbook learning. At University, we go way beyond the classroom and help you gain on-job experience. You get a paid internship opportunity during the program itself. Also, by the time you graduate, you already have 2 years of industry experience. Further, our inbuilt work abroad modules make you ready to spot and seize global opportunities. Our undergraduate courses are integrated with a university degree so that you get credits for the skills that you acquire.
Our programs are designed by practitioners and industry partners. Receive hands-on training and learn real-life skills straight from your future employers. 6, 7, 8. Our state-of-the-art campuses are a blend of modern technology and old-school rigorous training on actual equipment. Our well-stocked library, cafeteria, and other recreational facilities help you unplug. Because at University, we believe in holistic development.
And here, my journey began. Now, I'm ready to make a difference.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify this presentation was from University, which is an industry partner. Thank you. Hello. Can we please proceed forward with the short video presentation by powered by partner IS Medicare Art Bank, please?
I'm Dr. Yogakishore Padhyay, Managing Director of IS Medicare ART Bank. I'm post-graduation in psychology and I have done post-graduation in hospital admission and management. We are running this ART bank since the last 20 years. We are supplying our egg donors to 250 plus IVF centers. And we are the Gurgaon first registered ART banks from appropriate authority. And we manage our donor in such way that we don't repeat donors. Like in new law there is a rule that we should not repeat donors. So we are having own app that is available by the name of IS Medicare app on Play Store and Google Store. So we are having own app through which we manage our donors and we do not repeat the donors. And we are also having a 70-bedded hospital in Gurgaon. This hospital having full-time gynecologists, pediatrician, and every faculty is with us. And for ART Bank, we are having full-time doctors, nurses to manage our donors. We are having a grievance cells in our ART banks, and we are following all rules, regulations of new ART laws. Thank you.
It gives me pleasure to speak about IAS Medicare, which are running a AIT bank. This AIT bank is as per the new AIT law. That is very important. They provide us the sperm donor. They provide us the oocyte donor. All the donors are verified. They are identified by them, and all the required investigation are done. And as per the new AIT law, the insurance is also an affidavit insurance is also done for the oocyte donor, and they look after the donor very nicely. And donors are also very happy that they are coming through this AIT bank, so they are assured of proper follow-up, proper services. They are not left on their own. Somebody from the bank is always accompanying them whenever they come and visit the IVF center, and we are very happy with the services. And I recommend the IAS, Medicare, AIT Bank to all the IVF specialists working in speed.
And Mr. Upadhyay has applied for a Usai Donor Bank to the same authority. He has been given registration because he is following clear-cut guidelines laid by this authority. And now we also are using Usai donors through his bank because we feel that transparency about USAID donor is very, very important in today's era where we have a legislation for ART services in India.
So, Mr. Upadhyay from IS Medicare has been very kind and he has been helping us in giving us good donors as per the government guidelines. And we are very happy with this. I think one take-home message from my side will be that we should keep donor cycles and human banking cycles as a last resort. We should try to do self-IPF for the woman, and for the men, we should try even do a few sperms. Should try with their own sperms, and even if they have azoospermia, don't jump for semen banking. I recommend that we should go in for Mexiso or and try to give them their own preferences. Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best in your career.
Thank you so much for that video. Let us now move on to the next panel discussion for today that dwells into the multifaceted reasons behind the declining fertility rates in India and its wide-ranging implications. Through a comprehensive analysis, this exploration seeks to unravel the socioeconomic, cultural, and healthcare-related factors contributing to this trend. And with this, let me introduce you all to the topic of our next panel, demographic shifts, understanding the impact of declining fertility rates. Now, I'd like to welcome our panelists to join us on stage. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause. Dr. Kuldeep Jain, Director, KJ IVF and Laparoscopy Center, Delhi and Faridabad. Dr. Shelly Batra, CEO and Director, Every Infant Matters, Director, Wish Foundation, HOD Obs-Gynae Batra Hospital and Medical Research Center, Social Entrepreneur, Shop Foundation, and World Economic Forum. Dr. Rupali Basi, Senior Consultant at the Assisted Reproduction Unit, Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology in the Press Hospital, New Delhi. Dr. Rashmi Sharma, Director and HOD, Department of IVF, Origin Fertility and IVF. Dr. Asta Dayal, Director of Obstetrics and Gynecology, CK Birla Hospital, Gurugram. Please put your hands together to welcome all our panelists for this session. Now I request Dr. Asta Dayal to please take over the session from here. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the kind introduction. So, more like a PSM topic for all of them. But yes, decreasing fertility rate, that means the number of children that a woman has in her lifetime. This has actually been decreasing, and this is a global trend, not just Indian. And I think understanding demographic shift and anticipating its impacts is very important. And as IVF specialists, all of you have a deep understanding of this trend. And also, I think since you have a first-hand experience of the social and medical implications of this, I think you are the experts to talk about this as well. So, without further delay, let me start with my first question, and that is to Dr. Kuldeep Jain. Sir, seeing your decades-long experience in reproductive medicine in India, you've witnessed this evolution from a niche specialty to a field of critical demographic importance. So, sir, how has this shift changed the ethical landscape of your work? And what emerging ethical dilemmas do you foresee as societies grapple with the opposing pressures of overpopulation and declining fertility?
Okay. When we talk of ethical dilemma, it is very relative term. Like uh, ethical dilemma in one setting may not be true for other setting. When I say that, it means that whatever ethical concerns are there regarding the infertility or its treatment, it may not be relevant if the ethical concerns arising from UK are practiced here. Because all ethical concerns, they arise from individual perspective, then parents, then family, then society, then religion, then government. So there are multiple faceted input when we discuss ethical concerns. Now coming to the infertility and its advancement over the periods, you said that starting, I have been practicing almost for 25 years now, and the ethical concerns at that time were different, but we are having now. But the pace is not matched. The field has grown drastically in last 25 years. Our ethical concerns remain same. We are having problems with even IVF. Now people have started discussing that we are going to get treatment with IVF. But if you take cross section in the society, out of 100 patients, they only 20% patients they will come out and say that their child is born. And I am not talking of the low socioeconomic group or the rural group. It is the high class gentry. Also, they want to hide that they are going. So we consider this as a true ethical dilemma, and that is true 25 years back also and now also. Though the scenario has changed. Uh, Over the period, we have been seeing that in our practice, one thing is constant, that age-related decline is there. And one ethical dilemma remains there, that if a patient is coming at the elder age, whether you should provide the treatment or not. Now we are having law which gives a cutoff. But before that, there was no cutoff. So it was left to us only to decide reproductive right, whether the patient is 30 years, 40 years, or 50 years, they remain same. If a patient coming to us 50 years and wants child, then you cannot deny it. But if law says that at 45 years you have to stop, then it becomes ethical dilemma for us. So you have to balance. Now we are having the guidelines, so we need to follow that guidelines. Considering all ethical, your personal ethical, you must be thinking that why not at 51? You what is the fault of that person who is not coming 1 year before? So that may be your personal perspective, but when you are practicing, you should be following the guidelines when we consider ethical dilemma. Another is which is over the period has become more pronounced. Previously, we were not having problems in storing and other thing. Cryopreservation has come now uh, to a full circle. And now we are feeling as a clinician, we are having a dilemma what we should do about the surplus embryos. Previously, you were able to do the embryo sharing, egg sharing, but now with the law, you need to follow the law. And now you cannot share these embryos, so either you throw them. Now, throwing the embryo is again a dilemma, ethical dilemma. They are living being. So whether you need to discard or that need to be used for someone. Now you cannot use someone. The patient is not coming back. How you discard? The cost comes here. The patient has lot of embryos. They got one pregnancy. Now they are not coming. Even they are not renewing your this thing. So for clinic, the ethical dilemma is different. For patient, ethical dilemma will remain different. Another scenario, the egg sharing. Again, if you think from the perspective of a clinician and you are treating two set of patients, one who can afford, one who cannot afford. Before law, you were able to help both. But now, ethically, if you practice tax sharing, is wrong. So over the period, the ethical concerns they have been shifting, and one as a clinician, we must see that whatever you are doing in your clinic, it has to be within the framework, keeping in mind what society you are practicing. If you are practicing in India, you have to follow Indian norms. Uh, if your same person is practicing in US, the ethical concerns will be different. So it is relative. What I feel, the person who is sitting in the clinic should try to help the patients within the framework, within the cost structure, within the local legalities, and that solves the lot of dilemmas. We keep on thinking it should have been done like this. It could have been done like this. It would have been better for this patient, but you cannot help. So don't bother about ethical concerns much. Only thing how it is going to benefit is your procedure, how it is going to benefit. That should be our aim. Ethical concerns will be there. They will keep on changing over the time. Whatever ethical concerns we are having now today may not be relevant tomorrow. So I hope you the same thing you were trying to find out, and I hope I am able to convey the answer to
True,
that.
sir. True, sir. You've covered not just the stigma and the patient autonomy, but the practical concerns which you face and how, despite these challenges, you just want the best of every party. So that's what, as doctors, we do. So my next question is to Dr. Shelley. Ma'am, in the context of declining fertility rates, what unconventional cross-sector collaborations or technological innovations do you believe have the potential to create a more resilient and a balanced demographic future?
Thank you very much. It's a very interesting question. So we've discussed like the demographic shift, the aging populations. While age brings wisdom, it also brings the challenge of resources. You need funds to take care of the elderly. And who will provide the funds? The funds will be provided by industry, farming, youth, people who can work and give back. This is why fertility is important. A baby is a blessing, it's a bundle of joy, etc., etc. But a baby also is a great value add to the family, to the community, to the society, to the nation, to the entire world. We need young people, all of us. I'm 60 plus, I'm over the hill, and I know how much we need youngsters to pick up the baton and move on. Now we come to how do we go about it then? There was a time when there was a very distinct urban rural divide in India. The villages were backward, the cities were advanced. We had hospitals, we had uh, universities, we had jobs and fashion, we had exciting food, and the villages had nothing. Now, as Bob Dylan famously sang in the 60s, the times they are changing. You go to any village and you will see women want to work, they want to get educated, they are willing to defer pregnancy. They want to defer pregnancy till they're on their feet. They don't want to be exploited by the men folk. They want to be financially and economically independent in every sense of the word. And that is what leads to the problem of declining fertility. How do we cope with it? Like rightly said, changing models of engagement. How do we engage with these people? Now, there is one very big enabler for scaling in our country, and that is the government infrastructure. Right from the top till the lowest ASHA workers, the entire government machinery is in place to serve us, to carry out the counseling, education, to deliver key messages that we want to give. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, this machinery sometimes breaks in the last mile. The last mile connectivity in the remotest parts of the country, where there is a geographical disconnect, or an emotional disconnect, or a psychological barrier with the big hospitals. People are intimidated by doctors. How do you connect with them? That is where NGOs play a very big role. Now, I'm on the board of Wish Foundation. I'm the CEO of Every Infant Matters, and I've worked closely with Project Echo. Now, these are no longer the chola trap NGOs. NGOs previously we would think are two or three illiterate community health workers, digging a well or planting or doing something in an erratic manner. Now, NGOs are run by highly qualified professionals, IITians, doctors from the best universities, and they combine their passion for giving back with their medical expertise, with their knowledge of finance, governance, and other issues in order to have a high impact in the remotest parts of the country. And that is one collaboration that will be needed in the coming decade. Because if we can collaborate with grassroots NGOs, you can get everywhere. You can land in the middle of the Indian Ocean in a small island. You work with me, we are there in Kargil, minus 48 degrees. The area isolated by snow. 7 months of a year, you cannot cross the Zojila Pass from Srinagar to Kargil. But we are fighting malnutrition there. We are exceeding our targets. We are working with local communities. We are training local people as health workers. And we are working in areas where there is 85% anemia in women, 90% children malnourished. No one's heard of IVF. No one's had a pap smear. You talk to them of fertility, they say, oh, what are we to do? We've been trying and given up. How to connect with these people? This pathway, this collaboration is something that is really going to work. I was thinking when I read the question sent by, considered by Dr. Yar, by the organizers, what are the various ways we can really make this an entire movement that it is important, your lives are important, your future is important, and there has to be a balance in life, a work-life balance. Everyone talks of work-life balance. Can we put fertility in the picture when we talk of work-life balance? How do we communicate it to the youth of today who need the message? There are many avenues left even now. There are schools, there are universities, there are colleges. So many doctors give talks on work life balance, on nutrition, on health, on cancer detection. You name it, we are doing it. Let us include key messages that are required. One more thing I wanted to talk about is the corporate world. The corporate world is very fond of inviting all of us. Suddenly, someone will phone, please come give a talk on fibroid or menorrhagia. I mean, we've all done it, been there, done that. And there is where the youth is. They have young people, they are in their 30s, in their 40s. If we can give them the key message that without being judgmental, without giving orders, that this you could be considered a good time for your fertility and discuss the option of, assisted reproduction, donor freezing, egg freezing, all the rest of it, everything that we do, just convey everything to them as part of a conversation. So these are just my thoughts of, various things we can do, various collaborations. One more thing you mentioned, technology. I think technology has been discussed by the previous panel. I just want to make one comment here when we talk of technology. The government is very, very particular about data. There are draconian laws. The Data Protection Act of August 2023. I would advise every single person in the room to take a look at it when you deal with it. So while technology is here to stay, we must be cognizant of government guidelines, strictly follow orders. Data has to be collected for a specific purpose. You need a data fiduciary, a consent manager, a data officer. Data has to be destroyed after it's not used. Data cannot be monetized. Data has to be anonymized. Data cannot be transferred out of the country. So I'm telling you all in a nutshell, but I would strongly recommend those who work with technology, and we all do. Technology is a very big enabler, but taking care of data is equally important. So I think I'll stop.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the detailed
I
insight.
think just the last word what he is saying that is very very important. We keep on doing working in the clinic, forgetting this is not relevant, and so documentation and data collection is really important. That helps in multiple ways. It saves you from medical legal. At the same time, it provides you the thought when the patient comes next time what went wrong. You can analyze, use it for other patients and research purpose. What Dr. Sweta was saying, we have to have data, then only we will have research paper from where you will generate. So until unless you are having data, and of course the legality is there. She pointed out that whatever you do, whatever best you are doing in your clinic, if you are not having data to show, then it is of no use. So I think that point is very, very important. The data collection in your clinic, whatever you are doing, you must document it. That will really be helpful in multiple ways.
True, sir. And like we have sex education, as ma'am mentioned, we should also incorporate talking about how advanced maternal age is, like what complications happen that can start at school as mentioned. And what you do is like really inspiring. Comments? Yes, yes, yes.
So we are like talking about the decreasing fertility rate, and some of you all worried about the decreasing decline. Is that so? So my take on that is it is just in the last 150 years of human history that just 150 years back, 1 billion people on the earth, now with 8 billion people, and by about 2050 we will be 9.7 billion people. We want so many people. This is one thing. So if we think about the earth's perspective, one planet, my earth, my planet, less people, less burden on the earth, less burden on the climate. But if we think about the mindset of the capitalist economist, from the mindset of Elon Musk, from the mindset of
Jeff Bezos, who are really worried about the fertility rate. Of course, for them, it's a worry because less workforce, more to be paid to the work people, more to be paid to the workers. After the Black Death pandemic, that happened in the Europe, actually the lives of the workers improved because half of the population of Europe was wiped out in about 1300s due to the Black Death pandemic. And what happened? The feudal lords were forced to give better wages to the fewer workers. So we really have to think. At one point of time, we were talking about controlling population. Population explosion was such a big thing. And somehow, with great efforts after the independence, we are at a point where our fertility rate has somehow decreased below the replacement level, which is less 1.97 we are. And now we are talking about increasing fertility rate. So, we have to really think, is it really so bad or is it just out of the economy?
So, ma'am, I think we just want patient autonomy and decision making should be with them. So we don't really want the fertility rates to increase, but we also are talking about increased dependency ratio. And as a country, I think our country does not have very good policies for our aging population.
That's what we need to tackle. So rather than focusing about creating awareness about increasing fertility rate, we need to focus about how to how to make India suitable for the increasing demographic shift now. So for the elderly, we need to create, of course, more social schemes. We need to create more humanistic society who is, how to create those humanistic values who can care for the elders. And regarding the working population decrease, I am sure a lot of automation is going to take care of that decreasing workforce. But the remaining young workforce should be humanistic enough to take care of the elders. That's what our focus should be, maybe.
Yeah, but maybe since people are not educated about the problems they'll have within advanced maternal age, so that education so that they can make that decision earlier on in their life.
Currently, we are in a stage of demographic dividend where most of our population, our country's population, is still young. As compared to even China and US, where it's beyond 38 years, that's the average age. Here, we are still young. So, as of now, talking of infertility or decline in the fertility rate is more so about the autonomy, about the reproductive right of the woman rather than an overall, I think, being the most populous country in the world. Yeah.
Yeah. So my next question is to you, Dr. Rupali. So India's population policy has historically focused on reducing fertility rates. And given the current trend of the declining rates, do you believe that policy adjustments are needed? And this is what we just talked about. So how can we balance the need for population control with ensuring a stable demographic future?
So, what I had been going through the literature regarding the same question. Indeed, what I came across was that till 2050, we really do not need to worry much about the decline in fertility rate, considering the fact that we are in a stage of demographic dividend where most of our population is young. It is not like Europe where the elderly population rate is higher. I feel uh, increasing the fertility rate by doing IVFs is not the solution. One, because as of now we have not been able to provide IVF free of cost. People don't get it free of cost. If we are really trying to promote IVF as a source of increasing the fertility rate, no. It's more about the psychological impact which the couple has. It's more about the autonomy of the right of the women which she has. And we are trying to help her out. The stress, the psychological, the mental, the social pressure which she has. We are trying to allay all that rather than trying to increase the fertility rate by this means more health measures need to be taken by the government so that people are provided with free emergency services across India. Free treatment for basic health services are completely free and good quality services where our politicians can actually visit government hospitals. Our government hospitals should be to that extent. That much of efficiency should be there. Then we should talk about this, is what I feel.
Yeah, and maybe we can make
know?
it like childcare facilities or work-life balance so that people don't have that hesitation in having children just because they're not able to take care of their
Oh,
child.
actually, when we talk of fertility, declining fertility rate and the infertility perspective, they are they are just different. We should not actually combine two because infertility is still in less than 14-15% patients. When we talk of declining fertility rate as a whole, 85%, then it means something else. So I think we need to separate them and then decide what what the declining fertility rate and how the reproductive health of the larger population can be managed, because we wanted declining fertility rate because that is coming naturally. So why why to bother? Like, you are not having a family planning program and the fertility rate is declining, that is a good sign, but not for that 10-15% of the patient population. So separate it and then discuss about the reproductive health on the larger platform.
They have more have nothing works actually. Nothing works to increase the fertility rate. You can't convince the population, and there are huge examples of it. Taiwan has spent $3 billion, and they are kind of incentivizing women to have more and more children. They have not been successful. Their fertility rate is at 0.87. So many other European countries, they are giving money, they are giving incentives, they are giving maternity relief for 2.5 years, and so, but nothing actually works otherwise.
But in our population, I think what can gap which can actually be filled is sex education. Proper sex education should be provided in schools, because we get a lot of corporate people, a lot of educated people who are simply unaware about the implications of, say, premarital abortions, things like that. They are not even aware of the right practices to be followed. These things are more important. If they want to come for egg freezing, they come when they're like nearing 40s, which is not the right thing. People are not aware still about aging process. Even educated people. That is where we can actually at least work on and make them aware that if they want it, they do it at the right time, rather than yeah, it's their choice. Although, yeah,
You know, these conversations are very important, but my concern is that these conversations are very, very challenging, especially when you consider the family, the in laws, the privacy issues. So everything has to be done very, very carefully, with a lot of, discreetly, with a lot of compassion, in a non judgmental manner.
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely, very correctly said. But yeah, if you're giving it a generalized talk in a group, even in a corporate setup where you have youngsters, or you're doing it at school level, I think school level is the right time, or college level is the right time where you try to pick them up, generalize things, and at least convey it to them, because educating people is
In
very
fact,
important. It's the
I had
responsibility of us doctors to kind of convey, it to the
so I
general
had a
public.
patient from Nepal, and in Nepal, they have sex education as part of their curriculum. They give exams on vaginal discharge and like things which we don't talk about in schools.
Absolutely.
So moving on, my next question is to Dr. Rashmi. So as we discussed that declining fertility rates can lead to an aging population and impacting healthcare systems and workforce dynamics. So given your diverse expertise, how can it prepare economic and social systems for these impending demographic shifts?
Yeah. So yes, definitely we need to prepare for these demographic shifts, because these shifts are definitely going to happen. So right now, as Rupali had pointed out, we have demographic dividend, that we are the youngest population on the earth. Almost one in every four person in our country is belonging to that 18 to 24 age group, which may be a huge dividend for our country, provided we invest in that youth. So, an unemployed, unskilled youth is of no use at all. So, number one, we have to invest in our youth in terms of skill, in terms of employability. That is number one. Number two, as I said, somehow cultivating in them a humanistic approach towards the elder care, because these are the people who will, ultimately be, yeah. And second thing, geriatric care in India is almost nil, almost nil. Geriatric as a department is almost nil, and we do not have any facilities for the elderly to speak of. So we have to focus on the elderly care, on the senior citizen, the pension schemes, the social welfare schemes, because as the time will pass on, about 30 years later or 40 years later, definitely this will be elderly population, and that's how the health setup also needs to. So we need to start preparing it from right now.
as we had prepared for, let's say, decreasing maternal mortality since the time of our independence, and look at the success rate. I mean, sometimes we feel the government is inefficient, this is not looking fine, but look at the maternal mortality rate. We have reached the Millennium Development Goal before time. Our maternal mortality rate now is 97 per 100,000, and the goal was to achieve less than 100. And in some of the southern states of India, the maternal mortality rate has fallen to below 70, which is the Sustainable Development Goal of the United Nations. So this is how it has worked with sustained programs, with Janani Suraksha Yojana, with so much of investment going on to the grassroots levels, to the PLCs, CSCs, the ASHA workers. So same kind of commitment needs to start from now to prepare for 30 years in future for the elderly benefits of care. Yeah, and simultaneously taking care of the youth skill development.
Very rightly said, ma'am. So my next question is to Dr. Kuldeep. Sir, so how do you think the narrative around the family planning and reproductive health evolved in India over the past few decades? And in what ways have these changes in societal attitudes influenced the individual reproductive decisions?
Uh, See, again, the question comes, we are at one point, we are discussing the family planning. At other point, we are having a population which requires to start a family and going from one door to another door. So we need to have a definitive perspective for both the things, and then try to bring the advances which are available. Even in family planning, there are a lot of advances. We are not using them. We are not advocating them. Okay. When we talk of reproductive health, most of the discussion remains in the halls. It is not reaching to the grassroots where it should be discussed in our colleges and our schools. The reproductive health is hardly discussed. Until unless it is discussed there, the family planning, whatever uh, we decide, government decide, or the uh, medical fraternity bring into the practice, it may not be used. So I think there is a need to look into that perspective. Again, same with the infertility. 80% or 90% of the uh, services as far as the infertility is concerned in the private sector. It is not in the government sector. It is privately funded. If we really have to change the scenario, we have to have some sort of funding for the patients as far as the infertility services are concerned. Insurance sector has to come up, which is not at present. Unfortunate, actually. We talk of the betterment of the society and other things, but when it comes to giving a child to infertile couple, everybody, whether it is the NGOs, whether it is insurance sector, whether it is government sector, it is not coming up. So I think that is the need of our funding has to be there for infertility sector, whether it comes from the government, but there are the limitation. Government is having many more things in hand, so we cannot always look only onto the government. But yes, there is a lot of scope. I think uh, it needs to be revised. Uh, Nobody is saying that it should not go to anemia. Anemia is a larger problem than the infertility, but there has to be some share. So that should increase. Insurance sectors, then certainly it can come up. And once the insurance sector comes into infertility sector, the phenomenal amount of the services which can be generated, phenomenal number of patients which can be benefited by the advanced technique be huge, and that will really improve the reproductive health. That will balance the scenario. The increasing trend of infertility will come down. patient will be having the child in their home. So that will really balance. So I think that is the need. Insurance sector has to come up in some way or other. Uh, you see, where the techniques IVF is funded by the government or the public funding is there, there it is stabilized now. The the problem is stabilized. The reproductive health has improved. So it is a circle. Like we are sitting at one point and not moving. So I think that is the need of her.
True, sir. Thank you. So my next question is for Dr. Shelley, ma'am. So, ma'am, the Sustainable Development Goals emphasize the interconnectedness of health, gender equality, and economic growth. So, from your perspective, how can India's response to declining fertility rates become a model for achieving these interlinked goals, and what lessons can other nations learn from India's journey?
Very interesting question. Thank you. Let's talk of the SDGs. Now, the whole world is talking of the United Nations. SDGs, number one, ending poverty. Number two, I think ending hunger. Number three is good health for all. Then there's gender equality, building partnerships, water, TB, you name it, and it's there. We are way behind track. We are nowhere near achieving the SDGs by 2030. By we, I mean the entire world when we talk of it. Now, the flip side of the coin is that India is the success story. India is the flavor of the season. You will all agree. There was a time when people would say, oh, Japan, this is decades ago, 4 decades ago, oh, Japan, the industry, the cars, and everything was praised. Then it was all about China. Now it's all about India. And as a proud patriot, I must say that a lot of flack India is getting. You know, BBC is criticizing, New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, everyone is criticizing us for the reason that we are the only country on track to achieve the SDGs. I can tell you proudly, if anyone will achieve the SDGs, India will do it first, in spite of our big numbers. Now, what is the challenge in achieving the SDGs? The challenge in India is the billions of people. They all need housing, they all need TB detection awareness, they all need anemia prevention, you name it, and they need it. But these numbers also become our strength because when we go and work, we deliver unprecedented results. No one has heard of it. In 2019, the Gates Foundation gave the Goalkeepers Award. So Bill and Melinda Gates every year they have this conference, and any person who's worked towards attaining the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals gets this award. In 2019, the award went to Mr. Modi for his Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, the millions of toilets he made. No one in the world could have made so many toilets in 1 year. People were amazed. Last year, the award went to my daughter, Radhika Batra, for her work in just giving vitamin A to malnourished children to prevent blindness, build immunity, prevent deaths. So we talk of big numbers. So India's success story, let's talk now, what is India's success story? Number one, the ability to work at scale, at a very big scale. We have so many IVF centers. We can approach, we can serve millions, not just in India, but across the world. I'm sure if all the IVF centers, if each were to get 1,000 patients a month from some countries abroad, you'll all be able to manage, won't we? So that is our biggest strength, the ability to deal with big numbers. The second strength that India has is our policy of inclusion. So India is the only country where everyone is included and no one is left behind in their quest for health, for education, or fertility. And this situation was not there when I was a child. 60 years back, I have seen human scavengers, people carrying human excreta on their heads. You can imagine how much marginalization there was. No one would give them food. They used to throw root like this. Now things have changed. We are all part of the success story. And I think the world can learn from this. If we can reach every corner of the world, any corner of the country, we can reach every corner of the world and we can give the right messages and provide the right solutions successfully.
Wow, ma'am, that's truly insightful. Thank you. And so my next question is to Dr. Rupali. So, ma'am, with your expertise in high-risk pregnancies, you discussed how factors like advanced maternal age or underlying health conditions are impacting fertility and pregnancy outcomes in India. And are there any public health strategies that could mitigate?
So, as has been told even in the previous panels, age or advanced maternal age is one of the most important prognostic factor. This actually needs to be taught to the couples as well, to even the men, they, because that is where you know important. Of course, advanced maternal age pregnancies even beyond 35 years, as as young as 35 years, which nowadays the youngsters would consider, oh, I don't want to get pregnant at 35 also. But yes, then also you are labeled to a advanced maternal age pregnancy where the risk factors of obesity, of diabetes, of hypertensive disorders, etc., of having a smaller baby like an IUGR baby, and other complications become much, much more. So this thing, I think, should be put across to all the people. Everybody should be educated about it, about these things. But yes, we do have one of the biggest policy which has come up is the ART law, where they put up a capping for the female partner's age beyond 50 years. They cannot have undergone IVF, and more so because after say 40, 42, 45, the self exit anyways get over. And fortunately, government has come up in view of preventing complications of high risk pregnancy. Of course, there are other policies like the Pradhan Mantri Matritva Yojana, where we have high risk antenatal clinics where patients are screened generally. They're allowed to attend free clinics as free OPDs even in private clinics.
Thank you.
Even restriction in new law, restriction in the number of embryos, I think that is very, very good. That will go a long way in reducing the number of multiple pregnancies and complications. So there is a change over the period, and I think they are welcome change.
True, sir. So I think we can say that pregnancies provide a unique lens on the population, as we talked about maternal mortality index. So in the era of declining fertility, pregnancies increasing risks. So how might this shift our approach to maternal care from a public perspective? And could India lead global rethinking of prenatal, perinatal, and postnatal care models?
So you're very right. In now declining fertility rate, every pregnancy becomes very precious. And I think India is already leading the way in terms of prenatal, perinatal, maternal care, reaching to the last mile of the country. And as I commented earlier, that because of the huge efforts, huge investment in public health systems, with the schemes like Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Yojana and so many other schemes like Rural Health Mission and all that, there is an effort to build the whole network system. Like I was just reading that around 20 years back, hardly 35% deliveries were institutionalized. That means hardly 35% women were delivering in the hospitals. Now, today the data stands at 85%. That's a huge shift, like more and more, because they are being offered money also. There is incentives for having an institutional delivery. There is a dedicated system of ASHA workers. There has to be 4 antenatal visits. Those ASHA workers are visiting at the homes and they have to check hemoglobin, so, and there's a huge focus on all of these. That is why the reason that's the reason that we have come down to such less mortality rate in very short time. Very, very short time. We were around 400 per 100,000 maternal mortality, and now we are at 97 per 100,000. And in many of the southern states like Kerala and Andhra and Karnataka, we are less than 70. So, for public health system, which is already in place, can show the world that this is how it can work. Now, with increasing digital, as Dan has said, we are really proud of so many things that India is achieving. And we are proud of the digital India as well. digital payment system of India is across, across the world, the torchbearer. No country can match our system of digital payments, like even a ice cream vendor or even a vegetable vendor can take a QR code. And this is an example. And same digitization is reaching every nook and corner of every village in the remotest village. And with the coming technology of maybe telemedicine, with dedicated public health systems of PHCs, CSCs, and these dedicated schemes, definitely there's more and more focus on the maternal health and child health.
Thank you. And thank you so much, all my panelists, with such a thought provoking and enlightening discussion. So, with this, we end the session.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was really wonderful to discussing something away from the usual discussion. So really, it was good. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
I thank Dr. Dayal and all the panelists for this insightful session for us. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to felicitate all the dignitaries present here with us for this session. I would like Dr. Asta Dayal to felicitate the co-panelists. Dr. Shelly Batra. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Rupali Bassi. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Rashmi Sharma. Thank you so much. Dr. Kuldeep Jain. Now I would like to invite Ms. Khushbu Sharma to felicitate Dr. Asta Dayal. Thank you so much, ma'am. I request everyone to please come to the center for a group photo. Thank you so much, everyone, for being with us for this session. Thank you. Next, we have a partner presentation coming up from Mr. Gagan Arora, founder GoQuest.ai. Can we please have Mr. Gagan Arora on stage for the presentation? Is Mr. Gagan Arora in the room with us? Welcoming Mr. Gagan Arora. Can you please have a huge round of applause for him? Sir, your presentation is here. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. There's a famous saying in every healthcare organization is that marketing is always late. And just to give you my background, I've been leading marketing for multiple organizations in the past. Uh, so I started my career with Accenture. I was part of the healthcare and public service division at Accenture. Spent some time in US, worked for multiple health insurance organizations like Highmark, like Kaiser. My basic understanding of how health works in US and correspondingly how it works in India is primarily driven by my experience at Accenture. And over the period of year, in the last 12 years, I've been part of multiple startups, multiple organizations, and the way the GoQuest.ai has been visualized, I'm going to share today. And in this very brief presentation, I'm going to share my experiences. That's one thing. Second thing is that if you see the general understanding within healthcare is that the best of the marketing folks in India right now are busy selling D2C stuff. So all those new age brands, be it fashion, be it e-com, be it personal health and beauty, whatever it is, the best of the talent is there. The question comes, is that are healthcare organizations, how do they communicate their value proposition, their core values? How do they stand apart within the ecosystem? And in India, on the one hand, there is scarcity of the healthcare services that we have, and on the other side, there is no core mechanism from brand proposition and value communication that how do healthcare organizations stand out. And to share the DNA, the first thing, earlier the perception was that your healthcare journey starts at the clinic or at the hospital or in a doctor's chamber. But the fact is that if you see today, the journey starts on Google, on Facebook. While looking at that, while searching for more information, that information can be authentic, that information can be authentic. Those scenarios can happen. But the truth is that the journey starts much before that. So it is imperative for healthcare organizations to ensure that if the person is looking for a certain information on health and wellness, they are there. To serve that particular category, we need to present that information also. And the funnel, in the marketing jargon, becomes a consumer journey for a healthcare that they need to take control of. So this was the data which is from 2021, which says that more than 75% of Indians use online media to gain knowledge on health and wellness. That's me. As I said, I started my career 18 years back. I was part of a digital first organization, which are habit building organization in India, such as Food Panda, Pristine Care, and as you all know, Pristine Care has been really instrumental in utilizing digital platform to reach out to the patients. Other thing is that I've also managed the marketing budgets of 1,000 crores in last 18 years. And the truth is that if you have the budget to spend, it does not mean that you should spend it only on just creating awareness. How do you ensure that the budget which is being spent is generating value for the healthcare organization? Other thing is that uh, when I was in US, when I was leading marketing transformation for health insurance provider such as Kaiser, such as Highmark, the main problem was that the insurance company is ready to provide value to the patient. The issue is that at hospitals and the information which is being retrieved by the patient is not in the language which can be easily consumed by the patient. And the story is no different for India also. There is so much knowledge, there is so much wealth of information, but when it comes to sharing that information to our consumers outside that doctor's chamber, it's not clear enough. And I think it is very, very important for our healthcare organization to understand that making doctors available to each and every patient at the start of the journey may not be possible. So how do you ensure that the value and the communication which is being provided by the healthcare organization to the audiences is through website, through social media, and whatever channel they are on? It has to be accurate, credible, and easily digestible also. Other thing is that uh, presence on Google, presence on Facebook, it is inevitable. And it does not matter, you are a doctor, you are a health organization, you are a single specialty hospital chain. You have to be there, you have to be present, and you have to share the knowledge. As I said, the research starts much before the patient is in the doctor's chamber. What is GoQuest.ai? We are not an aggregator. Something I want to establish right at the first step. We are not an aggregator. What we really are, we are partner in your growth. So at GoQuest, we are committed to transforming healthcare marketing by leveraging data-driven strategies established over the years and creating impactful content with patients more effectively. So it is the information which is already there with the doctor, with the healthcare organization, with the content planner within the hospital, but it needs to be effectively planned, effectively shared, and through data-driven marketing strategy should be shared with the patients. I'll share one example. A couple of months back, I was talking to the managing director of one of the largest hospital chain in Gupta, and he said, Gagan, we don't get patients through our Google. I don't know, we are spending money. I don't know what is wrong with that. I said, have you tried why it's not working? I said, I don't get time, but can you tell me? I opened Google, I typed hospital near me, and for that particular hospital, the ad was that get your X-ray done at XYZ hospital. Imagine for a hospital, if they have to pitch value around X-ray and MRI, sorry, not just only X-ray, it does not add value to a patient. He can go to maybe Dr. Lal Pathway, go to other lab testing companies, but not to the hospital. Another case, I was talking to a very senior director at IVF chain also. He said, for us also the problem is that on our Facebook ads we don't see much ROI. So all those patients who come to us mainly because of word of mouth or somebody who's referring us. I said, okay, let's check your ad. In the ad account, the biggest problem was that IVF ads were targeted to somebody who's 18-year-old, 25-year-old, 24-year-old. So the basic is that when you target your ads, it has to be really meant for the person who's supposed to look at. These are the basic. And these are the couple of examples which I'm giving you right now from the experience. But if you go in depth, you will see many more examples where the budget is there, hospital is willing to spend money on the, getting more patients in the organization, but it's not happening because the strategy is not clear, the value proposition is not clear, the communication pillars are not clear, and the experience which is going to be communicated, it's not clear. And today you have to believe that it is not just about the treatment. It is you have to communicate the experience and what the organization stands for. Third thing, there are a lot of hospitals who will spend this 70%, 80% of their budget on offline marketing. It can be BTL activities in society, in apartments, in spending money on billboards, on parking boards, and multiple formats. But I'll give you one example. People who are waiting in the doctor chambers for their turn, where do they look at? They are not looking at any boards. If you see closely, everybody is looking at their phone. Even right now, I may not be that entertaining to you, but you are looking at your phone apart from anything else. And that's the reality of every patient in the country right now. And every patient who can afford 50,000 rupees, 15,000 rupees plus phone, he's going to look at his phone, does not matter. Unless until he's not driving, he's going to look at his phone or her. So if you have budget, it has to go to digital medium first, then to physical medium first. And today it's an omni-channel world. So it's a combination of physical plus digital channel which you have to take care of. But the way the hierarchy stands today is that physical is bigger than just digital, and just digital is bigger than physical. So the investment of money while reaching out to your patient, creating awareness, has to be in this method, in this manner. Now, question: what we bring to the table? One, for GoQuest.ai, the first principle is that the brand communication and value proposition has to be really, really sharp. If it is not clear, you are not going to see ROI on your budget. Second is platform expertise. Over the last 8 years, I've been working with Google, Meta platforms, YouTube ads, and other platforms, search engine optimization, and GMV profile management. And ultimately, the crux is that You have to have deep expertise on these platforms to ensure your ads are going to win over other ads. And when I say healthcare ads are not competing against just e-commerce ad and B2C ads, an IVF chain ads is going to compete against external other IVF chain. A hospital ad is going to compete against another hospital. So you have to have your edge. You have to be clear in your proposition. Third is the content development part. It has to be authentic. It has to be credible. It has to be personalized for the user. And the formats have gone under evolution for the last 10 years or so. It is not just about pages, the web pages you look at. It is more about how you're going to share content with videos on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram. And the regionalism is on the rise. Just English won't cut it. You have to have expansion beyond just regional language, beyond just English or Hindi. You have to think in Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam to have that expertise, expands over the bigger regions, the hinterlands, all across India. Fourth is how do you manage your campaign? Just like any doctor or any health organization need to take care of patients on daily basis, somebody who's taking care of marketing within healthcare also have to look at the campaigns on daily basis. So consistency, rigor, discipline are the most important thing, just like media profession. And these are the four pillars GoQuest actually differentiate from every other player in terms of their marketing. These are the two case studies. I'm not going to get into details, but the outcome for these two clients, one is Uncover, which is into dermatological chain, so laser skin and hair clinics. On quarter, they have grown 25% last 3 months, 18% increase in average booking session price. Third is contribution of SEO has moved upwards. On the right hand side, you will see Breathe Wellbeing. They are diabetes reversal chain. They serve patients all across the world. And if you see their outcome, it has improved by 20% quarter on quarter, 9% increase in conversion, just because their content, their targeting, their planning has been spot on, has been updated, optimized as per the best practices of the platform. Now, when I talk about content, when I talk about things, how it looks like, how it buckets. So, for example, every treatment has certain bucket for certain patients, right? A treatment for somebody who's 25-year-old is going to be different from somebody who's 50-year-old. Similar, the proposition that is going to get communicated comes in very different kind of format. It can be live experience, it can be testimonial, it can be value pitch also, and it takes a lot of trial and error. So it's a game of patience, consistency, and rigor. And once you figure out, the proposition becomes very clear for your target audience. And this is about the video format. What about something being, you see at the top? You are not, if a health hospital is not Apollo, right, which generally rules all the search engines in terms of content being at the top. For Kidney Stone, you are not going to get a top ranking, let's say, for your content. How do you find the niche? How do you find the space for yourself? For example, if you see the top left example, it's all about 8 kidney stone. Yes, patients do search about these things. If the kidney stone is 2 8 10 15 you have to segregate your content because people are searching in that much detail. On the right hand side, your profile, how does it look like on Google? The quality, the information, the accuracy of that, it needs to be managed. If you see below, these are the sample dashboards. How do they look like? And these are the numbers which have been for us, for our clients in the past. We are generating a return on ad spend of around 8.7, and as we speak, we are working with more and more healthcare organizations, and we're increasing our reach. And thank you very much. With that, I end my presentation. But the final remark which I would make is that in any economy which is growing at such pace, at 8%, it does not matter you are in e-com, D2C, or even in healthcare. The competition is imminent, inevitable, and you look at any single category specialty in India today, the space to occupy for yourself is getting really, really tougher. So focus on communication, the value proposition, the brand guidelines, what you stand for has to be really communicated well to our patients. So with that, I end my presentation. But thanks for your time. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gagan Arora. I would like to call Dr. Naveen Nishal. Please felicitate Mr. Gagan Arora. Can you please have a round of applause for him? Thank you, sir. Can you please come to the center for a photograph? Yes, thank you. Photographer? Yes, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next discussion for today, which dwells into emerging trends shaping research, accessibility, and outcomes in fertility treatments. With this, let me introduce you all to the topic of our fifth panel: securing the future of assisted reproduction, insurance, investments, and landscape in IVF care. Now, I'd like to welcome our panelists to join us on stage. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause, Mr. Sri Krishnan, Business Head, Affinity Distribution Policy Bazaar.com, Dr. Rishikesh Pai, Trustee, FIGO International Federation of Gynecology and Obstetrics, Founder and Managing Director, Bloom IVF, Mr. Vinesh Gadia, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer, 49 Fertility Center, Dr. Vishal Gandhi, Founder and CEO, Biorex Venture Advisors Private Limited. Please put your hands together to welcome all our panelists for this session. I now request Dr. Vishal Gandhi to please take over this session from here as moderator. There you go, sir. Yeah.
So, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, VOH, Dr. Nishchal, Pinky, particularly for this opportunity. I must say that this topic is so apt, and we have actually wonderful panelists who are authority in their respective area to talk about a segment, one in insurance, the other on the reproductive technology, and the third on investments. And so I feel that we couldn't have had a better panel than what we've got, and our viewers must have done a decent amount of research to get the right panel. And thank you, panelists, for being here. So I want to just set the context. Today, when we talk about technology, when we talk about growth, I think that certain pillars which needs to be in place to be able to create a growth, right? And one is technology. And I think enough was spoken about technology within the not just the digital technology part, what kind of technology in the assistive reproductive technology can also be researched upon to ensure the high throughput, increase the productivity in every aspect, right? The other aspect, which I think any new sector which today suffers from, and I feel IVF itself, I would call it a niche upcoming sector, is a policy, right? And so we will definitely talk about policy to start. And the third sector, I think, which within the this sector is about capacity building. So if we do have investments and if we do not have people to enable the expansion, I think these investments are not going to be creating any reward for anybody. So I think it's really important today at this inflection point where we are that we must talk about this so that at least some outcome of today's session should really help us grow this sector in a very, very serious way, because technology is one part. And I was thinking, what is the best simile to this? I remember as a biotechnologist, so my background is I've done my master's in biotech, of course, then MBA in healthcare finance, and then PhD in technology management. So my background, as you all know now, suggests that it is not about only technology, it's not about only finance, which is crucial for the growth of any sector, but there are many more things which needs to be discussed. And today we should be discussing about that to increase the chances of attracting the investment. But at the same time, attracting the investment is not the core. Making sure investors also get their money back is the key. And for that, we will be discussing, and we have wonderful panelists, as I mentioned. Now, let's look at the certain parameters, certain metrics of IVF sector. I feel IVF sector in India or globally is still a very not a very mature sector. It may be, let's say, $1 billion, but we feel that particularly 2030, it may become another 5x of what we today see. So essentially, if we are talking of 1 billion sector as per the market research reports, and I don't think I want to quote any number here, but just for the sake of simplicity, if it is today $1 billion, we think it should actually become $5 billion, and with the CAGR of at least 20% growth annually, right? Because that is what even healthcare industry is growing at. And other aspect which I also want to make sure that insurance, like healthcare enablers, insurance is a very very critical sector today. If you look at healthcare, who funds the healthcare, right? All the private healthcare, if there is no insurance, right? Most of our healthcare, especially the people sitting in audience, I'm sure all of us are funding our healthcare, right, by way of paying insurance premium and securing ourselves, right? We may be covered under Aadha or Ayushman Bharat, but we don't really care, right? Maybe some of us may not even know whether it is eligible for us or it is not eligible for us. It's very very important that we understand insurance as a segment well. It's important that we understand technology as a segment well. And of course, within that, research is going to be another very crucial aspect to increase the probability of a success of any venture. And I think more particularly, what I learned in my pre-panel discussion with able Dr. Pai and Vinesh, that how do we increase the chances of success even in IVF sector, not as an enterprise but also as an outcome for somebody who's seeking this solution. And I particularly, like before I got this opportunity, I was just thinking that IVF as a sector, it's like just a luxury. But when I did a lot of research about the sector, I realized it's not actually a luxury anymore. It's actually compulsory that government also supports this sector in order to contribute to the sustainable healthcare for this country. And it's really really crucial that we talk about it a lot. Then of course, coming to various startups ideas, I think one of the panel spoke about that there is a lot of innovation that technology can enable, and one of the technology is information technology. How do we ensure that all the IVF specialists, because they're very finite in number. Now we can't really clone them, we can't really replicate them. How do we ensure that they get all the enablement to ensure the better success? And I think this is what we would be discussing in our panel. Let me turn the panel, now, and I will invite Krishan to talk about insurance. So, Krishan, every healthcare sector has grown, whether it's cardiology, to oncology, to skin, or whatever. It's grown because insurance really supported proactively. So, what is your view on insurance segment for IVF segment? Because I think a lot of people are not even aware that there's an insurance available for such a segment. So, I think you probably should be talking about what are the impediments that today you see for the growth of this sector. Because growth is very important for this sector, and that's how even investors will put money. There's a lot of money which has already come in, but what is insurance has to do with it? Maybe some SWOT analysis of that would be great for audience to listen from you.
Hi, thank you, and good evening to everyone. I think I've been sitting here since morning, and then we are hearing that insurance is catalyst to IVF growth. That's true, but insurance has not contributed to it to the fullest extent till now, and there has been challenges to the tune that the cost of IVF treatment is very very high as compared to the other ailments. And second, IVF treatment is not being declared disability, till 2 3 years back, and that is the main reason why it is not considered to the insurance coverages. And we, in India, usually follow the guidelines or the trends of international market. And in international market, the adoption of the IVF has come little later as compared to the other care ailments. So one is the cost, if you ask me, and other being not being declared a disability is kind of one of the impediment of not being added into the regular healthcare this thing. And second being, I think there is a kind of moral hazard also is there, could develop in this sector. Giving you an example, right now, you would have seen any cost which is non-insurance, the cost is X. But when it goes to insurance and paid by insurance company, the cost becomes Y. And under IVF, since we don't have much of regulations, this cost can go exponentially high if you put it under the insurance purview. So one of that moral hazard is that. Second, I think data is also not there for this particular sector. It's not structurally collected. And that is kind of one of the main reasons why it is kind of not coming under the insurance purview. And fourth, I feel regulations and the guidelines came very, very late into this sector. If they would have come earlier, I think it would have been really support for insurance regulator to put this under purview of the insurance or the individual healthcare policies and all. Having said this, these are the limitations. But of the IVF. After the ART regulations, I think last 2 years, we are able to provide the policy to the donors as to the surrogates. And we have also seen a lot of large corporates are incorporating the IVF treatment into their group policies. They have not come into the retail policies till now, but almost all the large policies contain the clause of adding the IVF treatment into their group policies. So there has been changes. Insurance is contributing more and more. But if you ask me, there is a long mile to go. And whatever the points I've highlighted, data collection, regulation, reducing the cost of the IVF treatment, if all these come into picture, I think insurance will be able to contribute more and more into this particular sector.
Thank you. Thank you for those
Right.
wonderful insights.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
sir. You want to
I think I
supplement?
just met someone who is offering insurance now, but if you look at the new, there is a recent WHO report which they studied 12,000 research papers and they narrowed it down to 133 papers and they've come out with a prevalence rate of infertility of 17.5%. It just released into April, and it's a very significant release because now the WHO is recommending that infertility be classified as a disease. So it was more of a lifestyle kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Right. So now, and with that, the Ayushman Bharat. So this paper can be utilized to push the government to cover under Ayushman Bharat because that's the recommendation of the World Health Organization that because now the prevalence is very high, it no longer can be, and there's something called healthcare poverty. So
Sure.
what they have calculated is that one IVF cycle is equal to the entire pay of the 1 year pay of a couple. So there is a possibility that in the next 1 2 years, uh, infertility and IVF cycle will be covered under Ayushman Bharat, and that will be the game.
Yeah. And I think it's actually a social need. It's just not an economic opportunity that we are here to talk about. I think it's going to become more social. Yes, Ganesh.
Sorry. Nice to meet you, Mr. Krishna. Two, three aspects I beg your pardon, but I don't agree. Infertility is a declared WHO classified disease since 2005. So I would not agree that it is not declared as a disability. Cost of IVF is much more efficient in India compared to anywhere in the world. I don't think it can go lower than this. We offer IVF at less price than Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Pakistan and African countries at a very good success rate. Third, if you're talking about data, I don't see a structured data for knee replacement. But knee replacement is covered by insurance. If you ask me, and I'm just my perception and my view, that more than 75% of knee replacement is done in India, which are not indicated. It's out of fear people use knee replacement, and it is indicated. In that context, the need of IVF in India, medical need of IVF at a very efficient cost. We have enough data, and I am afraid that why only IVF is not covered under insurance still. It's a lackluster approach from IRDA, Indian government, and insurance companies in India. You take example of Progeny. Progeny is an insurance company in US, which is NYSE listed company. It has a value of $5 billion. It's an only infertility insurance company doing great business. So I think there is need, there is structure, there is regulation, and there is business available. Somebody has to take leap of faith.
And when do we see them coming to India? What are they waiting for?
So types of model in India will emerge very soon. If not, Progeny will come and launch India subsidiary, which will be lost to Indian insurance companies. Because in India, there are millions of couples who need IVF, who will take up this insurance and will make Progeny India richer than Indian insurance.
Sure, sure. So, may I turn to Dr. Pai? I'll come back to you, Dr. Pai. Stem cell as a technology, couldn't really see the light of the day. We've all stored up, our respective, daughters or sons, but we don't know what are the medical and moral and ethical issues. And I think somewhere even IVF is suffering and will suffer these medical, legal, moral issues, And of course, the investment is happening, but then we feel that there are some structural issues which needs to be sorted before it is actually called IVF industry. Because somebody was referring to it as an industry, and I felt it's too premature to call industry when the segment is not even $1 billion in India today, right? So, what is your outlook, sir? And what are the key measures from a policy perspective that you think must be in place to be able to call it equitable healthcare as far as IVF is concerned? So, your views on that?
So actually, I started IVF in 1990. I came back from Australia.
Pioneer.
Pioneer. I was one of the first, and
Who
Dr.
took the
Durusha
risk,
is also
right?
there. He's also a pioneer. So we were the first few, and
Very
that time,
fortunate to have both of you in this hall today.
that time the success rate was around 5 to 10%. So over the years, the success rate has climbed up, and now it is around 40 to 50%. I think first and foremost, we have more or less standardized. So the pregnancy rates are, and success rate is not so. If you see the natural success rate is 7%. If couples have natural sex, we have increased it by 400% to 35, 40% now. So it's a great. So first is success rate has now become standardized. So second thing is that there is a legal, the new DRT law has come. So compliance has come in, staffing has come in. So with the law coming in, it is going to be it's a game changer.
Yeah,
You understand?
and adoption of technology will
Yeah,
ensure
and
that insurance sees it as a transparent play.
Right. So, an investor would want transparency, right? So again, with all this GST coming in, honorable Prime Minister has done so many changes. Everything is transparent. Everyone pays by card. So everything, money coming in is become transparent. So the growth can be really assessed properly. Third party also regulation has come in, which is quite good. There are some lacunae there, like for egg donation and surrogacy, but they are getting corrected. We are approaching the government all the time, and course correction is taking place. And so it has all aspects here. There is a growth. So I feel that the future is bright, and the time has come for all of you investors to come in and take it to the next level. If you look at the market now, the European market is around $26 billion, 26 to 30 billion, followed by US, and the Asian market is growing very rapidly. As you rightly said, Indian market is 1 billion. The CAGR is around 16%. I was just looking on the net, and we are expecting.
It actually can be 36% because today healthcare is growing at 16%. So IVF, which is actually sad.
What I wanted to tell you is that there's ancillary things that are hiving off. So there are 5 new big areas that are coming, which are offshoots of IVF. One is the recurrent IVF pillar is a big market. The second market is implantation genetic testing for single gene disorders. So like thalassemia and all. So that's another. The third is egg freezing. I was a pioneer. I started egg freezing in 2007, first time in India, and we have really frozen more than 20,000 oocytes now of many patients for lifestyle. That's become a huge market. So that's growing also very rapidly. I'm getting around 3-4 patients every month. So, and the fourth very, very, very big market, which is now opening up, is the pre-implantation genetics testing for polygenic disorders. So there are now biobanks where you can actually predict whether that, suppose my parents both were diabetics, so I'm a diabetic, and my son child may be diabetic, I can now do PGT and predict whether that embryo will be a diabetic embryo or not. So I can actually use a biobank. It's called preimplantation genetic testing for polygenic disorder.
Yeah.
And the last thing before I sign out on this,
And I think which was not the primary use case for IVF industry,
right?
but
So
it is coming as
yeah,
the technology is moving fast.
that's
We
what
have seen genomics, we have seen proteomics, and everything is coming together to create a secondary use case of the industry.
And the last thing that is come in Japan, no, it's a Stanford University research project where you can create oocytes and sperm from skin cells. So the biotechnology is moving very fast. That we predict will come into commercial application by within 5 to 7 years time. So that will be again a very big game changer. So overall, the market is great. It's the growth phase for the industry. And the last is access. So whenever we talk in our country, equity is very important and access to the poor. So we are all the time focused on 100 million people, but 1.3 billion people are also our people. And for that, Ayushman Bharat is the thing. It's the key. The Prime Minister has to do it. And Nadaji, who was, when I was Secretary General of the Federation, he was our health minister. I think the stars are getting aligned. He's come back as a health
But do
minister.
we have a capacity to actually deliver? It's not about insurance, it's not about government, but do we have a capacity of the
Of
IVF
course.
specialist that much? I am actually not sure.
This what is he
So,
doing?
so,
So there
so
are
he can probably contribute to 0.02% of the market share. What I understand, how
there
can
are
he do?
chains coming up and
Sure,
standardization.
absolutely. Thank you so much, Vinesh. Since you come from I would say, a very deep background of pharma and actually seen pharma, IVF, and then now to healthcare services. So one thing I see that there is an OYO model for everything, right? What we are seeing by advent of technology. Do we see a OYO model of IVF in India? Are we early? Are we late? Are we seeing some signs, early signs here right now? What are your thoughts on that? Or can it actually happen?
So IVF in terms of business, the core of IVF business is to give best-in-class result to the patient, which requires a lot of investment in the IVF lab technology, protocols, hands and consumables, which gives best-in-class result, ensuring 100% safety standards, highest standards of ethics, and with complete transparency. I think it's a very capital-intensive model and also requires a lot of technology adoption and very deep experience, hence in terms of how you acquire patient, manage patient, treat patient. I have my view, and may not be everybody may not agree, but I don't think we are ready for OYO model in IVF yet because it is not a cookie cutter model today. And hence, I believe that to create a world class IVF treatment hubs, it's a still maybe a decade away where everything is so standardized with adoption of a very good IT infrastructure, where you can see through every process the journey of patient from the first click to exit, and then adopt a model. Maybe a decade later, it doesn't know because this to create a world class IVF chain or best in class IVF chain, uh, it requires a lot of money, experience, and execution capability. And it's not like where you can put your board on a running IVF clinic and you can standardize and bring it up to the speed of that quality.
Sure.
So I don't believe in OYO model for IVF as of now.
Sure. Yeah, please.
Also, I was the president of the federation, and I was in charge of the what is known as the Manyata model. So Manyata is a model where we standardize the nursing, we train them in various systems, and now the big breakthrough has come. The assessment was initially done by us. Now the NABH has taken over the assessment, and they are also coming up with a new model for IVF. The NABH is in the process of certifying IVF centers also. We have 3,500 centers. What has happened is with the coming in of the chains, what has happened, many of these centers are now not functioning up to their optimum level. And unlike what he feels, I feel OYO model is the right time. Next year, after, as soon as I finish my
So we see you starting an OYO model
I
soon.
am interested in the OYO model.
Yes.
There are 3,000 centers there, all well trained. They just need to be updated, standardized, and escalated.
Perfect.
And all of them are doing IVF. They had a everything was going well. Suddenly there was an infusion of the chains. Private equity came in. Because of that, their work has been taken away. We just have to bring them back to their standard. What that standard was about 5 years back. We need to bring them back, and they will work like
So that takes me back to 2014 when eye care, dental care,
Sir, 50,
was
one
also
minute.
thought that it cannot work as a OYO. But actually, we have seen that how infusion of private equity has actually enabled
just as a
to make sure
takeoff
they
of
will have
that,
dental like a
if
center
there
of
are
science.
investors in the audience, the forget IVF, it's a fiddly model. You know what is the biggest model which is there sitting there? That is the delivery model. We do 30 million deliveries every year in India. Someone has to take those maternity homes, upgrade them, and network them. It's a fantastic model to escalate. The delivery
Absolutely.
model.
Absolutely.
These 3,000 IVF clinics, all very experienced, respectful. Half of them don't have their own embryologist. How do I put my board on them?
So this is where I
So
think we have to
I have a
learn from other
disconnect on this.
sectors. I'll tell you, this is where probably my learning of biotech sector could play a role. So we have seen that government came and set up these centers of excellence, wherein you have centralized facility, right? And those centralized facilities are accessed by the particular researcher, and that is where startups in biotechnology in 2010 were only five. Today, we have 6,000 startups in biotechnology sector, and it's not because those startups have actually raised decent amount of money. It's the government which started funding incubators, and those incubators became a sort of a point for people to access the high instrumentation, conduct research, and then take the innovation to the market in a much speedier manner. I don't know whether, as Dr. Pai, and I try to incline with him, what he's saying is possible, but I think there's a long way to go. There are lots of issues which probably needs to be discussed, which I'm sure, we have such an eminent panelist who probably have already dwelled on it. Could be around legal, could be around insurance, it could be around anything, everything. But I think suggestions are all welcomed, and I feel that you have a point, and you have a point because you come from a structure which is about clinical excellence, and you want to control all the assets so that you can control the outcome. Whereas when it comes to a general public, right, it's about giving them access. It's not about actually luxury. So I think it's a good contrast. I think both of you have a very different, while you are both serving the same industry, but have a very different mindset. I think he's probably representing a Janta mindset, whereas you want to represent somebody like maybe a start home who's coming to you and saying, I want to get it done, and I want to have everything super control, and so that confidentiality and maintain, and they're willing to pay you, right? So I think that is what it is. And I think both models should work ideally.
Just one more point. Government has started. So the PMC, for example, in municipal corporation, they have opened a unit in Sion Hospital. They are opening a hospital. Suddenly, because Pradhan Mantri is very dynamic, he may open just in all the medical colleges. The JJ hospital as a model now open. So initially we had only the aims in Delhi. Now suddenly there's a lot of, so there's going to be, it's a game changer. Okay, I agree with Vinay that for reaching a high level of performance, we may not be able to replicate. But overall, if you want to give a decent amount of care to a lot of people, and it's all about numbers, isn't it? Everything
And I think,
ultimately
sir,
boils down to
tier
numbers.
3, tier 4 is a very big opportunity, and people are not even aware that they can actually exercise this option. They're not aware.
So
What can government do to do that?
out of my current 11 clinics, 7 are in tier 2, tier 3.
Very
They are
nice.
still no compromise.
Perfect. How are you managing the traffic? Google ads.
Traffic, I'm sorry, but I would say intending infertile couple want to achieve the dream of parenthood. There are more than 50 million couples in India. And most people believe that perception is that affordability is the issue. But if you go through even published studies, one of them is most acceptable is EY white paper on IVF potential landscape of India, or TAM study, total addressable market. It suggests that affordability is a perceived problem, not a real problem, because 68% of Indian couple can afford one cycle of IVF in their lifetime, is what it is published data. So most of Indian middle class, lower middle class, say socioeconomic class, when you divide them, because the need of parenthood in India, because of our societal cultural structure, is so high, that they will be able to manage 1.5, 1.75 up to 2 lakh rupees to achieve a decent 50% chance to become pregnant. There is no shortage of patients in India, and we are still under 5% penetration of the real number of patients who need infertility treatment in India. So it's just to have a meaningful content on digital ecosystem, largely after post Geo and getting smartphone, to connect with patient and convince them that there is a treatment available, and to guide them to come at night time at right age to achieve the dream of parenting.
Can I just also just
I
point
don't
out
see
to
there
the
is shortage
audience?
of patient, while most people believe that there is shortage of patient. There is no shortage.
Basically, you need to understand we are talking about 20%. So the infertility market is, let's say, 100. Of that, 20% need in IVF. Rest of them don't need IVF. They need standard treatment. So already our 43,000 gynecologists all are doing the standard treatment. That is also a huge market. The level 1A IUI center training for them, they cater to millions of people. Okay, so infertility market is not what we are talking. We are just talking 20% segment of the that market, which needs IVF as a treatment. I am talking about the overall larger picture as well. So overall, I feel country is very big. Its prospects are very bright for the future.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more with you, sir. Because I think primary use case is absolutely clear. It's established. While I see with the advent of genomics, we will have secondary use case, which is going to be far more important, right? So I think with that note, what I can do is we are all available for on LinkedIn, and we can all be contacted. We have a limited time, so we have 2 minutes to finish the session. But I would certainly encourage each one of you to, write to us, or maybe if any one of you have any questions right now, we can entertain one or two questions. Anybody has any questions? Okay. So maybe I can continue for 2 more minutes, or MC can decide whether should we continue or we are good to go. Right?
Sir, you have 2 more minutes left.
Perfect. Thank you.
Do we have any questions from the audience, please? All right, then we'll wrap it up. I thank Dr. Gandhi for leading this insightful session for us. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to felicitate all the dignitaries present here for this session. I would like Dr. Vishal Gandhi to felicitate the co-panelists, Doc- Mr. Shri Krishan, Mr. Shri Krishan, Dr. Rishikesh Pai, that was. Mr. Shri Krishan, Mr. Vinesh Gadia, Dr. Rishikesh Pai. Yes, sir, but I didn't announce it. Thank you so much, sir. Yes. I would now like to invite Ms. Pinky Chahar to felicitate Dr. Vishal Gandhi. Thank you, sir. Everyone, please come together in the center for a group photo. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Moving on, we have another partner presentation coming up from the Winter. Can we please have Mr. Rahul, Chief Developer, Software Division, Devon, on stage for the presentation? Can we please have presentation on the screen as well?
So, good afternoon, everyone. So, I am Rahul from DWinter. So, I'll be speaking on the topic of the role of microscopy and the recent advancements, what we have done to assist the IVF process. So, quickly going to the introduction of our. So, we are basically a 35-year-old company in microscopy and image technology. So we started with the imaging and the software development in India in the late 1990s. So since around 37 years, we have been in this field and starting from a single software in the early 2000s. So we have expanded our image process based microscopy image based softwares in all fields, including the medical field. So we have also expanded our field to the IVF industry. So we have developed various softwares to assist the IVF industry. So our product range comprises of our the digital microscope, the fluorescence, the life science, and all sorts of microscope, the digital cameras, which can be mounted on the microscope for your easy analysis. We cater to all the medical fields with our digital biological microscopes, fluorescence upright microscope, inverted cell culture microscope, the stereosome, the multi-headed microscope as well. So we have a few specialized microscope for the IVF industry, the one inverted microscope with the manipulators for IVF and the stereosome, which is usually used with the adjustable light. So this is one of our recent advancements which have been developed in India by us. So this is completely a new computer-assisted semen analysis platform, which we have branded as the sperm. So this is actually a image-based technology for the semen analysis. So we are able to do the motility analysis. We are able to do the morphological analysis, the DNA fragmentation test, and the vitality. The four tests which have been described by the WHO 2021, the latest schedule. So we are also complying that. So all this is done with the help of computerization, and everything is automatic, and this is a pure image based technology. So we have various modules. So we need to capture, just record a few seconds of video for our semen to get the motility, the count, and the concentration. Like for the IVF, we have to very precise to select are the samples and to analyze. So when we give a few seconds of video to our module, it traces the path of each and every semen, and each spermatozoa path is traced down to give us the velocity parameters, the 12 velocity parameters which have been listed by the WHO, and the classification of the rapid, the slow, and the immotile semen. Apart from this, if we go for the further detailed analysis, so we have the morphological analysis where we are able to do the morphological structure formation at a higher magnification of 1000x. So there we get the structural formation like the area, the head, and apart from this, we get the acrosome content and the defects as well, the head defect, tail defect, and the net defect there. And this technology, for the first time, we have tried this. Not only we have done in bright field, but for also for the fluorescence. Now, when we do with the fluorescence, it gives you a better, accurate result for the acrosome content. So we have developed this module with the fluorescence as well. The rest two tests are the DNA fragmentation tests. So again, here when we see in the slide, we can easily get the halo formation, the big, small, medium, and the degraded ones. So from this, we are able to uh, find out the DNA fragmentation index, and then we can rate the fertility of the sample from here itself. And the vitality samples gives you the percentage of the live and the dead samples there. So considering this whole platform where we are able to do the motility, count, concentration, morphology, DNA fragmentation, vitality. So all this is microscopy image-based technology. So it is not that once your uh, analysis is done, your data is gone. So all the data is stored in the system. So once you have done the analysis, suppose today, even after 1 month, you can take out the sample picture videos, and for the reference you can re-examine whether something was wrong or not. You get your results, you get the raw sample as well saved on your data, and everything is saved on the extensive database which can be used for future reference. And I already told in morphology, in DNA fragmentation also, and in vitality, all this we have developed with fluorescence as well for a better accuracy. So this was it. We have also come up with a compact portable system for the semen analysis. So all these tests can be done there, but at a lower cost, and that is compact, and you can take it anywhere. So these are the sample reports. You for each module you get the reports like this. You can print and keep it for your records. So in course of time. So thank you everyone for giving us this time, and thank you Voice of Healthcare for giving this platform to introduce ourselves. Thank you.
Please stay on stage. I would like to thank Mr. Rahul for his informative presentation. Now, I would like to call Ms. Khushbu Sharma on stage to felicitate Mr. Rahul. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the final discussion of the day, let's dwell into the intersection of science, ethics, and women's autonomy within the realm of assisted reproduction with none other than our guest speaker, Dr. Durusha. Through this discussion, we will not only be exploring how advancements in IVF have expanded fertility treatment options, but also empowered women to make informed decisions about their reproductive health, fostering a more equitable and inclusive future. And with this, let me introduce you all to the topic of our fireside chat, from labs to lives, charting the course of IVF and empowering women's health. I'd like to welcome our panelists to join us on stage. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause. Dr. Durusha, Director Gynac World, Consultant Obstetrician and Gynecologist, Breach Candy Hospital and Just Look Hospital, Founder President, the PCOS Society. Ma'am, can we please have you on stage? Chair Council of Affiliated Menopause Society, Founder Trustee, Metropolis Foundation, and Dr. Shweta Mittal Gupta, General Secretary, Indian Fertility Society, Co-Director and Senior Consultant, Center of IVF and Human Reproduction, Sir Gangaram Hospital and Research Center. Please put your hands together to welcome our panelists for this session. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Shweta Mittal Gupta to please take over this session from here.
Thank you very much. I think we've been having a lot of heavy duty, mind-boggling panel, and let's go to a little lighter side of IVF, and let's have some humane touch, and let's find out that we have a very special doctor with us, Dr. Durusha. We've just heard very elaborate introduction about her. So I was just, chatting with her, and I wanted to know that number one, I wanted to find out what is a fireside chat. And somebody told me it's like Karan Johar taking an interview. So I said, well, if we delve so much into IVFs, and we become current, they become very difficult. Uh, so let's start, ma'am, by asking that. I think close to the year maybe when I was born, is the time when she finished her post graduation. So that's like, way close to 1976. She enters into the field of gynecology. And then we know that we have a landmark, 1986, Harsha Bedi being born with, Dr. Indira Hinduja and Dr. Kusum Verma, Kusum Zaveri. And then ma'am says that, close to I think 1988 or 89, she plunged into, opening her center. So I want to ask you that what made you, think that you want to get into reproductive medicine? What kind of, interest, what made you have that interest?
First of all, thank you very much for having me here. Uh, you see, we've seen IVF grow right from the beginning. When we were training, there was nothing like hormone assays available in India. There was nothing available wherein we could even study the prolactin levels or the FSH, LH. What we count is absolutely, you know, day-to-day testing. So when I was doing my post graduation and I was reading a lot, I used to sit in the library at the Institute for Research in Reproduction, which is very close to the Wadia Maternity Hospital, where I trained. And there in the library, I could read all the latest year books. We used to get the year books then, and the journals, which we didn't have access to in our medicals, Wadia Hospital. So when I read about all the hormone assays being done, why can't we do it? So my husband's a pathologist, and he actually was supposed to go for further training after his MBA. And I told him that why don't you go into hormone assays? This is something we need, and there's so much we can do. And he went to and did his training at the Cornell for 1 year, and that's the time I realized that things like HCG was done to diagnose pregnancy in the blood. We heard about uterine pregnancy test, but there was nothing done. And honestly, I tell you that when I first treated my patient who came to me with no periods at all for a year, 1 year no periods, and she wanted to get pregnant, I didn't know how to get her pregnant. I didn't know what test to do. I didn't know anything. So that's when I approached the IRR and I asked, what can I do for her? They said, we are running a research project on prolactin because she had galactoria. So I said, she has galactoria. They said, could be thyroid, could be prolactin. They got the test done for me in their research institute. There was no MRI, there was no CT scans, there was nothing. But we did some kind of X-ray testing which helped us to see a tumor in the brain. We gave her the bromocriptine, which was imported from abroad. She was a doctor's wife. We gave her that. And within 6 months, 3 months, she started menstruating. And within 6 months, she was pregnant. So the question is, it's so dramatic. I presented that as my first case study in the Mumbai OBGYN Society, and I got the first prize because it
Yes.
was like a fairy tale, literally a fairy tale. So I come from
Yes.
that generation today.
So I remember that when I joined Gangaram Hospital, and that is Dr. Abbas joining in, and that's her very favorite statement. She says, when we were starting that practice, I would always refer to Bayliers. I would always refer to a book to know because the things were not existing and we had to make our own path in reproductive medicine. And I remember when I went for my interview for my fellowship, and Dr. B.N. Chakravarti sir asked me, do you ever think that there could be an LH testing from saliva? And that is what I want to work on. So I think the future, uh, I think earlier there were no hormones, then came the hormones. Now we are at a stage where our machines actually, bring out the reports within an hour. Every 19 to 20 seconds, my husband is a pathologist, says that once the first report is out and then machines can give the reports so quickly. And then I think future could be maybe saliva, could be more non-invasive methods. So ma'am, if you go back, in your past when you were, getting into productive medicine. So is there anything which you think that you did right? Is this the right path you chose? Or was there some which you thought that, no, I want to go back into, hardcore gynecology practice or just want to, continue with obstetrics or anything?
See, in those days, I was very interested in reproductive endocrinology and I fact, Dr. Rama Vaidya was head of the unit at the NIRH. I asked her, I said, I want to do my PhD in endocrinology because I found it very fascinating that when you do a certain test, you're able to control or you're able to help a patient tremendously. But she said, well, then I was established into practice because honestly, to do a PhD, you have to go back to the lab for 2 years, and I couldn't afford to do that because I had already gone into practice. Those days, there was nothing much available for us to do any input practice. I'm being honest with you. We used to do the BBT charts, basal body temperature charts. We used to check the cervical mucus. We used to do the postcoital test. That's all we could do. We couldn't do anything. There was no ultrasound. There was nothing. As the years went by, between the 70s and the 80s, I think, between the 80s and the 90s, a lot happened. Reproductive endocrinology boomed, the hormones came into function, real time ultrasound happened. I was present in New York when they first got the ultrasound machine with real time. They could see the baby moving inside. And there was so much excitement. So, in short, we've gone through that phase. And when we started the IVF, we were making our own pipettes, we were making our own media, we did everything in house. The whole room was converted into a lab. So, distilled water we created 7 times you distill the water. So, now everything is available. So,
So
therefore, you can get into this practice much easier than what it was in those days.
absolutely, because I remember way back, like when I would hear Dr. B. N. Chakravarti saying that first IVF, there were no incubators.
Yes.
Even, in fact, the expired air was, the carbon dioxide which was available. So I'm sure this journey must have been very difficult. I think by the time I went into my fellowship, I could see recombinant gonadotropins, I could see more fancy incubators, good aspirating machines. By the decade, if we ask you now, since 4 decades you are in reproductive medicine, what are the major advances you think have happened, and how your practice changed over a period of time?
Yeah, I think it's got very, very sort of, there's everything available. That's number one. You don't have to worry about where to get your pipettes from and where to get whatever from. So everything's very specialized. All that has happened over the years. Tests are more specialized. Genetics, molecular genetics has given us a lot of advantage. Where now we are doing the PGTA, etc. I think the previous panel discussion, all this was discussed that all what can we can do. But over the years, what has happened is that things have got more standardized. It's become easier to practice IVF. Only question is that since there's a lot of what is happening in Mumbai where I work, that many women are getting into careers and many women getting into careers, so they are delaying their pregnancies. And when they come to us, they're already 35, 36, 37 when they want to get pregnant. Unfortunately, in India, because of our ethnicity, we reach menopause at least 5 to 6 a year earlier than the European or American women. And hence, we are at a little bit of a disadvantage because 10 years before menopause, the ovary, the eggs are going for a toss. So, in short, we are dealing with more difficult patients now at an age where they are wanting to get pregnant. And therefore, today we are actually guiding them, telling them that they should freeze their eggs earlier so that they can have their pregnancies in good time when they are ready to have their babies. Actually, in Mumbai, most of my patients come to me only after the age of 35.
So we
That's what's
see a
happening.
similar kind of trend in urban cities, and especially when you have more of IT sector coming in, more and more girls are very, very job oriented, career oriented, don't want families early. But I still want to go back and ask this question that, nowadays there's a trend that a new center has opened, and then they want to get fancy gadgets. They want to, promote, it's easy to do a non-invasive PGT and we start promoting without validating the results, or you want to promote embryoscopes. I have, different types of sperm selection techniques. So what do you think? Is it the basic finesse, the basic culture, making good blast relation, the most important aspect, or just adding on technologies and
Yes,
gadgets?
it is important to have the solid knowledge behind it rather than just getting, huge equipments and expensive equipments. Yes, expensive equipments or very modernized equipments will give you answers quickly, maybe give you more details. But if you don't have your ovulation induction going well, if you don't have your embryo lab going in the proper, culture, I mean the culture media, your environment in the lab, everything is not standardized, you're not going to get results. So in short, just talking about equipment is not enough. You have to have your basics
Yeah.
right.
So moving on with more technology, and I was just discussing with her, and she said she had a wonderful presentation at Manila on artificial intelligence. So, what is your take on artificial intelligence sitting in 2024? I read like there is an early app, and then there are these neural connections, and there is deep neural thinking, and where they are kind of subgrading intelligence to technology. So what is your take on it?
See, there's a lot happening with artificial intelligence. There's a lot of research going on. I'll give you a simple example. Today, when we look at an embryo under the microscope, we say, yes, it's a great embryo. But when we transfer that embryo, we may not get a result. And we are still at a loss as to why did this lady not get pregnant, where her endometrium is great, the blood flow is great, everything is fantastic. Why did she not get pregnant? We don't have an answer to that, even though the embryo looks good. So there's been a lot of data being done on this to see what at the molecular level in that embryo is giving you the results of whether this is a good embryo or not when you just look at it under the microscope. So there's a lot of stuff being done where embryo assessment is concerned with artificial intelligence. Actually, at this point in time, we are doing a research project with the IIT in Mumbai, where we are also studying the pictures of the embryos and seeing whether, through that they can develop some software which will help us to assess which embryos are best. There have been studies done wherein a lot of software has been developed through AI, and which has beaten, sort of studies have been done where that module has been used and has assessed which embryo is the best. And there have been five embryologists who have been blinded to it, and their results have not been as good as this particular model has given. So it's called the stock model, and there are various such models available. But let's face it.
So I was, interacting with one of the neurosurgeons at my hospital yesterday, and he was explaining me that how he's going for an AI workshop. So I said, "Can you explain me how it helps?" So he says, "Okay, we are in this stage where every surgery, for example, like a renal vein identification for the new, for a new surgeon. But the problem is that this technology or the anatomy is so variant from patient to patient that even if the machine learns it, but still there would be a case where the anatomy of the renal vein could be different. And if it's right now in the stage where a lot of pictures are being captured, they're being captured, the data is coming, but right now, the technology to maybe use it so vividly is still not available.
It's, I think today we are using it as robotic surgery, right? Robotic surgeries are being done in every, I'm sure in Delhi, in Mumbai, everywhere they are being done. So the question, but still, you need the doctor. The robot himself cannot operate. So it's a facility which you get or a technology which you use to get your results better, probably. But the fact is that the machine can never replace you. Human intelligence is superb, much more than the robot. The intelligence is such that you can think ahead. The robot is doing only what you want it to do. It cannot do what you can do. And therefore the question always comes up that will the embryologist disappear? Will it be only depending on the robot? No, because the mechanical, the basic things will be done by the robot, whilst you will be one who will be doing the higher things. You'll have more time to think and to think more. In day-to-day life, don't we see the AI being used? We are all using Uber, right? We are all using Uber. We
We're
know
using Chat
we are
GPT
using Chat
so rampant.
GPT. So
Suddenly my receptionist has become so good in writing letters. It looks picture perfect to the extent that all the letters look
look
picture perfect.
alike,
Yeah,
but they look alike.
they look alike. So yes, we have Chat GPT. And I was hearing an AI program, and they said there is a app called Rabbit, something, and Winnie, and then there's so many. It will help us knowing what kind of a data we have. I think research, it will be absolutely a boon. So now going back to a very basic question, we always hear that we are from urban cities, the acceptability of IVF is very high. So in this last 4 decades, have you seen that there was a social stigma, even though you were practicing, in a hardcore, one of the biggest urban cities of the
Yeah.
country?
Yeah, I think so. There has been some amount of hesitation. Women don't want to talk about it. So many times we've asked our patients to come and talk at a meeting, talk about the advantages, talk about the disadvantages, whatever. But they are very reluctant to talk about it and discuss it. And this is something which most of the women are not willing, except the very modern women who are very educated and they are happy to talk about it. So, in short, it is still not as well accepted in medicine, I mean, in the society, because somehow it's considered as something has gone wrong with this woman and she's not getting pregnant, which is so unfortunate because we all know there's a male and a female factor. So the burden comes on the woman, unfortunately, and she feels something is wrong with her, which has caused the problem. So she doesn't want to talk about it, and that's where the problem comes with the sector, which is, honestly, not the well educated. But the very well educated women are quite okay to, very open to talk about it. And I think things are changing over the years. I think in the last 5 years, I'm seeing a difference coming.
So, I was just, you were telling me that when you became the president of SR, and that is the time you took initiative of, going ahead and asking for insurance for IVF patients. So,
Yeah.
could you just elaborate on that?
Yeah, this was in the year 1718 when I was a president of the Indian Society of Assisted Reproduction. And I think whenever I've been a president of any organization, I've tried to do my bit for women in this country. So I went and met the insurance companies all over Mumbai. There were so many. And I went to Swiss Hari, who's the head of all insurance companies, and I told them, why don't you include infertility, which is now considered by WHO as a disease? Why don't you include it in your insurance program? They sat on it for a month and she came back to me and said, nobody's willing. So then I came to Delhi, came to Nirman Bhavan and I met Miss Dr. Indu Bhushan, who was at that time working on the Ayushman program. And I met him and I was very happy to sit with him for 45 minutes, give him all the data I had, plus the EMI report, which talked about how IVF is going to grow in this country. And he sat with me and he said, Doctor, I assure you, this will happen. He's saying, just now I'm going to the minister's room. I'm going to sign off the Ayushman Bharat. So I can't include it in this, but I will do something. And you won't believe it, in the next 2 months, it came in the papers that the government has recommended to all insurance companies that these are the 10 items you will include in your insurance program, which included cancer, which included some other diseases. But what struck me was infertility. Infertility came under the insurance program in 17 to 18 when it was confirmed. And now I hear that there are at least 3 insurance companies I know who are offering infertility in their program. But yes, a lot needs to be done because not many people still know about it. And how many cycles they will cover, what they will do is still not decided, but it's definitely coming to the health insurance, which I think is amazing. But if you go to see with our health insurance, the biggest challenges, I'm sure you face the same problem. Why women don't go for their health checkup every year? They don't go for their health checkup every year because it's not covered by insurance. You can't go to an OPD, give your blood, do your mammography, do your bone density, etc. You can't do it because it's not covered by insurance. So women don't take it; they take it very lightly. But women or men who are executives in companies, they get the health checkups done, which is done by the corporate who takes care of them. But once they've retired, there's no program. So women now tend to get admitted in a hospital overnight because that is get admitted overnight and get your plan done, it's accepted for insurance. But if you go on an OPD basis and get it done, it won't happen. And this is what I think that insurance companies around here, they all need to do this. if
So
once a
nowadays, a
year.
lot of surgeries are getting covered as daycare procedures, which is a good move because it reduces the hospitalization and the bed. Like in Gangaram Hospital, we are always, chasing for room availability. Always the hospital says that we are 120%, covered with extra beds. Now, since we are at the end of this conversation on a lighter note, on a personal front, what happens is you have your clinic, suddenly a new IVF center comes in and you feel insecure. And you feel that, if I work weekends, I work longer hours, I'm available till 12 at night. I have a relative who works till 2 in the morning, and then I'm available on Sundays. So, can you tell that how have you balanced a professional life to a personal life? Do you think this kind of a life is, okay? Should we get into this kind of a race? Because I know Dr. Gauri Devi always goes for a weekend to, her farmhouse. I know Dr. Abha, she always takes, kind of a good holiday. And most of us in Gangaram don't work on Sunday. So, what is your take for all of us sitting here?
No, I think you have to have a balance between your family, your profession. You must do it. Yes, in my younger days, I gave up on my social outings, my friends, because I was focusing on my children, focusing on my profession. But today, it's a complete balance between family first and then, of course, profession. So I'm in my fading years of my life, and I think I must make the most. But never worked on Sunday unless it was an emergency. Never worked from day one on a Saturday because Saturday was my children. Take them out, to take them to the club, go for swimming, go swimming, etc., etc. But right from day one, whatever it was, weekends I didn't work unless it was an emergency. And that emergency, I can give you a very nice example of my daughter. They were trying to track me because there was a patient who suddenly came into labor, and the Candy hospital was trying to connect with me. Those days, there were no mobile phones. My daughter was just 9 years old, and she got a call at home saying, "This patient has come into the hospital. Can we track your mother? We can't track her." So she said she's at the Breach Candy Club. So they couldn't get through. So she called up the club, 9 year old. She called up the club. She told the officers, she said, "This is an emergency. This is a situation of life and death. Please get hold of my mother. She's sitting in the bar. Please get her and bring her to the hospital." And I was brought into the hospital in time for that baby's delivery. So the question is that we have gone through days when there were no pagers. Then the pagers came. Then we went. Luckily, I had my own nursing home. I had inherited it, so I had my own nursing home. So my nurses could track me where I was. But how would they know? How would they get me? Because if I didn't have a pager or I didn't have a mobile, how would they connect to me? So what I'm saying is that integrity, that responsibility comes from you to your children. And they grow like this if you teach them the right ethics, the right way of life. And I think I'm still amazed how my daughter did that. She was so young, but she knew that patients come first. And that is what they have always. And today I'm happy to tell you that she is in charge of very big responsibility. Both my girls do extremely well and both ethically sound and very responsible. So I think that must go down into the next generation.
Thank you so much. So, balancing professional life to personal life is, I think, very important. Group practice, bigger practices, having your colleagues chip in, I think, is the need of the hour. And, ma'am, thank you so much for being on the Fireside chat.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having
I would
me.
like to thank Dr. Shah for sharing her inspirational journey with us. I thank Dr. Gupta for leading this session for us. I would also like to take this opportunity to felicitate the dignitaries present with us for this session. I would like Dr. Shweta Mittal Gupta felicitate Dr. Durusha. Can we please have a round of applause for Dr. Durusha? I would now like to invite Dr. Naveen Nishchal to felicitate Dr. Shweta Mittal Gupta. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Can we please have the group picture? Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. With this, we mark the conclusion of the panel discussions for the day. We would like to thank all the speakers for sharing their insightful knowledge, our panelists for their proactive participation, and each and every one of you in the audience for being so great and enthusiastic. I would also like to thank our knowledge and endorsement partner, Indian Fertility Society, supporting partner, Quality and Accreditation Institute of India, powered by partner IAS Medicare Art Bank, silver partner PolicyBazaar.com, industry partner Intaz Women Health, session partner Safety Insurance Simplified, associate partners Krista IVF Fertility Center, De Winter, University School of Allied Health Sciences, Metropolis, the pathology expert, SUT Pattam Super Speciality Hospital, and Lex Curium. Exhibit partners Alters Airflow, Cooper Surgical, Thermo Fisher Scientific. Thank you all. Coming up, we will shortly commence with the much awaited award ceremony of the night in a few minutes. I request everyone to please gather back and please be seated for the same. Thank you. Now, before proceeding forward, can we have a short video presentation by our powered by partner, IAS Medicare Art Bank? Thank you.
I'm Dr. Yogakishore Padhyay, Managing Director of IS Medicare ART Bank. I'm post-graduation in psychology and I have done post-graduation in hospital admission and management. We are running this ART bank since the last 20 years. We are supplying our egg donors to 250 plus IVF center and we are the Gurgaon first registered ART bank from appropriate authority. And we manage our donor in such way that we do repeat donors. Like in new law, there is a rule that we should not repeat donors. So we are having own app that is available by the name of IS Medical app on Play Store and Google Store. So we are having own app through which we manage our donors and we do repeat our donors. And we are also having a 70-bed hospital in Gurgaon. This hospital having full-time gynecologists, pediatrician, and every faculty is with us. And for ART Bank, we are having full-time doctors, nurses to manage our donors. We are having a grievance cells in our ART banks, and we are following all rules, regulations of new ART laws.
It will be pleasure to speak about IAS Medicare, which are running a ART bank. This ART bank is as per the new ART law. That is very important. They provide us the sperm donor, provide us the oocyte donor. All the donors are verified, they are identified by them, and all the required investigations are done. And as per the ART law, the insurance is also an affidavit insurance is also done for the oocyte donor, and they look after the donor very nicely. And donors are also very happy that they are coming through this ART bank, so they are assured of proper follow-up, proper services. They are not left on their own. somebody from the bank is always accompanying them whenever they come visit the IVF center. And we are very happy with their services. And I recommend the IS, Medicare, the bank to all the IVF specialists working in this field.
And Mr. Upadhyay has applied for a on-site donor bank to the same authority. He has been given registration because he is following clear-cut guidelines laid by this authority. And now we also are using site donors through his bank because we feel that transparency about site donor is very, very important in today's era where we have a legislation for ERT services in India.
So, Mr. Upadhyay from IS Medical has been very kind and he has been helping us in those donors and in government guidelines. And we are very happy. I think one take-home message from this is that we should keep donor cycles and banking cycles as a last resort. We should try to do self-banking for the women, and for the men, we should try, even if we have few sperms, we should try with their own sperms, and even if they have azoospermias, don't jump for civil banking. I recommend that we should go in for Microtis or TISA and try to give them their own pregnancies. Thank you so much. I wish you all the best.
Good evening, everyone. We will be starting the award ceremony shortly. Please be seated. Good evening. And now we will begin our much awaited award ceremony. It is with great honor that we gather today to recognize the outstanding achievements and contributions in the field of IVF. These awards serve as a testament to the relentless dedication, innovation, and compassion demonstrated by individuals and organizations within the IVF community. Today, we celebrate excellence in advancing the frontiers of reproductive medicine, ensuring that hope and possibility continue to flourish for individuals and families worldwide. So, before we begin our ceremony, I would like to introduce VOH to everyone. Could we please have the video on the screen?
Today's summit, Unite by Voice Health, is a very important event
because it brings together various various participants who come and they contribute a lot of feedback, a lot of insights. I think VOH is leading from the front.
पूरी आपकी टीम को मैं बहुत बधाई भी देता हूँ.
I think it's a great platform. It was wonderful to see how these stalwarts in the industry and from various aspects and the oncologists that have come to this session.
I'm happy to know that Voice of Healthcare has come up with their sixth edition of their annual healthcare conference with this year's theme as Digital Healthcare 2022.
Thank you, VOH, first of all, arranging this kind of exhibition, this kind of seminar conferences. Trust me, you have aptly said, Voice of Healthcare.
Yeah, I think this is a very good platform. I can see like so many companies have come here. So which means, it's such a valuable platform. And Voice of Healthcare is really doing a good job in terms of, increasing awareness and getting all these stakeholders together. I really enjoyed the panels which were there today.
First of all, I'm really thankful for Voice of Healthcare. But I'm part of Voice of Healthcare from many years when they started. I think I am from that time, I'm always here.
I wish Voice of Healthcare and this event all success in 2022 and in the future.
I think what VOH is that has been fabulous. It's just the kind of activities and conversations people unite. It's been a wonderful day, very good use of our time. Thank you. Thank you.
What's been absolutely wonderful about VOH, and I've had the opportunity of participating in previous events, is they take those, it's not just a very, the standardized thing of you come, you present, you go. You look at the key areas which actually you need to shed light on and understand what is lacking in that particular area and help solutions. So you have people from across the board, government, private institutions, research and scientists. It's a very inclusive, collaborative approach.
And now, to begin our award ceremony, I would like to request our guests of honor who will be felicitating our jury members and awardees to join us on stage. Dr. Naveen Nishchal. He is the founder and chairman of Voice of Healthcare. He is also a serial entrepreneur. Ms. Disha Anu. She is a distinguished officer of the Indian Postal Services from the batch of 2010. She currently serves as the Director of Training at the Postal Directorate in New Delhi, where she oversees training programs for over 4 lakh employees. She will be joining us shortly. Ms. Nitisha Verma. She is the Officer of Indian Revenue Service, Customs and Indirect Taxes. Presently posted as a Senior Technical Officer, Ministry of Finance. Mr. S.K. Gupta. He served as a former district and sessions judge. He retired after serving as judicial officer for 35 years. He is now providing legal aid to the deprived section of society. Dr. Shishendu Mukherjee, Mission Director, Grand Challenges India. Mission in charge, Mission COVID Suraksha. Head, India CEPI of Biotechnology Industry Research Council. He will be joining us shortly. Can we please have a huge round of applause for our guests of honors? I now request our jury members to come on stage for felicitation. Mr. Neeraj Lal, Chief Operating Officer, Apollo Hospitals. Dr. B.K. Rana, Chief Executive Officer, Quality and Accreditation Institute. Dr. Zainab Zaidi, Director, PHSPL International Healthcare Accreditation Assessor. And now, let us applaud the remarkable accomplishments of today's recipients, whose unwavering commitment to excellence inspires us all. With this, let us begin our award ceremony. We will start with the individual categories. So I request everyone to come on stage to receive the awards as their names are announced. Our first category is Emerging IVF Specialist of the Year, North. And the certificate of distinction goes to Dr. Pooja Bajaj Wadhwa. The next certificate of distinction for Emerging IVF Specialist of the Year, North, goes to Dr. Harita Manem. The next award for Emerging IVF Specialist of the Year, North, goes to Dr. Kumudini Chauhan. The next award for Emerging IVF Specialist of the Year, North, goes to Dr. Shivali Tripathi. The Certificate of Distinction for Emerging IVF Specialist of the Year South goes to Dr. Suma Varsha. The Certificate of Distinction for our next category, which is Emerging IVF Specialist of the Year South, goes to Dr. P. Surya. The next award for the category Emerging IVF Specialist of the Year South goes to Dr. Jalagam Kavya Rao. The award for Emerging IVF Specialist of the Year East goes to Dr. Pooja Kumari. The next award for Emerging IVF Specialist of the Year East goes to Nandbam Balachand Singh. Our next award for Emerging IVF Specialist of the Year West goes to Dr. Tanu Batra. And now, before we move further, I would like to invite our guest of honor, Ms. Disha Panu, on the stage, please. Our next award for Emerging IVF Specialist of the Year West goes to Dr. Naveena Singh. Our next award for Emerging IVF Specialist of the Year West goes to Dr. Kanika Kalyani. Our next award for the Laparoscopic Surgeon of the Year for IVF goes to Dr. Shashant Singh. The Certificate of Distinction for IVF Specialist of the Year West goes to Dr. Sheetal Govind Rao Sanan. Can we please have someone on stage to collect the award? The next award for IVF Specialist of the Year West goes to Dr. Sangeeta Sharma. The next award for IVF Specialist of the Year West goes to Dr. Pallavi Tiple. The IVF Specialist of the Year East goes to Dr. Bani Kumar Mitra. The IVF Specialist of the Year Regional goes to Dr. Richa Singh. The IVF Specialist of the Year Central India award goes to Dr. Yogita Parihar. Our guest of honor, Ms. Disha Panu, can you please join us on stage? Our next award for Rising Star in IVF West goes to Dr. Dhondiram Dattababa Bharti. The Rising Star in IVS North. The award goes to Dr. Tejashri Chaudhary. The award for Rising Star in IVF South goes to Dr. Taswin Kaur Gurmeet Singh. Can we please have someone to collect the award? The award for Rising Star in IVF Regional goes to Dr. Reema Sirkar. The Certificate of Distinction for Embryologist of the Year East goes to Rajendra Kumar Sahu. The Embryologist of the Year East. The award goes to Dr. Dayanidhi Kumar. The Embryologist of the Year North. The certificate of distinction goes to Dr. Wasim Andrabi. The Embryologist of the Year North. The award goes to Ajay Kumar Srivastava. The Embryologist of the Year North. The award goes to Sandeep Sharma. The Embryologist of the Year North. The award goes to Dr. Professor Praveen K. Upadhyay. The award for Embryologist of the Year National goes to Dr. Pranay Ghosh. The Emerging Community Care IVF Leader of the Year North. The award goes to Dr. Pooja Dheer Bhayana. The IVF Access Champion of the Year Award goes to Mr. Durga Prasad Satpathy. May I have some enthusiasm from the audience and a round of applause, please, for all the awardees. The OB Gynac of the Year North goes to Dr. Rita Bakshi. innovator in assisted reproductive technology. And the award goes to Dr. Parul Prakash. Round of applause, please. The Fertility Counselor of the Year award goes to Rashmi Ronak Shah. The Pioneer in Pre-Implantation Genetic Testing National goes to Dr. Gauri Agarwal. The Endoscopic Surgeon of the Year, and the award goes to Dr. Akhileshwar Singh. I request and urge our audience to have a huge round of applause for our awardees. The next award for Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Fertility Care goes to Dr. Abha Majumdar. The Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Fertility Care. The next award goes to Dr. Nalini Mahajan. The award for Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Fertility Care goes to Dr. Kuldeep Jain. The Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Fertility Care goes to Dr. Sonia Malik. The Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Fertility Care goes to Dr. Gauri Devi. The Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Fertility Care goes to Dr. Sudha Prasad. The Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Fertility Care goes to Dr. K.D. Nair. The Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Fertility Care goes to Dr. Professor Colonel Pankaj Talwar. Can I have some hands from the IFS to collect it? The Visionary Leadership of the Year in Reproductive Medicine Award goes to Dr. Neena Malhotra. The Visionary Leadership of the Year in Reproductive Medicine. The award goes to Dr. Shweta Mittal Gupta. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? The Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Fertility Care goes to Dr. Gautam B. Hanji. The Global Leadership Award in Assisted Reproduction goes to Dr. Rishikesh Pai. The Lifetime Achievement in Women's Health Advocacy goes to Dr. Durusha. The Lifetime Achievement in ART Advancement in India. The award goes to Dr. Kamini Rao. Due to a medical emergency, she is unable to attend, but she has sent us a message. Can I please have the message on the screen?
Awards 2024. I thank the Voice of Health to award me the IVF Excellence Award. It is a great privilege to be given this award in Delhi. Unfortunately, I'm not here to receive this award, but thank you very much all the same for conferring this award. Each award brings with it a lot of responsibility to reach up to the expectations of the people of the country. Thank you very much.
And now we will move on to the organization categories. I request the organization representatives to collect the awards as they are announced. The award for Excellence in Research and Development for IVF lab products goes to Thermo Fisher Scientific. The award for Emerging Fertility Hospital of the Year North goes to Imprimis IVF and Fertility Center. The Emerging Fertility Hospital of the Year South. And the award goes to Medical Health and Research Institute. Can we have someone to collect the award, please? Our next award is for the category Emerging Medical Device of the Year for Fertility. And the award goes to Safe Scientific INC. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? The next award for Fertility Hospital of the Year South goes to Vijay Hospital. The award for Excellence in Laboratory Practices for IVF goes to 49 Fertility Center. The standalone IVF clinic of the year North goes to Sifar Healthcare Private Limited. The outstanding patient care in IVF. The award goes to Ekya Fertility and Research Center. The emerging standalone clinic of the year North goes to Yellow Fertility and IVF Center. The standalone IVF clinic of the year South goes to Hegre Fertility. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? The emerging standalone clinic of the year South goes to Matrutva Fertility Center. We have someone on stage to collect the award, please. The best IVF fertility chain of the year South goes to 49 Fertility Center. The best IVF fertility chain of the year North goes to Krista IVF Life Private Limited. The best IVF fertility chain of the year North goes to Seeds of Innocence IVF. The best fertility education program goes to School of Embryology and Assisted Reproductive Technology. The best IVF fertility chain of the year West goes to Bloom IVF Group. The award for most innovative ART center goes to 49 Fertility Center. The award for the Emerging Innovator of the Year in Fertility Insurance goes to Safely. Can we have the safety team on the stage, please? The Innovator in Cryopreservation Services goes to Egg Preservation Institute of Asia. The Excellence in Fertility Preservation Services. The award goes to Genes India, the ART Bank. The Medical Device of the Year for Fertility goes to Shine Life. The award for Fertility Hospital Chain of the Year National goes to Kids Clinic India, Cloud9 Group of Hospitals. The best IVF fertility chain of the year national goes to Indra IVF. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? The award for Excellence in Fertility Education Program National goes to International Clinical and Embryology Academy of ART. The Excellence in IVF Treatment Outcomes goes to ART Fertility Clinics. The ART Bank of the Year National goes to IAS Medicare. Dr. Kishore would like to share a few words with us.
Thank you very much. I want to say something that I started my career almost 20 years back. I struggled a lot in my life, but I learned a lot of things from Dr. K.D. Nair sir. I thanks Dr. K.D. Nair sir, Dr. Abha Majumdar ma'am, Dr. Sonia ma'am, and Dr. Rishikesh Pai sir. And there are 250 plus IVF centers to whom we are supplying donors at present. And thank you very much to my team. Due to them, we are here. I am here, and I love my team very much. And thanks to all IVF centers. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kishore. The award for Best Insurance Provider for Fertility Treatments goes to PolicyBazaar.com. Can we have the team on the stage, please? The award for Outstanding Patient Care in IVF goes to IKEA Fertility and Research Center. And now, I'd like to call upon stage our event partners who have helped us put together this event today. They are powered by partner IAS Medicare ART Bank. Can we have someone on stage from the team, please? Industry partner, Intas Women Health. Can we have someone to collect your certificate, please? I request all awardees to stay back for a group picture, please. Industry partner, Plus Plus Life Sciences. Silver partner, Policy Bazaar. Can we have someone on stage to collect the certificate, please? Industry partner, Plus Plus Life Sciences. Session partner, Safe Free. Can we have the Safe Free team, please? Supporting partner, Quality and Accreditation and Institute. Associate partner, D. Winter. Can we have someone from D. Winter to collect the certificate, please? Associate partner, Krista IVF. We have someone from the Krista IVF team to collect the certificate. Associate partner, Lex Curium. Associate partner, Mversity. Associate partner, SUT Patom Super Speciality Hospital. Exhibit partner, Altus Airflow. Exhibit partner, Cooper Surgical. Exhibit partner, Thermo Fisher Scientific. And now, I would like to request all our awardees to kindly come up on the stage for a group picture. Please join us on the stage. Can we have everyone on the stage, please? Request you all to bring your trophies as well.